Chapter 10, Music. If we ask what facts and concepts we have to discard from modern music to gain a fair notion of Greek music, we get this answer. The people did not sing out of books, and so were able to move about freely while singing. Moreover, we must give up the view that our musical scale is the one and only system of harmony. The distances between tones are fluid and variable, and thus we must be able to conceive of other scales and tone intervals than ours. Hence we may have to relinquish our notions of harmony and polyphonic singing arranged for several voices. We must also abandon the idea of constantly coming up with new melodies, and even that of thematic recasting. As for musical accompaniment, we have to transport ourselves out of the modern world with its brass bands and drums and banks of fiddles, tooting and drumming our ears to death, to say nothing of all the locomotive whistles and car horns. The ears of the Greeks must have been exceedingly sensitive, as their prosody amply testifies, when gut-stringed instruments played only by striking with the fingers or plectrums thin ivory pieces were audible in gigantic theaters seated to capacity, or when cithara players were featured in theaters, or flutes and lyres served as martial music among the Spartans. The people had a fund of old traditional melodies called nomoi, something like the Irish tunes, essentially variations of a basic type, some of which were distinguished by special rhythms. The names of 13 popular flute melodies played as dance tunes come down to us from late antiquity. The same source gives a list of songs according to trades or occupations as sung by people while grinding grain, or while bathing, by women weaving or spinning wool or nursing babies, by the reapers, by the peasants toiling in the fields, or by people trampling out grain. According to tradition, the singing of pastorals was invented by the Sicilian shepherd Diomos. There were songs for special occasions like the wedding song and the dirge, others in worship of specific gods like Demeter and Persephone, Apollo and Artemis. Others were named after a loving or beloved being. Here too belongs the Ailenos, i.e. a mournful dirge for Linos, a lost youth. This name was at times also applied to music of a gay mood. It may well be that those songs named after occupations and occasions represented now a class of songs in which new words were improvised to a fixed melody. Now a class in which songs given specific names had both fixed words and melodies, though this would not exclude all changes in the wording. Often occasional texts must have been improvised for accustomed tunes. Aristophanes speaks of serenades. Unhappily, these are mere names to us, and we would like to know to what extent they represented popular songs in Greece. Do we have improvisations here, perhaps somewhat akin to the Italian ritornello? Music closely linked with the lyric is certainly as old as Hellenism, and at all events as old as its rites of worship. Their musical instruments derive from primeval times and have mythical origins. Cf. Pindar. Pyth 12:19, where after Perseus slays the Gorgon, Athena hits upon the flute to mimic the wailing sounds of the snakes. However, a focal point of the most intense interest, the welding together of lyric, music, and dance, did not take place without a special development. Not until quite some time after the epic did the lyric attain the highest artistic form. The rhythm of the hexameter was strikingly clear and appealing, and in the hands of Homer this verse form produced marvelous beauty and liveliness. The Greek words, joined with the tone, permitted endless variations our ears are hardly capable of perceiving, a world of meters and strophes. The linking element between these two arts and also dance was metrics, which we puzzle out of texts as best we can. Only a proportioned scale and articulated intervals make a tone language possible, and a universally valid tone system could assure this world of sound forms Panhellenic standing. But creating this required a great musical genius. This man was Terpander of Lesbos, the charmer of men as his name signifies, who gathered the various melodies as they naturally developed in different regions according to local moods and customs, and arranged them according to rules of art into a coherent system to which later Greeks clung, however extended or sophisticated its later development. He invented the 7-tone scale, in which these tones follow sequential rules and form a musical unit, a fact he expressed by increasing the number of the lyre strings from 4 to 7 O Muller, Literaturgeschichte p. 267. Hailing from Lesbos, Terpander served as an intermediary in music between Asia Minor and Hellas. He is the originator of a most significant development continued by Olympus, Thaletas, and Sacaedas, and later by Philoxenus and Timotheus. It is characteristic that the Greeks almost immediately introduced the music agon. When the Spartans introduced a music contest at the Camæan festival in honor of Apollo, Terpander carried away the crown of victory. A decisive event, for Terpander later became the lawgiver of music in Sparta, and also won the first prize 4 times in musical contests at Delphi. Sparta and Delphi were the first to stage this kind of music agon. Even if these stories about Terpander rest mostly on invention, they still show what great importance was attached to his appearing at these festival agons. Also, the names of Olympus and Sacaedas appear similarly associated with the Pythian festivals. The melodies of these masters were called nomoi. They were named after their composers, so some were called Terpandrian nomoi, others Polymnestion nomoi, etc. Some were given specific ethnic designations as the Boeotian or Aeolic nomoi of Terpander, and others were designated by their meter or musical character as Trochaic, Orthian, etc. In addition, the Greeks distinguished 3 genera of scales of music: the diatonic, the chromatic, and the enharmonic, the last of which employed quarter tones. The subdivisions or modes of the genera are called tropoi, harmoniae, and also tonoi by Plutarch. These modes include the grave Dorian, the swelling Phrygian, and the soft Lydian. After Terpander, the Ionian and Aeolian modes were added. Anacreon used only the 3 old ones. To these 5 were afterward gradually added 10 more attributed to various men. To understand how all these modes could survive side by side, we simply have to assume that not only the tonal, but also the auditory system of the Greeks was different from ours. In any event, Greek music did not have harmony in our sense, for it lacked the triadic component. Their instruments probably played only the melody. Perhaps we could say that they stressed the rhythmical element more than the melodic, but it is altogether possible that we are wrong in this, just as we may well be wrong in many another point regarding this music without surviving sound. Terpander set hexameters to music, including excerpts from Homer for voice and lute, and also composed preludes of this kind. He also worked with many different kinds of meters. We shall not try to determine whether he devised a system of recording notes or whether his melodies were transmitted orally until recorded in the 4th century. According to Alypius, later times knew of an older system of recording instrumental music with hooks and a few letters of the alphabet, and a later system of recording vocal music made up of letters only. Even in the 4th century BC, the musical notations were suitable only for indicating pitch, the time intervals being apparently determined by the quality of the word's syllables, Marsyas playing the flute for Dionysos' vase painting. Olympus of Phrygia made the lute, cithara, equal in rank to the flute. He invented the inharmonic genus, or scale, with its energetic and spirited rhythms, in which Arsis and Thesis have a 3-to-2 relation. The flute afforded greater freedom. The tones of the flute could be multiplied more easily than those of the lute, especially since ancient flute players were accustomed to playing on 2 flutes. Olympus, 660-620, was the first to compose melodies for flutes, chiefly to revere the gods. They were mostly impetuous and passionate melodies of mourning, like the one in the Lydian mode he played at Delphi in honor of Pytho, slain there by Apollo. He also composed melodies that ranged from the quietly cheerful to the enthusiastic to the enraptured. He may have been no poet himself, simply playing the flute, without recourse to the word as his only form of expression. In his time, the flute was regarded as the Dionysian instrument, the lyre as the Apollonian. In addition to the nomos of Olympus, there was Pythian flute music without song as played by Sacaedas at Delphi. However, at the first Pythian festival Olody, i.e. singing accompanied by flute playing, was presented. This Olody was abolished even after Ecambrotus, the Arcadian musician, was crowned for it, because it made the listeners melancholy. Olody remained a favorite musical entertainment nevertheless, especially for rendering hexameters and elegiac distichs, to which it was first applied by Clonus, the inventor of this technique. Another creation of this time was the nomos in 3 parts by Sacaedas, in which the first strophe was set to the Dorian mode, the second to the Phrygian, the third to the Lydian. The impression he made on the nation was so profound that his melodies later competed with those of Pronomos of Thebes when Messene was being rebuilt to the sound of flutes, played by Boeotians and Argives. We shall omit other instruments like the syrinx, the sambica invented by Aelicus, the magadis, the crembalum, and others. Though wind instruments later were as common as today, the absence of percussion instruments kept a range of tone color to quite moderate proportions. Just a word about the combining of the flute and lyre attributed to the school of a certain Epigonus at some indefinite time, and about the effects later achieved by the massive use of these instruments. Athenaeus reports that at the festival procession of Philadelphus, a band of 600 men took part, 300 with gilt lyres and golden crowns. Nevertheless, the human voice joined with instruments enjoyed an advantage over mere instrumental music. The human voice was most active in the sumptuous profusion of choral songs deriving from rites of worship. Here the Greek words of the song must have combined metrically and melodically with the tone in a manner we can hardly imagine. The rise of the choral ode is linked with a musician who, like Terpander, came from abroad, Thaletus the Cretan, who had been invited to Sparta during the second half of the 7th century to restore peace among the citizens in the turbulent city. According to an anachronistic legend, he is also supposed to have been the teacher of Lycurgus. His Cretan predecessors might just as well have belonged to the solemn and dignified cult of Apollo as to the orgiastic cult of Zeus, with its wild, exuberant dance tunes and the Curetes beating their cymbals and shields. In Sparta he perfected the system of music inaugurated by Terpander. He produced especially paeans, songs in praise of Apollo and Hypocamata, i.e. portrayal of mythical events by rhythm and symbolic dance gestures. For this purpose he employed, besides his Cretan tradition, also the music and rhythmics of Olympus. Thereby he enlivened the paean. Under his influence the Hypocamata must have become even more blithe and sprightly. Sparta became a center of the dance for both sexes. At the Gymnopediae, boys imitated the movements of wrestlers and then shifted into the wilder Bacchic dances. Musicians of this school, especially Thaletus, developed the Pyrrhic or war dance, a favorite of the Cretans and the Lacedaemonians. Thaletus fashioned hyperpomatic compositions into Pyrrhics in swift and swooping rhythms. Likewise Hierax of Argos, a composer of famous melodies, composed a dance tune representing the pentathlon, while another master of that period, Xenocritus the Locrian, is reported to have composed a special Locrian or Italic key in dithyrambs based on material from the heroic myths. We can hardly imagine what a multitude of these choral songs there existed if a polis had occasion to send a mission to some renowned divinity to offer, tell, or ask this divinity something it sent, apart from the regular ambassadors, a choral group, if it could afford to do so, with a song composed of new words and a new melody, the so-called prosodion, to be sung at the altar. Choruses of boys were often sent to agons at festivals and to famous temples with offerings. In time, however, wealthy cities did not display ritual sumptuousness so much by having one chorus sing various pieces involving several melodies as in having a number of choruses appearing one after the other. These songs were chanted for centuries, not from music sheets, but by repeated practice and by playing instruments, probably the flute. At all events, music had a large popular following. Every male was required by law to engage in music until he was 30. The children learned first the hymns and paeans to the gods and heroes of the country, and then the modern melodies of Philoxenus and Timotheus. Every year the boys and youths danced circle dances to these tunes played on flutes in Dionysian fashion. At social gatherings, responsive singing was in common usage. Since everyone learned to sing, no one dared to refuse. In addition, the young people were trained to sing marching songs and baterians, accompanied by flute playing and by marching movements, as well as to perform yearly dances, clearly very artistic ones, in theaters. There were also choruses of young women. All this because in that harsher age music seemed indispensable to making life more genial. As indicated earlier, all this preoccupation with choral singing and music from childhood on must have given the people a musical bent, and to the individual harpists, flute players, and others a certain skill. In spite of lacking musical triads, variety in instruments, and adequate musical notation, they achieved a high order of excellence in music, even though it did not rank among their most important interests in life. In this context, it is fitting to say something more specific about the dance representing a prodigiously rich facet of Greek art. Scholars are agreed that dancing originated in the mimic art, which substantially is the origin of our dances too, but we shall not touch on them. The Greeks did not go in for group dancing so much as for individual gesturing, which comes rather natural for the southern races and reaches its peak in artistic pantomime. The Greeks were born with an aptitude for rhythm and with a capacity for mimicry expressing itself in the movements of the whole body. This combination of a flair for rhythm and capacity for mimicry constantly recreated the dance. The Greek audience could also be relied on to have a fine sense for interpreting pantomimic arts. In his Deipnosophists, Athenaeus gives all sorts of picturesque bits, some of which he himself hardly understood, others which he misinterpreted as the notion that sculptors had gone about observing the gestures and movements of the people as a whole, choosing the most graceful and noble for their works, whence these gestures and movements were introduced on dance floors, and from there to the palastra. We shall first consider some dances that were quite widespread. Some of these were named after their places of origin, some after specific rituals, others are mimetic like pouring out corn, cancellation of debt, the owl, etc. One dance widely known was the Pyrrhic weapon dance, which was regarded as a military exercise and taught even to 5-year-old children in Sparta, where it remained popular longest. Another was the gymnopædic, danced by naked boys, which was a representation of the palestra, wrestling exercises, and the pancratium wrestling combined with boxing, and the hyperchematike, danced and sung alternately by men and women. The hymns and paeans were sometimes accompanied by dancing, sometimes not. Dancers were also trained for specific functions in the rites of worship. Indeed, all choral poesy and music were associated with choric dances. Dancing accompanied every consecration ceremony performed in a mystery ritual. Orpheus and Musaeus, both excellent dancers, also promoted this art. The drama really took its rise from the Dionysian choric dance, with which much of the artistic development of the dance was later connected, like the Emeleia, a stately tragic dance, the Siccinus, a dance connected with the satirical drama, or the Cordax, a vulgar dance of the old comedy. Aeschylus is reported to have outlined many new dances and to have taught them to his choral dancers, choriutes. In addition, there was the artistic dance by individual performers. There was also dancing in step by ball players indeed. This ball game was itself almost a dance found already among the Phaeacians. Those who played on instruments, and perhaps those who sang, began in the early centuries to dance along with their performances. We are told that the ancient harp players kept their heads fairly quiet, but moved their feet briskly. Dancers were hired to perform at symposiums. In Xenophon's Banquet of Philosophers, a couple of children came in and danced, and after the guests had imbibed, they danced, sometimes rather coarse dances, even ugly old people taking part. In contrast to men of equal standing in Rome, men like Pythagoras and Socrates danced even when sober, the former to keep healthy and limber, the latter because it exercised all his limbs, as he customarily explained when he was occasionally surprised dancing. During the time of the Roman emperors, pantomimic performances became quite popular, as is best evidenced in Lucian's De Saltatione. Having given the arts of music and dance a brief look, we may inquire what significance they had for the Greeks and what force the Greeks thought they exerted in their lives. The might and majesty of music derive in part from its divine primeval origins, as mentioned before. Plutarch says that in every respect music inspires awe because it was invented by the gods. Generally, however, Apollo was regarded as the originator of music. It is remarkable that all the authors who wrote on this subject attributed an ethical significance to music. The Orphics and Pythagoreans regarded music as having purificatory and therapeutic virtues. Pythagoras himself is reported to have effected physical and mental cures by means of his rhythms, songs, and incantations. Even Theophrastus is reported to have said that music heals infirmities of body and mind, and to have enumerated at random fainting, anxiety, insanity, sciatica, and epilepsy. The chief healing instrument was the flute, and according to this same source Aristoxenus, a student of Aristotle's and a great musician and music theorist, healed an insane person by playing the flute after trumpet tooting had put him into a still greater frenzy. No doubt the presence of virtuosos at music agons held at festivals was in early times absolutely essential for the success of these contests. In connection with Arion, Herodotus depicts the stately and impressive stage appearance of these masters, as he himself must have witnessed them. When Greek sailors, murderers of a fellow Greek yet lovers of music, had decided to kill Arion in order to rob him, they permitted him at his request to stand on the afterdeck, obviously so that he could be free, and dressed in his full professional costume to take up his lyre and play a lively tune, the Nomos Orthios, before he leaped into the sea. When a lute player was scheduled to appear on a theatre stage, everybody thronged to hear him so precisely on time that an enemy could plan an attack on this occasion as well as on that of a popular assembly. The famous Persian general Memnon used the lute player Aristonicus of Olynthus to have a count made of the people of the Bosporean cities while he performed there. A certain Alexander, the commandant of the garrison in Aeolia, hired the finest virtuosos of Ionia, the flute players Thersander and Philoxenus, and the actors Callipides and Nicostratus, and announced a great theatrical program. Then, when the people from neighboring cities had filled the theatre, he surrounded it with soldiers and barbarians, holding the men, women, and children for high ransom. Greek audiences must have been accustomed to sitting very quietly while listening, for as mentioned above, it is a mystery how a stringed instrument plucked with the fingers or struck with the plectrum could be heard all over a large theatre. That writers began to treat of music quite early indicates how important this art was in Greek life, whereas of sculpture they took no notice for a long time. Plutarch notes that most of the Platonists, the ableist Pythagoreans, and also grammarians and harmonists had commented on the old music and its decay. The famous peripatetic Aristoxenus of Tarentum was a versatile writer on music. His Elements of Harmony in 3 books has survived, giving a theory of music, although his works on rhythmics, musical instruments, the history of music, and similar themes are known only by their titles and in fragments. We can easily understand why philosophers occupied themselves with this subject if we reflect what a magical charm music had exercised over the Greeks. Though from our point of view it was imperfectly rendered, a unique relationship is here involved, found apparently nowhere else in the whole history of civilization, namely the intimate relationship of music to education and the state. We have seen how carefully Sparta officially assured itself of having music. The Greeks were firmly convinced that music had a political aspect. The locus classicus for this is Plato's Republic, Book 3, Section 10 FF, where he severely scrutinizes the kinds and rhythms of music to be allowed in his ideal state. In that same context, he proceeds to generalize on the conditions of life and identifies beauty with goodness, ugliness with evil. Then follows his discourse on policing art, necessary in his state for the proper nurture of the young, the chief element of which was music, because its rhythms and harmonies penetrate easiest into the inward part of the soul and dwell there longest. In another passage, Book Oivoi, Section 3, he says that, since changes in music draw in their wake the greatest changes in the state, the guardians of the ideal state should build their fortress on the foundations given by music. Such statements suggest that the Greeks were extremely sensitive in an area of art where the Occident, even in the southern parts, today appears dull. They enable us to understand how responsive the Greeks were to all art and especially to the periodically recurring Dionysian frenzy. Above all, as Plato explains, the different genera of music should not be intermingled. Hymns, dirges, paeans, dithyrambs, and lute melodies should respectively preserve the peculiar character appropriate to them. When an occasion demands one kind of melody, it should be used, not another. As in the good old days, not the unmusical rabble, but only the cultivated people who have listened attentively in quiet surroundings to a whole piece should be allowed to judge of its canonical propriety and what penalty, if any, the inappropriate use of melodies may entail. Commenting on the tendency to cling to a traditional achievement and to oppose every whim for changing melodies and rhythms, Plutarch says it is not for naught that melodies were called nomoi, laws. Thus the old music, limited to a few strings, could maintain its simplicity and dignity with a purposeful abstinence, for the artists must have known about ampler means, and the new composers in that early period were very restrained and kept within bounds of the beautiful. The Palais that watched most assiduously over their laws, Plutarch mentions Sparta, Mantinia, and Pellene, and Plato Sparta, and Crete long held strictly to the old music. The story about Timotheus of Miletus, who for increasing the number of his lute strings from 7 to 11, had his lute taken away and hung up in the Scia's Rotunda, best expresses the resistance to musical innovation, but the Spartans were too late with their conservatism. From the end of the Peloponnesian War, on a theatrocracy, as Plato called it, ruled in Sparta to the detriment of poesy and of the whole intellectual life in Greece. The audience turned from a silent into a clamorous one, as if it knew what was excellent in music and what not, had it only been a democracy of free men. But the presumption that everybody knew everything became the rule, and as a consequence the populace became so impudent as to judge in matters of taste. The poets themselves were to blame, for they exceeded propriety with their Bacchic frenzy and voluptuousness, and mingled hymns with threnodies, paeans with dithyrambics, imitated flute tunes on lyres, in short, mixed everything into a hodgepodge, and ignorantly maintained that music really had no system, and was best judged by the listener's enjoyment whether he was possessed of any taste or not. At any rate, poesy no longer played a dominant role in music, which no longer was either manly, divine, or pleasing to the gods, but effete and garrulous. As a consequence, instrumental music began to rule the roost, and it is reported that beginning with Melanippes, flute players no longer received their pay from the poet, and thus were not dependent on him or on the composer. No doubt another critical development was the increased emphasis on virtuosity. As the individual actor expected to win fame and fortune from pantomiming or dramatizing solo parts, so the individual musician hoped to achieve fame and wealth. This development was irresistible. Though an artist was initially ridiculed for his innovations, he could take comfort from the prediction Euripides made to Timotheus, when he too was similarly scoffed at, that the public would soon be groveling at his feet. As to this deterioration, which he deplored, Plato has an Athenian describe it as far advanced and incurable. Aristoxenus, the first historian of music, writing in the second half of the 4th century, and already quite a laudator temporis acti, praiser of a bygone age, says, since audiences have degenerated into barbarians and the popular music has greatly deteriorated, too few of us remember what music once was. Athenaeus, 1431, Chapter 11, Poesy in other than hexameter measures, 1 general remarks. There may have been a time when, besides the epic and the 2 species of poetry Hesiod represented, the Greeks had only folk songs with refrains. Following this mythopoeic, religious seasonal, and festival art, the lyric arose as a spontaneous creation, not like the poetry of Occidental nations, that at the very least had Latin church hymns as models. The elegy may well have appeared as a great innovation, even as a kind of debasement. Modern lyric poetry contrasts most sharply with the Greek, recognizing hardly any set limits or laws and seeking to escape discipline for pleasure. Greek lyric poetry, on the other hand, was by its connection with singing and conviviality, with dancing and instrumental music, bound to detailed standards of composition and performance, being thereby protected against sublimation into nothingness. Our discussion of Greek poetry does not claim to be a clearly arranged literary survey. We shall deal with poesy only as a free expression of life and as a cultural force in the nation. The individual states and social castes took part in many ways, now here, now there, now stressing this aspect, now that, beginning with the epic bards, poetry fell into all sorts of hands, but remained a high art nonetheless, its forms commanding the utmost respect. It was a long time before the old poetry gave way to new forms, this event occurring only after all imaginable contents had been poured into the old forms. Greek poetry grew slowly and consistently, each order giving way when its season of fruition was over. No foreign literature, no religion with foreign imagery, interrupted this development, hence we shall proceed in accordance with the development of the various forms. A large number of poets enjoyed renown from the outset, and though their works were topical and involved in contemporary affairs, their names endured. Complete collections of their works were made early, and it is a misfortune that apart from Pindar and the tragedians so little has survived. Later Greeks possessed these works intact and consciously treasured them as significant cultural developments. Poetry accorded with the life of the individual as well as with that of the nation. It was not faced with a division into the educated and the uneducated, being accessible to every free-born Greek. Its original source was the body of myths, known to rich and poor alike, as were the rites of worship, yet it remained a sublime art. 2. The elegy, to be sure, the old popular and religious poesy had favorite forms of various kinds. but until about 700 BC the hexameter was the only acknowledged art form, and everything was made to fit into this meter. Hesiod also bowed to it. The Greeks were slow in developing new forms and faithfully retained whatever was excellent in art. They did this with two forms that rose almost simultaneously, the elegiac and the iambic. The elegy is built on the pleasing alternation of the hexameter with its counterpart, the pentameter, which is called Aegean, whence the poem got its elegia, for any type of poetry derived its name from its metrical pattern and external form. As soon as several metrical schemes were available, poets chose a form with the most delicate regard for the respective sentiments and the mood of the soul. Such an elegy was sung. Not just recited, it was accompanied always and only by the flute. The foremost occasion for presenting elegies was at banquets, especially at the end during the festive part, Komos. It could deal with any emotional mood, being by no means limited to the dirge and love laments. Some event or circumstance may have aroused hope or fear in the poet and moved him to express reproach or give counsel. The elegies that have survived are given to exhortation slightly tinged with aphorisms. They are smooth and lovely, not grandiosely elliptical as some later lyric forms are. Remarkably significant fragments have survived from the earliest period, like Calenus's fine call to fortitude, Tertius' lawfulness, and his exhortations. These are impressive poems designed to be recited to soldiers on campaign on an evening in camp after the paean, by a soldier specially skilled in this art who might thereby earn an extra portion of meat. Lecanism permitted no patriotic effusions, but did allow these somewhat stylized elegies. Archilochus praised warfare in his elegies, charming fragments of which have survived, among them the light-hearted Ionic prototype of Horace's Relicta non bene parmula. A shield relinquished is no protection. He also treated of love, the delights of the banquet, and sorrow for a friend who died. An elegy like the one on his friends drowned at sea was probably delivered at the funeral repast commemorating them. When Ionia succumbed to the Lydians, this eminently Ionian form of poetry turned more to celebrating love and enjoyment. It is Mimnemus who marks this transition. In addition to writing poems dealing with war, he specialized in erotic elegies. Most of his surviving fragments lament the brevity and frailty of life, reminding one of Koheleth, Ecclesiastes, and calling upon us to enjoy ourselves against the dark, uncertain background of life. Later, Solon expressed all aspects of his stirring life in the elegy, before and after his law-giving, in the most varied moods of appeal, warning, reflection, and joy. Theognis of Megara is an enigmatic poet. 1,400 of his verses have survived. Much of this material is fragmentary, and the order of its arrangement disputable. One may get the impression that many of these pieces, though they seem to be fragments, were really composed as short maxims. Such poems read like fragments, as do parts of Hesiod's works and days. The explanation of this mode of writing may be that often his bitterness found adequate expression in a distich, thus snipping the elegiac thread. Some of his poems to the gods are elegiac in nature, and may be preambles to elegies. Then his distiches filled with jealousy and melancholy, addressed to his young friend Cyrnus, could almost be called a poetic epistle, which arises almost spontaneously as soon as the person addressed is not present and not involved in any passionate relation with the poet. Some of his convivial pieces were no doubt genuine banquet addresses. The following are characteristic: his poem acknowledging that he was drunk, that in which he seeks the mean between nothing and too much, those dealing with the Persian wars, e.g. his prayers for preserving the jovial life of Megara, his address to wine, his poem on the gift of wine, his apology, his resolution to revel while life lasts, his proposal to make a pause at the banquet, and his series of distiches. The erotic verses, beginning with verse 1231, are certainly in part his, being either fragments or complete versions of elegies. In any event, most of these poems are ancient and different from others of this class in the Greek anthology. Xenophanes composed a lovely elegy for a banquet in which he expressed the hope that the guests would make it safely home without help. Critias was the first to give a poetic catalogue of things, a rhetorical adulteration never found in the older epic. He would list a number of inventions naming the regions where they originated, to the point that Athens, the victor at Marathon, was the inventor of pottery, offspring of clay, the potter's wheel, and the oven. Much more elegant is the fragment in hexameter he composed on Anachron. It may well be that the inner necessity of the elegy was already disappearing. To compensate for the lack of inner resources, Antimachus resorted to itemizing, as in his famous elegy on his deceased Lyde, crammed with all sorts of misfortunes taken from mythology. Parody appeared at the latest with Crates, one of whose parodies on Solon has been preserved. Of the Alexandrian elegists, we shall mention only Alexander of Aetolia, one of the poets of the tragic Pleiad, whose elegiac fragments are in somber tones, and Callimachus, preserved in small though numerous fragments, whose writings Ovid characterized with these well-known words, quamvi ingenio, non vale, arte vale. The elegy experienced a revival in Alexandria as a favorite literary exercise, but real life was put into it again only by the Romans, who found in it a perfectly congenial form of expression. Tibullus and Propertius composed individual, spontaneous elegies. Even though they had learned the technique from the Alexandrians, their originality is indubitably their own, for they derived their strength not from Hellas, but from their own nation. 3. The epigram as indicated above, the genuine living elegy, the creation of the train-trailing Ionians, appears to have run its course rather early, but this did not keep poets from continuing to turn out untold scores of elegies. Then the mood for brevity took over, turning elegies into epigrams, and to the extent that they were convivial into so-called scholia. We must bear in mind that the epigram took its origin from the elegy. It did not, as the term itself suggests, take its rise from inscriptions on tombs, monuments, or votive offerings. The epigram is short and sharp, whereas the elegy is decidedly unhurried. Early Greek epigrams did not have to have that sudden, surprising fillip at the end. In time, epigrams actually inscribed formed a literary species in stone and bronze. The epigram, having a protean character, extended its span from memorial and votive inscriptions to untrammeled comment on all sorts of topics, particularly to love, satire, and convivial pleasures. Simonides of Ceos, the older contemporary of Pindar and Aeschylus, was the first poet to become famous for composing epigrams, and precisely in him, skilled in the elegy, celebrating those who fell at Marathon and Plataea. The relation between these two modes of writing is apparent in that many of his so-called epigrams represent all the essential later shadings. He composed the famous inscription at Thermopylae, "Stranger, if ever you come to the Spartans, bear them this message, that we are lying here, faithful to their commands." As here, so elsewhere, the epigram is seen in all its pristine strength. Various personal epigrams of his are intimate and lovely, like the distich on the tomb of a murdered man, and the one in which a dying daughter appeals to her mother to bear her father another child. Several of his distiches on victors at musical contests would give in briefest compass the place and kind of agon, and the name and country of the winner. Others on works of art might contain the name of the artist without further elaboration, or again would praise another and add a highly prosaic statement of the fee he received. Besides inscriptions on tombs and votive offerings, Simonides also did epigrams of a droll and derisive character. He even wrote a scornful epigram on the death of his enemy Timochrion, parodying the epitaph on his tomb. After this brief look at the versatile Simonides, we mention in passing the epitaph Aeschylus wrote for himself with its allusion to Marathon, the unexcelled epigram of Euripides, which, addressing the sun, asks whether he has ever seen anything like the death of a mother and her 3 children in one day, and the epigram of Plato, who, converting the epitaph into a jeu d'esprit, composed witticisms and epigrams on love, indulged in plays on words, and created 2 nature images anticipating fully the style of the later Greek anthology. Now we shall turn our attention to the chief store we have of the epigram, the anthology. The epitaph plays a big role here. The relation to the dead was perhaps all the more intimate among the Greeks just because they were so hazy about the hereafter. The headstone cost little, since it required no architectonic shaping or trimming, so the poor servant girl received an epitaph if she left behind a memory to be cherished. Such epitaphs required no famous poets, although they gladly did some to see their names chiseled in enduring stone. Even the common people of Hellas could hit upon fine and fitting expressions to ease their sorrows, Form and meter were no hindrance to these people, for they knew much of Homer by heart. These epitaphs are especially significant for their veracity and candor. While looking calmly at their own still empty graves, these people expressed sorrow for their deceased friends, wailing and lamenting without restraint in the face of destiny, feeling no necessity to express resignation before the sufferings life can inflict. On the other hand, they candidly praised the good fortune of such as fared well, and gladly noted the pleasures they had enjoyed, reflecting clearly for our benefit the trials, tribulations, and joys of everyday life in those distant days. Relatively early conjectures were made as to whether famous men would be found among the blessed, and whom one might meet there, even though the actual pagan heaven took shape rather late. Hades naturally took up a lot of space, and though the Greeks talked little about meeting friends there, they liked to imagine that mother and child would be fondly reunited. On the other hand, some Greeks denied all possibility of an afterlife. The epigram is inexhaustible. When grounded on the elegy, it makes use of erotic, symposial, and satiric subjects. Here its natural predisposition for antithesis comes into play. The form of the distich is itself congenial to this juxtaposition of opposites, for it can sing with lyric sweetness or snarl with wit and scorn by allusively matching opposites. It can flash images or it can sting. In time it took over among many other functions, also that of Archilochus Iambs. To achieve with it a comic effect was made easy by its beautiful and solemn form, which constantly recalled Homer and the elegists, contrasting incongruously with the content when the latter was of a diametrically opposed variety. The epigram naturally indulged heavily in plays on words, sometimes to the point of repulsive indifference. Satire liked to don the cloak of simulated vindication. They say, "You have dyed your hair, O Nisilla, when really you only bought it raven black." In addition to this form of the epigram, used we know not how frequently for anonymous invective against individuals, there stood another, likewise derived from the elegy, used for detached gnomic reflections on life and the world. This gnomic epigram passed judgment on a host of matters dealing with life, destiny, and morality, mostly impersonally, but sometimes with reference to some name. Lucian made excellent observations in epidectic sentences such as the following: Eros is not the cause of the trouble, but rather the wanton lusts of the human heart lurking behind the god. The epidictic epigram expressed, briefly and beautifully, a moral maxim, i.e. an observation drawn from life, or a reflection on morality, clothed in the form of an exhortatory address of the poet to himself or to another, as when Lucian foretells to another the fickleness of his fortune. Then it may be a little incident or anecdote tossed off with a didactic touch, sometimes resembling an outright parable. These epigrams delight especially in piquant little incidents drawn from animal life. A mouse wants to eat an open oyster, whereupon the oyster claps shut. A swallow fetches a cricket, a compeer in song, to feed her young. A hen that froze to death while sheltering her chicks causes a poet to reflect that Procne and Medea in Hades should hang their heads in shame. Epigrams brought out many subtle antitheses by way of comment on actual events. One of the loveliest of this kind is that of Euenus, in which Ilium says, "The ashes of time have consumed me, but in Homer I still have my being and my gates of bronze." Indeed, these epigrams speak out pointedly to the glory of Homer and other poets. They also record exclamations of readers and give expression to adroit mythological inventions, as for instance when Mnemosyne, listening to Sappho, feared that mankind would get a 10th muse. To this epidictic genre belong finally the epigrams containing riddles, not put in the form of questions, but so describing something that one should be able to guess what it is. 4. The iambus, the harsh iambus, serving from its beginning as a vehicle of invective, cut athwart the pleasing grace of dactylic poetry in the 7th century. It may serve as an apology for this form of Greek invective if we say that this harsh, punitive tone is in order if it stems from a grand and noble concept of what ought to be. We shall not attempt an artistic or moral vindication, but simply grant that abuse heaped by one person on another became a species of literature. We know of no other ancient people who had anything like it later. The Provençals devised something akin to this in their Servants. The iamb was more closely related to the comical quality of ancient poesy than to the lampoons which were customary at festivals and religious celebrations and were imitated in Aristophanes' frogs. Taunting and mocking were called iambus. This form was introduced into literature by Archilochus of Paros, a poet whose characteristics we can hardly make out because only a few of his iambic fragments fit into the general pattern. Later literati may not have cared to quote him. Archilochus has a highly important place in the history of poetic forms. His meters are the iambic and trochaic. In the iambic, the shorter syllable precedes. In the trochaic, it follows the longer syllable. Both meters are light and rapid, the iambic serving to express wrath and bitterness. The trochee being a mean between the iamb and the elegy, likewise cultivated by Archilochus, had less nobility and spirit than the elegy and was therefore better suited for common everyday subjects. The iambic verse had 3 dipotes forming a trimeter, and the trochee had 4 dipotes forming a tetrameter. These meters maintained themselves consistently as normative forms for certain kinds of poetry. Archilochus perfected these metrical forms so that no essential improvements had later to be added. As for the mode of delivery, iambic verse was not sung, at least not in our sense of the term, but rather chanted by a rhapsodist. The stringed instrument invariably used since Archilochus to accompany the recitation of iambic verse was the triangular iambic. Archilochus held fairly faithfully to the tone of common life, often using coarse expressions which tempted later grammarians to record them, and his followers dragged in all sorts of trivia from everyday life, especially eating and neighborhood gossip. In this context, we may note that shortly after Aristotle, the rhythm of popular speech approached the iambic meter. If we inquire why this gifted maligner had such a profound effect on his own age and on succeeding generations, the answer may be summed up in saying that among the poets, he was the first uncompromising realist, taunt and mockery always ready on his tongue. The followers of Archilochus were Simonides of Amorgos, given mostly to gnomic verse, of whose works one pessimistic fragment and a general satire on women have survived, whereas his individual invectives are lost. Then Solon, whose excellent political iambs sound as though they might have come at least in part from a tragedy, since their content could well have been given in the elegiac meter. Neither his iambs nor his cheerful, jovial trochees, so far as tradition tells, contained any personal invective. Finally, Hipponex, the creator of the deliberately ugly, lame tetrameter, having a spondy in place of the final iamb, he was as venomous as Archilochus and wrote, besides social satires, wherein he realistically depicted life from its frivolous and shabby side. In time, the iamb became a means to express everything imaginable, as did the hexameter and distich. Gnomic sentiments were put almost exclusively into iambic verse, especially after the trimeter had become the verse of dramatic dialogue and been given a sententious turn by Euripides and the newer comedy. The tremeters of the Cynic crates exemplify this later gnomic application. 5. Comment on lyric. The Aeolic lyric. Before proceeding to the higher forms of the lyric, we shall try to answer the question as to why the poesy, music, and dance of the Greeks constituted an integral part of the history of their culture. We may adduce the following. From the very beginning, these art forms were conceived of as a part of the life of the gods, and as gifts from the gods to men. They were considered to be the property of the nation, or at least of a whole polis, and not just of the educated class. At any rate, they were public property. Their cultivation of old, a prerogative of the Iodos, itinerant singer of songs and poetry, was taken up by the rhapsodist, but the nation as a whole continued to manifest its vital concern for the preservation of the traditional body of myths, and especially Homer. Later, when the use of the hexameter had become a matter of derivative learning, a matter of the art and craft of literature, the custom of reciting in public was widely continued nonetheless. We must recall the long and intimate connection between poetry and music. All transmission of these arts and traditions was by word of mouth. In addition to the rhapsodists chanting to small groups, public recitals at festivals of all sorts were a large-scale activity, and even when recitals were taking place only before social gatherings, still they afforded poets popular renown. Elegiac poets especially enjoyed wide and enduring fame. The rise of a rich, vibrant, and multifarious store of lyric poetry is a phenomenon the cultural historian can trace from the 7th century on. Lyric poetry most probably took the stanza from the old folk songs. No doubt folk singers hit on the stanza form by repeating melodies. From its very beginning, lyric poetry developed along two main lines, the lyric of the Doric choral song and the individual lyric of the Aeolians. The choral ode was developed by the Dorians in the Peloponnesus and Sicily, whence it spread over all Greece. These odes were sung by choruses that moved rhythmically while they sang, thereby helping the eye to grasp the most complicated structure of the stanzas. The chorus moved forward while singing the strophe, back while singing the antistrophe, and stood still while singing the epode. The rhythmical structure of the odes varies exceedingly, their mood is exalted, and their content nearly always of a public nature. Divine festivals, weddings and burials, and celebrations in honor of public figures or winners at agons were occasions calling for the singing of these choral odes, which consequently avoided personal and private motives and stressed public and official motives to be shared by many. By contrast, the Aeolian lyric flourished in Asia Minor and especially in Lesbos. It was recited by individuals who accompanied themselves on a lyre or some other stringed instrument and went through appropriate and dignified movements. These lyrics were composed of a series of like verses or of short melodious stanzas, often of 3 similar verses, followed by a dissimilar one as the alcaic, sapphic, and other stanzas, all uniform and without any epode. The rhythmical structure of these stanzas varied but little. The thoughts and moods expressed were the concern of the individual, even where the state was involved. As far as we know, Aeolian lyric poetry began with Alcaeus of Mytilene. We would like to know whether he really created the form of the ode. Antiquity knew songs of his in a partisan vein, others that were exhortations to battle, to drink wine, to make love, and also hymns which, as far as hypothetical reconstruction can tell, appear to have been heavily influenced by the epic. Fragments of his poems in various stanza and verse forms reveal him as a poet of rare force and fire, like the lovely fragment wherein he portrayed his house as an armory, or the one that summoned men to drink upon the death of the tyrant, which Horace imitated in Nunc est bibendum, let us now drink. The passionate feelings and emotions expressed in his poems will ever vindicate him as a poet, for of such stuff are genuine lyric poets made. Alcaeus addressed Sappho, his contemporary, with these words, "Dark-haired, pure, sweet-smiling Sappho, I would speak a word with you, but may not." Athenians later regarded her as a woman of easy virtue because they no longer understood her spontaneity and the freedom women enjoyed in Lesbos, and also among the Dorians. She never named the youth she loved and praised in her songs. Phaon is sheer fiction, and her leap from the cliff into the sea is a late fabrication. She was an accomplished artist, as were also her rivals Gorgo and Andromeda, and a teacher of her younger girl friends to whom she addressed a few of her songs for musical accomplishment and gracious demeanor were refinements prized above all others in that society. When a beautiful relief presented 2 women with musical instruments who instead of playing on them are embracing each other, then we may regard this as portraying the actual relations between women touched by the muses. Wedding of Peleus and Thetis vase painting. British Museum of the few compositions by her that have survived. The glorious song to Aphrodite is the most complete. In antiquity her lyrics alone filled 9 books, and she also wrote epigrams and elegies. Catullus's Vesper Adest is an adaptation of her hymeneals, partly in hexameters. Erinna, a friend and student of hers who died young, composed a poem, The Spindle, in 300 hexameters. About 540–520 BC there flourished Enechirion, an Ionian of Teos, of whom O. Muller wrote, "In him the spirit of the Ionian tribe, having lost all its profounder purpose, views life as worthwhile only if it is adorned with conviviality, wine, women, and song. He shows none of the Aeolian fervour, being wholly taken by the pleasures of the moment." Anacreon and Ibycus lived at the court of Polycrates, and after the latter's downfall Hipparchus invited Anacreon to Athens. He may have had still other masters and protectors. His poetry is replete with references to Polycrates and his love for boys with whom he wished to be young. He also wrote poems to Heterae. He composed a savage satire on one Artemis, whom a lady by the name of Eurypyle had preferred to him. Its language is closer to that of everyday life. The rhythms are looser and freer. and the stanzas more unruly, he devised the short anacreontic verse predominant in lyrics, imitating him. It is hardly credible that the personal song of the Greeks came to be silent after Anacreon, because there was no age when the soul would not break forth in song. Our greatest loss is that we possess so little of the most famous lyricists. If only we had even the later and second-rate ones, whose very names even are not known to us. Finally, individual lyric poetry includes as a distinct genre a type of drinking song characterized by a considerable range of musical freedom and hence called scholia, i.e. crooked or bent poems. Men were not yet exposed to boredom by the toasting at convivial gatherings. The lyre or myrtle twig was handed to persons from whom one could expect a song or pithy saying. The convivial song became a separate category of poetry, consisting generally of short stanzas whose rhythms varied, but remained essentially aeolic. It is likely that participants at banquets often improvised these drinking songs, though some of the greatest aeolic poets were famous for composing them, beginning with Terpander, who, according to Pindar, invented this genre. The scolion of all scholia is the charming drink with me, be young with me, love with me, and wear a garland with me, be mad with me and sober when I am sober again. Here we get a glimpse of life overflowing with pleasure and charm, and we may be glad of the hints that have survived, the few fragments of the loveliest songs the Hellenes ever sang, enabling us to surmise what a wealth of the most beautiful things of all times may have perished. 6. The choral lyric, the choral dance, or circling dance accompanied by song, was common among all the Greeks from their earliest days. The Dorians were especially devoted to this dance, accompanied for a long time by a simple musical refrain, like the song the Hellene women sang to Dionysus, or the Olympian victory song with the Hail, O beautiful in victory. Divine festivals, victory celebrations at athletic agons, weddings and funerals always occasioned hymns of various kinds. The processional hymn, prosodion, the choral hymn to Apollo, Hyprocama, the maiden song or song sung by maidens, Partheneia, the hymn of praise, Paean, the wedding song, Hymenaeus, and the dirge, Therinos. With the enormous growth of music, including rhythmics and metrics, at the hands of Terpander, Olympus, and Thaletus, who likewise stressed the dance, this whole class of songs expanded considerably, to be sure. Only remnants have survived, but the lavish contributions made by both the polis and wealthy individuals for these performances gives us some notion of the effort that must have gone into music. The musical performances were all put on a competitive basis. In Athens, the choruses of the Philae competed with one another, and chorurgy, defrayal of the cost of choruses, became a duty of the citizens. Every important city, especially in the Dorian Peloponnesus, had its chorus teachers whose life work consisted in assembling and training choir. And so, in addition to the old popular songs that continued, there developed a wealth of art forms in each of the special categories enumerated above. The art of metrics came to realize its almost limitless powers in poetry, music, and the dance. Of course, we have specimens of only the first of these three. The line of choric poets began with Alcman, who flourished in the second half of the 7th century. According to legend, he was a Lydian brought as a young slave to Sparta and there freed. In music he had Terpander and Thaletus as predecessors, but he also made it clear that he created new compositions. He did not, like Pindar, use the choir merely as an instrument, but spoke of it, to it, and with it, having it even use the plural forms pertaining to we. He composed choral songs of various kinds to celebrate gods and men. The largest surviving fragment is a Partheneia, a song to be sung by maidens. He also composed love songs meant to be sung by individuals playing on lyres. He made use of various kinds of verses and stanzas. His dialect was the Spartan Doric. Alcman was followed by Stesichorus, a citizen of Ionic Dorian Himera in Sicily, but of Ozolan Locrian descent. The most important innovation attributed to him is the wholesale introduction of epic material into the lyric. By doing this, he filled a great need, for the choral lyric of whatever sort could not in the long run dispense with the myths and yet escape monotony. It had to draw on the epic tradition. Thus we find that Stesichorus dealt with the myths of Heracles, Peleus, Meleager, stories of the Theban and Trojan cycles, and other poignant historical events. A number of Stesichorus's fragments are supremely beautiful, like Clytemnestra's dream of a snake, and the marvelous verses telling how Helios gets into the golden chariot of the sun and journeys to the other end of the world. In the hands of Stesichorus, these myths take on a heightened lyrical existence. To be sure, since he made the praise of individual figures his object, he treated this material rather freely, especially on occasions when he appears to weave himself into these myths. Arion, from the city of Methymna on Lesbos, cultivated and developed the dithyramb, in itself a very ancient form of poetry, by introducing into the choral song at Corinth utterances of Dionysian excitement, which always stood for jubilant mirth and wild sorrow, thereby giving the choral song an artistic and even majestic tenor. His odes were sung by circling choirs, i.e. they moved in a circle around an altar, accompanied not by the flute but by the lyre, for Arion was the greatest of all lyre players. Not a scrap of his dithyrambs or hymns has survived. The poem to Poseidon is falsely ascribed to him. Iboicus, a poet of Rhegium during the second half of the 6th century, was a wandering poet who together with Anacreon shared the hospitality of Polycrates in Samos, celebrating in song the boys the tyrant loved. He must have had much in common with Stesichorus, though his love songs are the only poems of his we know. To judge by the fragments, some of them singularly beautiful, it was likely that myths such as those of Ganymede or Tithonus, woven into his love songs, gave them the necessary consistency and enduring freshness. Simonides of Ceos was a many-sided and reflective poet rather than a lyrically inspired one. He lived on his native island as a chorus teacher, spending much of his time in the Chiragium, place for training choral dancers beside the temple of Apollo. He was highly respected by Hipparchus of Athens, as well as by the men of eminence in Thessaly, and was so influential with the tyrants of Sicily that in 476, on the Gelas River, he was able to mediate peace between Hiero of Syracuse and Theron of Agrigentum. He was awarded an official commission to commemorate the heroes of the Persian wars with inscriptions and elegies. He also won many victories in music contests. Incidentally, his muse was the first to sell her talent for money. He was the first of the choral poets to perfect the victory ode Epinician. We may add that statues to victors also became customary from about 540 on. His victory odes were probably quite similar in sense and structure to those of Pindar, for they too lauded mythical heroes and praised victors of contests, applying general reflections and sententious observations to the situation at hand and passing mild, humane, and easy Ionian judgments on moral matters. One of his charming fragments is a dirge Danae sings to her slumbering son Perseus. Simonides' art was not sublime like Pindar's, but it was more touching. He reflected more on the impermanence of life, but praised the hereafter less than Pindar did. He etched his thoughts more finely and diversely than Pindar, making his mode of expression more pliant and pleasing. In his epigrams, as in his choral songs, Simonides was perhaps the first among the poets to employ the antithesis, which was to play so large a role in later rhetoric. Bacchylides, the son of Pindar's sister, and a student and rival of Pindar at the Sicilian courts, was a graceful and elegant poet rather given to the praise of wine, women, and the charms of private life. He shaped everything, even his erotic and lovely convivial songs, into choral odes. He is by far the most lucid of the Choric poets, and yet his beautiful paean on the benefits bestowed by peace might be put more appropriately into elegiac form. His lovely fragment extolling the rousing effects of wine on the imagination is composed in simple four-line stanzas approaching the gentle, genial tone of the Ionic elegy. Apart from the impossibility of getting a proper conception of the accompanying music and orchesis, art of dancing in the chorus, our knowledge of this Choric poetry is fragmentary because we have only a bundle of victory odes, Epinicians, from the pen of Pindar, a poet renowned in antiquity for his contributions to several branches of lyric poetry, and the most sublime poet that ever celebrated occasional topics. Pindar was born in 522 BC and lived for over 80 years. Though possessed of a weak voice, he devoted his life exclusively to music and poesy, a pious man who loved the gods and was beloved by them, and as a choric poet he was also a great theologian, something no priest of that day was. His victory ode gives us an insight into the great social significance of choral lyricism. It was an acknowledged high point in his life when an athlete or other contestant won at Olympia, Delphi, Nemea, or Corinth, receiving a short ode in his honor, and upon returning home was honored with a longer ode. As for the poet, he was rewarded liberally enough for compositions of this kind to feel tempted to give them priority over his other endeavors. Pindar wished to spend his life only with men who had won victories, at the same time enjoying a reputation for wisdom among all the Hellenes. Naturally, he was mainly concerned with those who were rich enough to pay him and the chorus. Consequently, Pindar esteemed possessions. According to him, the wealthy man, adorned with virtue, had command of the future, i.e. of the world hereafter. And though the best of all things is water, the prerequisite substance of our physical existence, the goodliest possession of all is gold. As to the content and mode of composition of his victory odes, Pindar deliberately refrains from depicting the agonistic victory, which would have made for insufferable monotony, and celebrates the victor himself. Only his longer odes, elaborated at leisure and detailing the victor's genealogy, kindred, household gods, native country, etc., adequately illustrate his artistic skill. He derived an appreciable advantage from celebrating the victor's whole family, but he drew upon the myths to provide substance to his poetry, thereby injecting a strong epic element into most of his odes, but shunning the leisurely narrative method of the epic, he proceeded to limn with bright, swift strokes those aspects of a myth which helped to develop a specific thought. These myths were associated with the victor either through his divine or his heroic ancestry, with which, incidentally, every Greek nobleman at that time was provided. He knew no restraint in praising song. His loveliest tribute is the beginning of the first Pythian ode. Furthermore, he valued his odes in direct proportion to the significance of the victories they celebrated. He created their artistic counterweight, as it were, and rounded out thereby the good fortune of the victor. The sublime solemnity of his odes stands between us and the recognition of self-promotion. As for instance, there is but one glass that mirrors the deeds of glorious contests. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, mother of the muses, and her songs o'er now wind is most needful for man, and now rainwater, the daughters of Nephele, cloud. But if with great effort a man distinguish himself in an achievement, then honey-voiced songs celebrate him. The footing for after fame and assured pledge of high merit, he praised his own worth loud and long, something that would not always sit well when choirs sang his odes in foreign lands, but he brought it off, as long as people took him at his word. He turned with vehemence on those who envied or despised him, calling them foxes and cawing crows, feeding far beneath him the eagle. Now and then he resorted to a caustic ending, e.g. Pith 2, Nem 7. Occasionally he clothed a drearily prosaic topic in the most dignified pomp, and then dropped wooden words in the midst of it. For instance, to indicate that the time of a festival was nearing, he said, Zeus, your seasons circling in a dance to the colourful strains of the lyre have sent me hither a witness of the noblest contest, or in support of the honour of a victor. I, who am neither bent on wrangling nor bold in strife, bear witness under a towering oath, and the sweet-voiced muses will grant me leave to speak. Each eponychion has its own individual structure, no two being fashioned on quite the same pattern. Though his odes are generally taken to be either Doric or Ionic, some are Lydian. Pindar himself said that one of his poems was Lydian in melody and manner. This one, an ode to Asopicus of Orchomenus, has a special and delicate sweetness. It shows how, by making a deft and winged presentation of a charming legend, like that of the Graces, one may create a poetic composition out of almost nothing. In a momentary flash, Pindar is able to evoke the most marvelous effects, and often his manner of dwelling on a myth is almost hypnotic. He is a poet of great stature, despite his shortcomings which we need not try to varnish over, especially where beauty is so abundant. Still, the quality of his poesy is uneven. Apart from his fame, Pindar must also have enjoyed a certain notoriety among the Greeks. Otherwise, Aristophanes would not have been able to refer to him in connection with the solemn poetic dolt introduced into the birds. His works must have been collected early. The victory odes may have survived because their antiquarian nature afforded the Alexandrians most opportunity to display erudition. This antiquarian cast saved Apollonius and Lycophron from oblivion while others have perished. If we compare individual lyrics with the choral odes, we shall find Alcman's 4 hexameter lines incomparably more heartfelt and enjoyable, indeed better than anything else, by Alcman, with the possible exception of the fragment on the nocturnal rest of all nature, which however is nothing more than an enumeration. Sappho above all others showed the superiority of the simple stanza over the intricate Doric one. For expressing deep feelings and emotions, we would give all of Pindar, or what we have of him, for the song to Aphrodite. Hauntingly touching also are her fragments to the depth of night, ending with "But I am lying alone," and the poem to the plain, untutored woman, wandering unknown and forgotten in the underworld forever, because she plucked no roses by the Pierian springs. Though the world has suffered its greatest losses in Sappho and Alcaeus, still Anacreon is extraordinarily lucid and lovely, especially his fragment to Dionysus, beseeching the god to prosper his love for Cleobulus, the fragment to the youth with the maidenly looks, and the one to Eros who tossed him a purple ball and urged him to sport with a lesbian maid, albeit she could not brook his white hair. As natural charm speaks out of these fragments, so triviality plagues the choral lyric, and pedestrian poets especially plumped into this most difficult form. The period of great art was also the period of frequent misuse of these dignified modes, and Aristophanes satirized these poetic bunglings. We have just mentioned a rattle-pated poet who, appearing in the birds to help found the cloud-cuckoo town, patched up verses from Pindaric reminiscences. A little later in the play, Aristophanes brought on the stage Synesius, a dithyrambic poet of Thebes, and satirized him mercilessly for wanting to waft himself up into the clouds, the true home of his art. Also, Strepsiades in the Clouds declaims shreds and tatters taken from the dithyrambic poets. All choral lyrics impress us as essentially and necessarily labored, because this form forced poesy into an unbearable straitjacket. But since scarcely a third of this genre of poetry has survived, as already indicated, it appears to us now somewhat like the rind of a squeezed lemon. Even the choruses of Sophocles have such an infinity of strained or difficult expressions that we must of necessity conclude that choral music and rhythms posed well-nigh insuperable difficulties even for him. How lyric poetry fared from the 4th century on is altogether obscure. The Greeks never used lyric poetry for purposes of written communication, nor did they produce the poem written in loneliness. For them, the lyric was and remained linked with the fortunes of music, virtuosity, and recitation generally, and these fortunes can hardly have been favourable in the course of events the dithyramb brought about. Ganymede and Eros' two-handled vessel, front and back views. Soon after Pindar, the Epinician must have fallen into desuetude because wealthy victors disappeared, and privately commissioned wedding songs and dirges can hardly have fared better. The prosodia which a chorus chanted when approaching a divinity, and other ritual songs, newly composed for each occasion in earlier times, were probably now drawn from older poets when new songs, as Lucian testified, overtaxed the resources of a community at least for his period. Demust, Encom, c. 27. 7. Tragedy, the whole field of subsequent drama, owes its dignity and significance essentially to the dignity and significance conferred on it by the Greeks and especially the Athenians. The crux of the matter is that the drama was not created merely for pastime or pleasure, which would have kept it a minor diversion, but as a part of a highly important cult of the poet. The development of an art is influenced by the manner of its origin. It must be stressed that the attempt merely to imitate life is not enough to produce tragedy. Such a procedure might produce at best only a certain farcical parody of the external events of life, namely comedy, if the gods be propitious. Greek tragedy points unmistakably to an altogether different source involving a different kind of mimesis. Originally, it was not the actor nor the dialogue, but the chorus that comprised the core of the drama, and since the Greeks held to the chorus with characteristic tenacity, transforming it only gradually, it maintained its dramatic role alongside the dialogue. Aeschylus, whose plays presuppose a large number of mute supernumeraries and fanciful settings, divided the conversation among several actors only strikingly late. We shall never be able to retrace all the individual steps in the rise and development of the drama. It is almost as if all the evidence of earlier stages in the development of the drama had been carefully wiped out. Without the all-pervading presence of a divine breath of life, the drama could never have achieved the monumental standing which made it, and let it continue to be the concern of the whole people. It developed out of the great Dionysiac ecstasy. Drama came out on a grand scale in a grand setting. It was a deliberate and specific achievement. The Persians and the Jews, indeed the peoples of the Orient as a whole, had no drama because they may not have been able to sustain the tense antithesis contained in the drama. Indian drama, developing out of the Vishnu ritual and music, came later, having many analogies to Greek drama and was perhaps directly influenced by it. Why did the drama not appear immediately after Homer instead of taking ambiguous routes, since the Iliad as well as the Odyssey have their dramatic qualities? And why did it appear in Athens instead of in Corinth or Miletus, for instance? It is almost astonishing that the stage had to wait 300 years, even though the epics had so many dramatic elements in them. But the original and decisive impetus necessary for this creation stemmed from the worship rituals of Dionysus and the feelings and emotions they generated. Out of the music and out of the choral odes there arose, as out of a flower bed, a gorgeous, somewhat strange blossom, the drama dedicated at first to Dionysus, then to the whole body of myths. Only after these surcharged emotions and impulses had touched the soul of Greece did she create this highest form of artistic endeavor, conversation and dialogue, which the Greeks had ample opportunity of practicing in the popular assembly and in the courts of law, were found in Homer in amazing abundance and perfection. The forcefulness and rich nuances of direct speech are manifest all through the Homeric hymn to Hermes. Drama did not exceed it. Another important constituent was the tradition of worshipping the gods dramatically. The mimetic element had been present in different rites of worship from days of old. The hyperchema, developed long since, was a choral hymn which was enacted mimetically by different persons stepping forward out of the chorus. And finally, there was the essential element of a myth already represented in endless variations in epic, hymn, and the visual arts, but now demanding its ultimate and definitive realization. Moreover, if we consider that these plays were staged only at Dionysus festivals, that is, so infrequently that people would desire to witness longer poetic products, and if we consider the general character of Greek art, which preferred throughout clear and well-defined forms, thereby putting the mind accustomed to them into a definite mood, cramping the creative spirit yet protecting it against vagrant fancy, thus making possible, under the most favorable circumstances, the creation of free and beautiful products within the bounds of a strict artistic order, then we shall understand what is not at all self-evident, namely that Attic drama could become the foremost category of Greek poesy and be recognized as such. According to Aristotle, Poetics Oiphou 12, tragedy originated with the authors of the Dithyramb. The Dithyramb was a choric hymn in honor of Dionysus, which choirs had been presenting regularly since Arion. There were mirthful and jubilant songs of this name, celebrating the coming of spring. On the other hand, there were also hymns of lament, and the city of Sicyon, for example, had these hymns lamenting not Dionysus but Adrastos, probably an ancient nature deity. The first step toward the drama seems to have been taken when the chorus leader representing either Dionysus or his messenger told of the life, especially the sufferings of Dionysus, during which time the members of the chorus posed as satyrs, whether in joy or in fear. We do not know when or by whom myths and persons other than those of Dionysus were introduced into the drama at Athens. At any rate, during the time of Pisistratus, Thespis introduced a great innovation, an actor as opposed to the ordinary members of the chorus. This actor played successive roles in different masks, posing as Dionysus, Pentheus, or as a messenger in a tragedy of Pentheus. Still, Thespis held on to the chorus and its dances as the chief components. In later generations, people treasured and performed these dances of which this Thespian drama consisted. The dialogues were pushed into the background and thus became merely occasional interludes in reality, providing the chorus with material and the opportunity to create dramatic effects. Thespis borrowed the trochaic tetrameter from Poesy at hand, as others later adopted the iambic trimeter. Phrynichus, 512 BC, still had only one actor playing successive roles, including those of women. Choral lyrics still formed the main part of his dramas. His Phoenice had two choruses, one of Phoenician women, the other of noble Persians. to Aurelius of Athens and Pratinus of Phlius, a Dorian living at Athens, were especially famous for their satyr plays. Both flourished after the close of the 6th century. However, when and how did the Attic state begin to concern itself seriously with drama? Dionysus festivals with bands of Bacchic revelers were most likely celebrated on the initiative of merrymaking individuals, but the state must have assumed responsibility for the choruses until it finally commissioned poets to take charge. Before 500 BC, there must also have been in existence some sort of permanent wooden seats for spectators. Poets attempted to use historical events as dramatic subjects relatively early in the development of the drama, but they soon abandoned these attempts. The heroic achievements of Athens in the Persian Wars, with emphasis on the merits of Themistocles, formed the topical theme of the Phoenici just alluded to. Thespis also staged a drama, The Fall of Miletus, for which the Athenians fined him 1,000 drachmas because he had reminded them of their own misfortune. Later, Aeschylus composed the Persians and the Women of Aetna, and much later, in the 4th century, Theodectes, who otherwise dramatized subjects from myths, wrote Mausolus, an occasional piece dealing with an orator and a tragedian. These were only isolated attempts. Poets shunned historical topics because these demonstrably moved spectators rather severely, and for that matter, myths shut their golden vaults again after having unlocked them for a brief while for drama. Moreover, the Persians by Aeschylus, the only play we have on a historical subject, affects one somewhat like a mythical subject set in a drama, because it has a foreign setting and a strange tone, i.e. it is detached from the realistic world, being a fictional Persia with but few aspects taken from the real life of the East. The poets compensated for the exclusion of historical drama by introducing repeatedly lofty patriotic sentiments and political interests of the day. In the Supplices, Aeschylus enjoined eternal friendship between Athens and Argos, and in the Eumenides he clearly alluded to the fate of the Areopagus. The invectives Euripides hurled at Sparta in his Heraclidae and Andromache, and the way in Supplices he has Theseus in forced burial of the dead soldiers against Theban opposition are well known. Tragedians and orators vied with each other in exploiting these patriotic themes. The tragedians seem to have virtually ignored the non-heroic, non-mythical past, with his Cresphontes and Temenus Euripides reached back to the Dorian migration, but during the height of the classical period no drama dealt with Solon and Pisistratus, Cylon, the marriage of Agariste, Periander and his house, Aristodemus, Aristomones et al. The Greeks left the historical drama for the modern world. This limitation saved tragedy a great deal of travail. Our modern education is not oriented toward history, not even our national history, as Greek education was oriented toward its heritage of myths. The modern audience has to exert itself more to appreciate historical tragedy, which has grown to be more complex than Greek tragedies. We demand a wealth of detail, interpenetration of plot and subplot, and a multitude of characters gradually developed in the course of the play. In modern plays, the confluence of events and development of the characters is made to mount up to the climax with a view to creating the greatest suspense. Hence we find so few excellent historical tragedies. Many, like Goethe's Egmont, exist only for the sake of some gripping scenes. Greek tragedy may have avoided historical subjects because it could hardly have achieved the stage realism they required. Consequently, Greek tragedians enjoyed the great advantage of being able to forgo a lot of exposition on which our playwrights have to spend so much time and effort. The modern playwright loses concentration in the presenting of political and other distracting details. The Greek myths did not require this dramatic discursiveness. The whole setting within which the incidents occurred in a Greek drama was a part of the common culture. The entire life and layout in a royal residence, for example, was standardized. But in the end, Greek tragedy could no more continue without changes than the Greek temple could, and there is no necessity that Greek tragedy as it was should have sufficed for all times. In the first place, the myths were not inexhaustible. Moreover, psychological complexity and variety have a right to exist, though perhaps less tangibly on the stage, which aims at realistic and full-rounded treatment of the characters than in the novel. A rich variety of nuances in the dramatic action and character portrayal was desired in Greek tragedy already during its most flourishing period. as is evidenced by Euripides, who also takes the spectator on the stage, but it was not more than an attempt and a beginning. Delicate and complex character development was not pursued because it would have overtaxed Greek classical drama. Realism in Greek comedy was also much more modest than in its modern counterpart. To get a just comprehension of Greek tragedy at its highest development, we must bear in mind that it strives to present neither a lifelike, full-length portrait nor its external physical details, for it is the high point of a Dionysian festival and its mood, and is thus given over, root and branch, to ideal representation. Hence the dignified splendor of the dress worn by both the chorus and the actors, of whom there were 2 after Aeschylus and 3 after Sophocles. These actors filled all the roles of a play. They wore high-soled shoes, exaggerated headdress, and cotton wadding in their clothes to increase their size and dignity. They also wore distinctive masks to represent the different characters. Mute supernumeraries and assistants supported them in goodly numbers, likewise in gorgeous dress. Once the chorus began to enact other than Dionysian characters, it dropped the satyr masks, except for satyr plays. Since the Greeks were accustomed to preserve and cultivate all older forms of poesy that had some individual and characteristic quality, in addition to the newer forms that grew out of the older, in time they developed the satyr drama and joined it with the tragedies, so that finally 3 tragedies ending with a satyr drama formed a dramatic cycle called a tetralogy, or Muller du Second. 38. Doubtless, it was not always easy to create a wild and ribald satyr play from the myths and to fit it in with the dramatic treatment. Furthermore, since it is undeniably risky to draw many general conclusions from the single extant satyr play, Euripides' Cyclops, which is a pleasant farce, many things must perforce remain obscure. Suidas said that Pratinus, the rival of Choerulus and Aeschylus, was the first to write satyr plays. Was there perhaps a time when satyr plays were just left to farcical improvisation and therefore not committed to writing? According to the second Vita of Euripides, there were only 8 satyr plays among his 92 plays. This species may have gone against his grain. Sophocles, too, appears to have composed but few who saw to it that satyr plays were regularly performed. The content of these plays may have been similar to the comic exploitation of the gods in Middle Comedy, and also similar to the Sicilian comedy of Epicharmus. Often Hercules was the main comic character, presented as an egregious glutton. To the Aeschylean trilogy of Laius, Oedipus, and the 7 Against Thebes was joined the satyr play called Sphinx, and to the Orestean trilogy the play Proteus, probably a jest at the expense of Menelaus, who went vagabonding about, leaving his brother in the lurch and returning much too late to deliver or avenge him. Anyway, these mirthful concluding pieces trimmed the tragedies with a pretty border. Equipping the actors and chorus was a matter dependent on the localities where the plays were performed. That drama was a unique expression of a religious festival is here of the greatest importance, for it involved a whole polis and required a gigantic expense for its performance. After the wooden seats in Athens collapsed under the spectators in 500 BC, the large theatre of Dionysus gradually arose at the foot of the Acropolis, and other Greeks followed this example. At the time of the Peloponnesian War, the Peloponnesus and Sicily had some exceptionally fine theatres. The vast size of these theatres, used also for other festivals, popular assemblies, and the like, and providing a kind of census of the citizenry, since all citizens attended, was appropriate for only a certain style, and to that extent limited the range of these theatrical performances. The size of the audience determined the size of both the theatre and the gigantic proportions of the stage performances. Essentially, it was the chorus that determined the design of the theatre. Accommodations made for the chorus demonstrate this optically, for 2/3 of the audience had to look at the stage sideways while all could see the chorus equally well. In the center of the orchestra was an altar-shaped platform, Thymele, the venerable point where the drama and the worship of Dionysus came to a focus. This was originally the Dionysus altar, around which the chorus danced as it sang dithyrambs. It had in time become the center of the orchestra, and served as the chapel of a hero, heroon a terrace with altars, a burial site, or whatever need demanded. Beyond the orchestra was the scene building, serving among other uses as a backdrop for the elevated stage immediately in front of it. The stage was relatively long and narrow, with steps leading up to it at either end. The actors impersonating heroes were distributed with their followers along this stage. When an actor was meant to come on stage from some distant place, he did not come from behind but entered the stage coming up the side steps. Those out of the city itself or other nearby place came up the left, those coming from the country or from far away up the right steps. In general, the stage was the courtyard in front of a palace or the space before a royal tent or simply some public place. Poets had to take these matters into careful consideration, and even comedy writers representing everyday life had to adjust themselves accordingly. The wall forming the backdrop had 3 doors, the middle one leading to the royal apartment, the doors on either side to guest chambers, women's quarters, sanctuaries, prisons, etc. It must have been possible to change the setting as implied in the Eumenides of Aeschylus and the Ajax of Sophocles. This was accomplished in part by periaktoi, revolving triangular screens set on either side of the stage, indicating the location of the scene. If scenes inside the rooms or quarters were to be shown on stage, then an exostra was shoved or an exoklima rolled forward onto the stage. Machinery for hoisting people or gods up or letting them down to the stage, or for enabling them to descend below the stage, charon steps and apparatus for simulating thunder and lightning were all available. Already at the time of Aeschylus, famous artists like Agatharchus painted stage scenery and decorations. We are credibly assured that the great poet had a hand in all these developments. But all this splendor falls short of modern stage demands a realistic and delimited scene. The classical stage also lacked modern lighting and the effects attainable by it. Its stage decorations were sparse and symbolic, as in Ajax and Philoctetes. The Greeks got their theatrical illusion from a totally different source. It was certainly not easy to project the voice to all parts of this theater, and the incongruity between the voice and the thickly padded and richly adorned actors must have struck others in antiquity before Lucian. We do not know whether the masks helped to amplify the voice. The act is managed by sacrificing all subjective gestures, using only stylized postures, and by speaking or chanting in a slow, unvaried monotone, which must have sounded very strange. Incidentally, it was desirable for the actor to have a large physique, a good mind, and a wide cultural background, and so there were never more than a few excellent actors around. Lack of competent talent may partly account for restricting the number of players to 3, except in Oedipus at Colonus. But the Greeks evidently preferred 3 distinguished actors to a large but uneven company of talkers, and hence paid no heed to dramatic desideratum to have at times 5 or 6 persons participate in a realistic conversation, just as they paid no heed to any of the other stage illusions in our sense. It is also to be noted that limiting the number of players reduced the expense of the state in paying the actors' salaries. Though the protagonist, deuteragonist, and tritagonist were not known as individual actors today are, they were adequately distinguished for the Greeks by their change of costumes and masks. Over against the actors stood the chorus, originally composed of 48 members, then reduced to 12, and finally increased by Sophocles to 15 for each part in the tetralogy. As a dithyrambic chorus, it circled around the altar. As a dramatic chorus wearing distinctive masks, it sang alone or alternated in antiphonal singing and dialogue with the actors. As it came into the orchestra from the side entrance, it sang the parodos or entrance song explaining its motives for coming on stage. Once in the orchestra, it sang stasima between the episodes, usually when the stage was empty, during the respites which the play more or less frequently provided. It also rendered lively little songs and dances to express joy or exultation when roused to emotion by some sudden turn or event in the play. Also, while the scenes or episodes were being enacted, the chorus would sing a chorus to express deep emotion, and when passion had risen to an unusual pitch, the actors might suspend dialogue to join with the chorus to create an even more powerful effect. At times the chorus would divide, one part singing with lyrical rapture, another engaging in dialogue depending on the exigencies of mood and feelings. It is to be assumed that upon occasion the chorus only gesticulated, while at other times it moved in concerted dance motions. Presumably it was accompanied by harps, lyres, or flutes. The parts of the dialogue taken by the players are divided into the prologue preceding the parodos, the episodes separated by choral odes, and the exodos. The episodes and exodos being really the main parts of the play. From time to time the actors on the stage joined in the choral singing. Apart from the comus in which the two actors carry on a musical dialogue with the chorus, they sang duets and even longer arias, the so-called monodies. Euripides loved these latter especially and composed them without rhythmical repetition, i.e. in the manner resembling the later dithyrambs. The anapaestic system was used especially by the chorus in the parodos, its formal entry, and also occasionally at the end of a choral ode to soften the transition in dialogue. One can hardly imagine them sung to a regular melody or spoken as normal speech. They were probably rendered in an irregular chant, the so-called pericatalogue. In the older period, the dialogue of the actors as well as that of the chorus, represented here by its leader, was cast in trochaic tetrameters, which were also used for longer scenes in later tragedy, whereas the extant tragedies are mostly in iambic trimeters devised by Archilochus for other purposes. The iambic style in Aeschylus is dignified, somewhat heavy, and touched with archaisms, though in others. Following him, it approaches the conversational tone. Actors like to indulge in long speeches which the chorus may have interrupted with 2 to 4 choral verses. The poets also dispose of the shorter speeches with great art, intensifying the tone with the so-called stichomethy, in which the actors conversed in alternating distichs, sticks or hemistichs, half distichs, single verses, resulting in a dialogue in allegro, presto and prestissimo. The long and complex exposition of Euripides' Ion is a conversation purely in alternating monostichs, even when all three actors were on stage, usually only two conversed with each other. In a long scene in Orestes, in which Orestes, Pylades and Electra are present all the way through, first speak Orestes and Electra, then Orestes and Pylades, then Orestes and Electra, and finally all three together. This will suffice to explain the poetic structure of the tragedies. Now we may investigate the poet and his position. First, almost all the great dramatic poets were poets or playwrights by profession. In order to stage a drama, a poet applied to the archon Eponymous or archon Basilius, and if the archon had confidence in the applicant, he assigned him one of the choruses that rich citizens coveting honor gathered together, supported and equipped in the name of the Philae. Poets, whether tragic or comic, were brought up in the tradition of chorus masters, chorodidaskalos. They taught their choruses all the dances and songs appearing in the plays, much as the choral and dithyrambic poets trained their choirs. The dramatic poet also had to direct the players, who were paid not by the choragus, chorus leader, but by the state and assigned by lot to the poet, unless he had actors regularly attached to him. The state paid the poet a fixed sum for directing and staging a play. Now tragedy, much as choral activity as a whole, had become subject to competition, and the choragus to whose chorus the judges awarded the victory received the prize. During the earlier period, tetralogies composed of 3 tragedies and a satyr play were adjudged as one unit. Sophocles dropped the composition of tetralogies and began composing individual plays which could have been staged separately, and other poets followed him in this practice. The judges appear then to have judged each play separately. They were sometimes influenced by the plaudits of the spectators, for surely audiences at tragedies must have behaved at times, as the audience reportedly did at the staging of Aristophanes' Clouds, when the people clapped and cheered enthusiastically for this or that poet to get the vote of the judge. This pressure from below may help account for the few victories Euripides carried away 5 out of 92 plays, which is out of all proportion to his popularity among the cultivated public. Considering the inferiority of most victors of that time, this fact is hard to understand for subsequent generations, which preferred him to all others. It seems the office of the judges must have fallen into strange hands much too often. Plato's Symposium teaches us that the poet crowned with victory might, together with his choral dancers, hold a celebration, offering a sacrifice at which a large crowd, invited or uninvited, might be present. The Symposium confirms something we learn elsewhere too, that poets wrote either tragedies or comedies, but not both, for Socrates, awake with only Agathon and Aristophanes, as they passed the wine goblet from left to right, maintained in the teeth of universal practice that comedy and tragedy were really appropriate to the same writer. At any rate, a notice in Suidas tells us that Ion of Chios, living in the 5th century, staged both comedies and tragedies. If this is accurate, he is alone in this accomplishment, for otherwise the stock in trade of comedy is to ridicule tragedy. It is simply amazing how long these poets lived and were creative, some of their best creations, like those of the Venetian painters, belonging to their declining years. In the course of 62 years, Sophocles wrote 113 plays. At first, he and Euripides appeared only every 3 or 4 years with a tetralogy, later every 2 years. As indicated above, these tetralogies no longer formed a single unit. These poets also did not act in their own tragedies as Aeschylus had in his. Sophocles is supposed to have refrained because of his slight voice. At any rate, the poets did their utmost, even after Aeschylus, to make their plays succeed. In one of his biographies we read that Sophocles adjusted his roles to the individuality of his act. The poet was a composer and ballet director to boot, and was always visibly present at the staging of his plays. What a powerful role tragedy played in Athenian life, in spite of all, because of its presentation at long intervals, is demonstrated by the fact that after Sophocles produced his Antigone, he was chosen as co-general with Pericles in a war against Samos, and by the fact that Aristophanes made tragedy along with the highest matters of state the staple of his comedies. At this point, we may touch on the continuing knowledge of these tragedies. The Athenian was distinguished from the rest of the Hellenes by his ability to recite the tragedians, and by having his memory stored with poetical and musical items of the dramas, as well as concepts of the characters and of the plays as they were staged. The strongest proof of Athenian familiarity with the tragedies is that Aristophanes perpetually alluded to them, which would have been pointless without widespread conversance with the tragedies. We may have to assume that there was a lot of publicity in connection with this literary activity. Memory artists probably recited these plays to groups on appropriate occasions, and as for the musical aspects, the Athenians probably sang parts of the most difficult monodies of Euripides, much as Italians sing snatches of arias. In discussing the style and treatment of material in the tragedies, we shall begin with the poetic significance of the chorus, originally the soul, then the main part of the tragedy, but reduced in time by a series of transitions we can no longer retrace to a kind of frame around tragedy. Originally the chorus consisted of representatives of the Dionysia. Later it became a group of individuals related to the locale of the play, ranging from the Oceanids in Prometheus to the sailors from Salamis in Ajax. According to Aristotle, the task of the chorus is to serve as an emotionally involved spectator, not perceptive enough to resolve the dramatic conflict, but of sufficient insight to give the play a measure of reflective balance in emotionally shattering moments. The modern notion that the chorus was an ideal spectator whose observations were meant to guide and dominate the audience is not fully correct, for the chorus participated emphatically in the drama from the very beginning. Actually, the chorus rarely intervened overtly in the dramatic action. The Argive elders personified by the chorus in Agamemnon, who were so loquacious about their age and so persistently obscure in speech, attempted to intervene, but after taking counsel remained thoroughly divided, and after drawing their swords on Agasthus were dissuaded by Clytemnestra. Sophocles evinces unerring tact in the use of the chorus, for whenever his chorus attempts to take action, it is shown as unsure of itself or deluded, but sublime when it limits itself to sweeping discourses on the laws governing life. Sophocles does not cling to the notion that the chorus may consist of elders or maidens or any other group exclusively, having them perform as such from time to time, but he treats the chorus alternately as a real or an ideal component of the drama. But even in the latter case, he is not content to cast it merely in the role of an ideal spectator, but always as something greater. With Euripides, the chorus had no longer a mediating and tranquilizing influence, but was either a confidant or accomplice of the protagonist, or performed the role of a narrator of events that happened earlier in a dynasty or in a campaign. In Ion, the chorus was anguished by its knowledge that Creusa had mixed some poison. In Medea, Iphigenia, in Tauris, Helen, and others, it was a confidant. In the Troads, it was a fellow sufferer almost to the point of being comic. In the last named play, the odes on the wooden horse and the capture of Troy are quite beautiful, and the second ode in Hercules Furens, a remarkably long ode by no means inferior to Pindar, recounts all the deeds of the hero given up as lost and believed to be in Hades. In Hecuba, the chorus elaborates in much detail how it was surprised at its toilet by the Greeks overrunning Troy. Other choruses often indulged in lamentations, as for instance the chorus in Hippolytus, which after the departure of Phaedra chants variations on the theme, "Oh, would that I were far away." Other choruses advanced only general reflections or Athenian sympathies and antipathies, just as the characters in the drama do, forgetting its own task. As for the action of tragedy, we shall begin by cursorily disposing of the preliminary questions of fate and catharsis. All the latter-day talk about the idea of fate in the tragedy of the ancients in contrast to ours seems to us so disconsolately superfluous, because it reflects the notion that ancient drama was bent on inculcating the view that no one could escape his fate, and that this wisdom, actually a truism running up and down the highways and byways in those days, was the essence of tragedy. Several kinds of fate have to be distinguished: blind necessity, which may be virtually synonymous with the will of the gods who are frightfully envious and vengeful; conditional necessity, as in Oedipus, where a chain of events is contingent on antecedent events. This and that would not happen unless something or other had occurred before. Ancestral guilt compounded from generation to generation by revenge upon revenge. The high art of tragedy, brought out especially by Sophocles, interweaves the characters and actions of human beings into fate in such a manner that the spectators see this fate as ineluctable and the myth as in a sense vindicating itself. The decisive element determining the chain of events is not the external occurrence, the visible destiny, not what the spectator has long known by heart, but the inner quality of the people involved, the way their characters develop and the way they touch the spectator's heart. Oedipus at Colonus is thoroughly wretched, and yet through his very wretchedness he is transfigured. Prometheus in his downfall takes the full sympathy of the spectators with him, as Ajax also does. The more empty and perilous earthly things appear, the more malicious the gods at times seem to be, the grander and the more magnificent the characters of the protagonists appear. The vindication of destiny by no means implies the guilt of the respective protagonists, and the stale cliché that the tragic outcome is due to some guilt is to be rejected thoroughly and completely. In the first place, the Greek did not regard actions undertaken from selfish motives as necessarily entailing guilt. Hence, the Greek poet and spectator saw and judged guilt differently from the way we do. Hence, too, an individual may have been guilty, but fate by no means always seized upon this guilt, and that is ultimately the crux of the matter. In his Agamemnon, Aeschylus heaped all sorts of blame and guilt on Agamemnon, and yet it was not these at all that destroyed him. Iphigenia's death is a mere pretext for Clytemnestra, and Xisthus is not an avenger of the many Argives lost by land and sea. He can only avenge his father on the son of the man actually guilty. In short, Aeschylus does not adjudge Agamemnon guilty. Sophocles had to make Oedipus vehement and passionate so that the spectators would find his fate bearable, but his fate does not depend on these qualities in his character, any more than Antigone's fate depends on her incorrigibility and inflexible will, moving her to scorn all gentle means after Creon had thoroughly roused her spirits. We shall touch briefly on Aristotle's famous definition, Poetics 6:1. Tragedy, then, is an imitation of an action that is serious, complete, and of certain magnitude, in language embellished with each kind of artistic ornament, the several kinds being found in separate parts of the play, in the form of action, not of narration, through pity and fear effecting the proper purgation of these emotions. By language embellished, I mean language into which rhythm, harmony, and song enter, by the several kinds. In separate parts, I mean that some parts are rendered through the medium of verse alone, others again with the aid of song. The interpretation of these statements is in dispute. Goethe conceived of the catharsis as applying only to the characters of the tragedy, not to the audience. At all events, it would be erroneous to suppose that some end beyond poetry, i.e. some moral purpose, was intended. Nevertheless, Aristotle intended the aroused emotion of fear or compassion somehow to touch and transfigure the emotions of the spectator. One of the most striking differences between the ancient and modern drama is that the action in ancient drama is exceedingly restrained in relation to the wealth of inner motives and of narrative details. The chief reason for this is that the actor stilted on high soles, all padded out and a mask over his face, was unwieldy and not able to act, but only to speak. So in Oedipus at Colonus, Antigone is merely led out amid the comings and goings and speech-making on the stage. Remarkably little direct action, such as fighting, murder, or other violent activity takes place on the stage, with the rude exception of Aiak's suicide, fastening Prometheus in irons to a rock, and a few things like that. Had their technique permitted it, no doubt the Greeks would have presented visually many events they could only narrate. Decisive here was not aesthetic diffidence toward anything not immediately concerned with the inner strivings of the heart, as latter-day critics have contended, nor was it the wish, as Horace said, to spare the audience bloody and stunning drama, for the poets staged the crudest and most atrocious acts possible. Not only did they frequently bring corpses on stage, in the libation bearers, Aeschylus showed even Agamemnon's bloody garment, and in the Bacchae Euripides had the fragments of Pentheus brought on stage. Moreover, he had the rent and slashed Hippolytus make his gruesome appearance on stage, and even sing a monody while dying. We would do well to discard the idealistic notion of aesthetic abhorrence, and bear in mind that it was rather practical difficulties that had stood in the way, for even walking about on Cothurni was precarious, and vehement action could easily make one tumble, as legend tells us Aeschines did while playing the role of Oenomus and pursuing Pelops. The suicide of Ajax may have been not altogether easy and safe. Moreover, the vast Greek theatres severely hampered any desire to act in a natural manner. Euripides, who had a strong realistic bent, was unable to overcome the stylized dignity imposed on him by the theatre. The Greeks centered the dramatic interest not on external action, but on the motives. They developed the inchoate feelings, reflections, and decisions, seeking to compensate for stage mannerism by detailed narrative realism. In Agamemnon, Clytemnestra goes into frightful details in telling about the murder of her husband, how the death rattle in his throat gasped out little sprays of blood, which refreshed her as Zeus's rain refreshes sprouting fields in spring. And in Antigone the messenger narrates how Haman, having driven his sword into his side, threw his arms around Antigone and gasped out a swift stream of blood on her pale white cheek. The terrible description the messenger gives in Medea of the death of Glauc and Creon suggests likewise that if the listener's ears were thus maltreated, the spectator's eyes would have been dealt with no more delicately had it not been for the limitations imposed by the theatre. Rather than stage actual events, a peculiarly fervent narrative style, quite different from that of the epic, was developed to make known the catastrophe and the events preceding it. These reports were rarely made by the main characters, but generally by messengers or other secondary players who spoke as eyewitnesses to on-stage characters with a view to arousing them to near frenzy. In this respect, all three tragedians produced masterpieces. An extraordinary achievement, though, is the messenger's report in Euripides' Bacchae, telling of the frenzied Bacchantes on Mount Cithaeron, which is really not so much a report as a splendidly colorful and circumstantial description composed with poetic rapture and empathy. It is as though he were giving his utmost to praise and transfigure the mystery of the Bacchic frenzy. It is generally accepted that myth was the substratum of tragedy. Though different poets handled the myths with considerable freedom, they remained nevertheless a permanent fulcrum for tragedy, the lack of which is one of the main shortcomings of modern drama, the suspense inherent in the events themselves and in their when the same myths were made use of time after time, much as were the motifs of the libretti of 18th century Italian opera, they became so well known that the spectator was not held by mere suspense and expectancy, as in the horror drama formerly popular in the Parisian playhouses, but by the pity and terror the dramatist evoked with his creative treatment of soul-shattering material, thus ever anew giving a sense of wonder. By renouncing suspense and stressing the most elegant style in dialogue and the most exquisite artistic rendering, the Greeks accomplished something repeated only once during a period of great art. During the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, painters did their best work when portraying the best-known stories, those of Jesus and Mary, presented over and over, hundreds of times, in contrast to those legends intelligible only when explained. We have already noted that familiarity with the myths on the part of the people entailed unique advantages for the poet, enabling him to shorten his exposition when composing a tragedy. Aeschylus, writing unitary trilogies, had to do an exposition for only the first play, the second having its exposition in the first, the third in the second. In all his extant plays, Sophocles gave artistic expositions of the background. Euripides, on the other hand, appears to want to save time and effort by having one of his main characters or a divinity give a prologue setting forth the myth the play is based on. He gets directly to his tale of woe. What with his contemptuous treatment of the myths, he could hardly have taken any other course. His procedure was a rude convenience rather than a real exposition. The use of one of the main personages betrays a certain dramatic indifference. Plautus, Terence, and Shakespeare do better by having a special individual deliver the prologue. These prologues, at times tediously long-winded and dealing with occurrences that take place later in the play, correspond to the deus ex machina insofar as they save the poet some dramatic elaboration. Here we might also point out that, quite in contrast to the newer tragedy which is governed by the laws of suspense, the older tragedy often shattered the suspense in mid-action. Since the plot depended on the myth and was therefore well known, it could be presented with appropriate simplicity. The suspense ceased, for instance, in the middle sections of the Aeschylean trilogies, while reflective observations with all their multitudinous woes were carried on and on. Aeschylus even revealed the identity of Orestes and Electra at the very beginning of the Libation Bearers. Sophocles was the first to construct an Electra play in which the recognition was delayed until the last third of the play. He also showed in every possible way that Clytemnestra deserved death, whereas Aeschylus presented only lamentations, descriptions, songs, and sacrifice. When we reflect upon the intrigue, conspiracy, deception, and secret machinations attempted in the older tragedy, we see how childish they were. How utterly simple, for instance, are things in the Libation Bearers, where Electra at the tomb identifies a stranger by fitting her foot into his footprint, no doubt a genuinely old saga trait. The audience is also quite plainly told how Aegisthus will be led on and killed. The only touch of intrigue in the plot occurs when the chorus deceives the nurse who thinks Orestes is dead, persuading her to get Aegisthus to come without a bodyguard. Already the ancients noted that the Aeschylean drama did not have many complications and peripeteias compared to the newer tragedies, which included Euripides, and that Aeschylus was more concerned with the dignity of his characters than with villainy, the gratifying and the sententious, all of which he regarded as unsuited for tragedy. We need not discuss how ancient drama, so lacking in complications, compares with modern drama. These plays lack variety as well as suspense. Keeping the action tied down to one place tends to make for monotony. Oedipus at Colonus, for instance, never once leaves his spot on the stage until he walks away to meet his death, and other protagonists do likewise, instead of the external incidents of life we might expect to find in a play. Greek drama stressed the inner conflicts, vividly illuminating these in their minutest transitions. In Greek drama, psychological truth overshadows what, in our sense, is dramatically real and probable. A scene like the one in which Clytemnestra works long and hard to get Agamemnon on his return to alight from his chariot and walk on the purple rug into the palace would be quite impossible today. Aeschylus portrayed Clytemnestra's dissembling by having her receive Agamemnon with a display of affected pomposity. Of the three unities, that of time comes about more or less by itself and is actually rather a fact accepted than a rule observed. The unity of place could also be manipulated somewhat freely. The Eumenides begins in Delphi and continues in Athens. The first half of Ajax takes place before the tents of the heroes, the second half on the seashore with underbrush in the background. Regarding unity of action, as well as action in general, the poets were quite free, and that even before Euripides, it sufficed for the action of a tragedy to have logical coherence or confluence toward a unifying purpose. Indeed, the more proper expression might be unity of interest. Euripides was the first to combine unrelated plots in one play. Many plays derived their unity of action from the myths and from the sequence of scenes they necessitated, especially when, as in Oedipus at Colonus, the protagonist never left the stage. Still, Greek drama includes masterpieces of the first rank, like Oedipus the King by Sophocles. Here, in scene after scene, the spectators see the inexorable approach of destiny before the participants themselves do. The rejection of the prophetic warning, which leads secondarily to the king's growing suspicions in absurd concatenation of a whole series of innocent men, his false sense of tranquil security, an exceptionally powerful dramatic technique arousing sympathy in the spectators for one believing himself still happy, and the final horrible awakening to the truth, all these show mankind's tragic blindness to destiny. How gripping it is to watch Oedipus relentlessly pursue the hunt for the murderer, as though Laius had been his father. In fact, nearly every word he utters bears witness against him. But the poet who gave us this exceptionally unified and convincing tragedy also gave us Ajax, whose hero takes his leave in the middle of the play, though he continues to influence and affect the spectators as an echo and a shadow to the end. And Heracles in the Trachiniae, to whom the whole play keeps drawing attention, but who puts in his appearance only toward the end of the play after Deianira has committed suicide. Euripides often strings incidents together rather aimlessly and makes his action a shifting about of motley scenes, thus destroying unity, with the result that the drama as a whole is hard to remember. Furthermore, he irks the audience by repetition, first discussing a matter, then letting it happen, and finally reporting that it has happened. His tragedy Troades aims to dazzle the spectator with its variety and its series of scenes presenting the capture of a city. Still, the last act and some choral odes have exquisitely beautiful passages, but any building up to a climax amid this universal outpouring of woes and lamentations is unthinkable, and at the end of the play named after her, Hecuba is exactly as she was at the beginning. The poorly constructed Hercules Furens also vexes the spectator by having two catastrophes overtake the family of the hero, the first through Lycus and the other through Heracles himself, who earlier had given every promise of delivering rather than destroying. What Euripides lacks in powerful passions, which vitally support dramatic interest, he makes up in a rich variety of events on the stage and through complications of dramatic action. Sometimes he achieves his dramatic effects by the splendor of his stage displays, by panoramic prospects, etc. At the end of Orestes, Helen appears transfigured in the air. The first impression of the Phénissée is that it presents a beautiful spectacle. But besides this delicate sense for the external effects, Euripides is often indifferent to psychological probabilities and improbabilities. Although Helena has some beautiful parts, it is from the beginning an unfortunate subject. To have Menelaus travel about for years with a phantom Helen without his detecting it is mythically acceptable but psychologically implausible. It is patently difficult to sustain this illusion on the stage as a realistic mode of human conduct. This myth is too crude for dramatic purposes. Menelaus then finds the true Helen in Egypt while the phantom Helen disappears into thin air. If only this phantom Helen could have been brought on the stage. Unhappily, the play only gives reports about her as about so much else, thereby weakening the characters and the dramatic effect. One also pities the chorus with its Oshiois wailing and lamentation. Although Helen gives the captured Greek women hope that they will return home, they remain in Egypt. At least not a word is ever said about their release. Here too we have an élan généré without any consequences. Finally, the Dioscuri have to appear as Dei ex machina to restrain Theoclymenus from inflicting a bloody vengeance on his own sister for permitting Helen to escape. Moreover, the prophecy of the Dioscuri that Helen would be famous as a goddess and that Menelaus would find a home on an island of the blessed is by no means foreshadowed by their characters in the play. The Deus ex machina, a subject introduced when we discussed Euripides' Helena, is a device Sophocles also resorted to when he had the deified Heracles intervene in Philoctetes. Euripides used this device in about half of his plays, mostly his later ones. In a few he used it so as to remove any possible remaining doubt, as for instance to assure some dynasty future dominion. In such instances the Deus ex machina, like the prologue at the beginning, emphasized more forcefully the connection between the play and the myth. The god could very well be replaced by another prophet, even one that had been severely punished, like Polymestor in Hecuba, who foretells the curse that will strike the victors. This Deus ex machina need not always bring about a reconciliation. In the Bacchae, Dionysus leaves Cadmus and Agave deeply afflicted, though promising Cadmus' future reign and finally both of them a home in the islands of the blessed. The purpose of this celestial intervention is to sever the knot and to restore legal authority, as in Orestes, where Apollo dispenses a high-handed but nonetheless viable justice, and especially in Hippolytus, where, but for the intervention of Artemis, the innocence of the hero would remain unknown, When a poet can get out of an impasse of his own contriving only by such a device, the result is not drama, but a misuse of power. As to the construction of the tragedies, closer study, especially of the later ones, has gradually laid bare some secrets and concealed virtues that are barely discernible on the stage, but which must have exerted a subtle influence nevertheless. In some of their plays, Sophocles and Euripides, for instance, put a scene of the main dialogue in the middle and divided the rest of the scenes equally, one half leading up to, the other half away from, the keystone scene, thus creating a kind of pyramidal symmetry. No human eye could see this pattern, nor could a human ear hear it, and yet it is demonstrably present. There are further elements that have not yet been explained, but which nevertheless mark the supreme artist. In our examination of the characters in the tragedies, we shall limit ourselves for the time being to Aeschylus and Sophocles. The ideal nature of their tragic heroes strikes the eye at once. They are all figures drawn against a background of gold. In Aeschylus, Agamemnon, even Clytemnestra and Aegisthus partake of the ideal, she by covering the deed with every possible reason that sophistry or passion can adduce, so that if one fails, another will surely suffice. Eteocles, in the Seven Against Thebes, is an outstanding ideal figure, and in Antigone the two sisters are likewise ideal characters, even though they differ in their views, because Antigone insists on burying her brother. Only the servants, like the watchman in Agamemnon, and the nurse and the libation bearers, have any traits of common life about them. Sophocles abandoned to their fate those characters we should call evil, like Creon in Antigone, representing the highest degree of blind infatuation, the Atreidae in Ajax, Odysseus in Philoctetes, and others. Though Sophocles would have known how to derive evil purely from the depths of selfishness, these characters are still not villains. They partake of the ideality surrounding everything related to the mythic and heroic world. They speak with a strong sense of justness, and at times express profound sentiments. In their dialogues, to be sure, they deliberately withhold things with a view to deceiving, but they still have no bad conscience. Apart from the fact that the Greek was permitted a wide range of action, none of these heroes had to have feelings of guilt, for the gods themselves drove men to evil, and evil was prophesied by oracles and predetermined by destiny. In Aeschylus, the concatenation of deeds binds the action together into a trilogy. Hence these tragedies have no Iago, no Richard III, no Franz Moor. Not until Euripides do we find characters that might have a bad conscience, though they do not, being rather self-possessed knaves and rascals. Moreover, Aeschylean tragedy is unique in staging only supernatural beings, as in Prometheus. This drama is rimmed by a colossal mythic horizon consisting of crags beyond the seas on the faraway Peleus of the world, and contains descriptions of the mythical characters that bewail Prometheus, and of the journey that Io makes over the earth, vivid accounts of storms of the underworld, and of tremors of the earth, etc., all vividly portraying a primeval state. And the victims of Zeus, the one riveted to the crag, the other driven about over the earth, are brought on the stage in a scene that even today overcomes the reader with amazement and fills him with a sacred awe. Prometheus, mighty and great, knows the past and the future. Io, on the other hand, moves unsteadily amid an inchoate world of intuitions and in the end falls into a muddled delirium. The real guilt of Prometheus is that, although he knew better, he nevertheless helped Zeus in his rebellion against Cronus, as his mother Themis also did. Then he befriended the race of man which Zeus had decided to destroy, and this act provoked the spiteful wrath of the ungrateful Zeus. But the Titan knew a secret that gave him power over Zeus, namely, the frightful consequences of a possible marriage between Zeus and Thetis. The public knew this too, because in Pindar's Ismir 7, Themis blurts out the whole story, for the gods and men are mutually dependent on each other, and Moira rules over both. To what extent these themes derive from Aeschylus is something we should like to know. Of the secondary characters, Kratos with his sneering tone toward Hephaestus, and Hermes with his caustically bitter words against Prometheus, particularly impress the reader. All the others speak to Prometheus with a certain tactful deference. Zeus is in high dudgeon against them all, and extremely powerful to boot. Prometheus remains insolent toward everybody, even toward the minor Oceanids, as at the departure of Io, though they remain faithful to him to the end, where, In a sublime and lucid strophe he draws a picture of the gigantic processes of nature as he sinks out of sight. In Agamemnon, Aeschylus made use of one of those metaphysical devices, as Manzoni did in Promessi Sposi with Fra Cristoforo and Federigo. Even Shakespeare was unable or unwilling to use the supernatural implied in the ghost of Hamlet's father, or in the witches and ghosts of Macbeth as the pivot of a whole play, as Aeschylus did with Cassandra by turning the supernatural into something sacred. After the whole first part of the play has overflowed with evil memories and dismal premonitions, Cassandra makes her appearance as personified prophecy and ties the whole piece together. The spectators in Aeschylus's day still believe sufficiently in Cassandra to be deeply moved. In her grandiose manner, she describes the characters of Agamemnon, Clytemnestra, and Aegisthus by animal similes, and as a clairvoyant looking through the walls of the palace, she foretells what is about to happen. Knowing the past from the banqueting of Thyestes onward, as well as the future vengeance to be wreaked on Aegisthus and Clytemnestra, her last soul comfort as she goes toward the palace and says, "Enough of life." While the poet did not intend to conceal the evil that Agamemnon did, he regarded him as personally innocent nevertheless, and as expiating the blood guilt of his forebears. But he presented Clytemnestra as the acme of abhorrence and duplicity without ever raising the question whether we can endure the spectacle to him. She must have seemed just as he presented her, raving in scornful triumph over Cassandra. And withal she is not free, but a tool, and knows it. The terrible spirit of vengeance, Alastor of the evil host, Atreus, has clothed itself with my powers, she says, and executed Agamemnon, requiting the lives of the children of Thyestes with the life of this man. In the end she would gladly give her wealth and power if only the curse of alternating murders were transferred to some other house. But now Aegisthus comes in and gloats over the vengeance that has struck down the son of Atreus, who had slaughtered his half-brothers and fed them to Thyestes, their father and his, after a heated dialogue between Aegisthus and the chorus, interrupted by a mollifying speech by Clytemnestra counseling that no more blood be spilled, the people return to their homes. She adds that what she and Aegisthus did, they did under the lash of necessity, struck by the wrath of the demon. After another exchange of invectives between Aegisthus and the chorus, Clytemnestra concludes, "And now we rule," with a reminder that Aeschylus described with the same simplicity, the great god Apollo of the Eumenides, the protector of the city in Eteocles, and the defender of the nation in Darius. We shall now turn to Sophocles. He was a poet who set out, as far as possible, from psychological and human premises having perennial validity and effective. Furthermore, Sophocles developed his characters and situations to the uttermost and exhausted them to the fullest, so that his dramas present completely coherent truth. The ancient world marvelled at his character creations, sometimes, as his Vita says, accomplished by a mere hemistich. The main character was emotionally exploited to the full. To do this, he shortened the part of the chorus and made the tritagonist, third character, indispensable, thus providing for a confidant where needed, or for a contrast to the protagonist like Chrysothemis in Electra and Ismene in Antigone. Characters like Ajax, Philoctetes, and Electra are very richly endowed, whereas Orestes is the main character in Aeschylus' Libation Bearers. Socrates cast Electra in the main role and let her clandestinely save Orestes after Clytemnestra has turned him out. Antigone is a sheer product of the creative imagination to whom in Euripides only Iphigenia in Aulis fairly compares. Particularly powerful is Oedipus in Oedipus at Colonus, whose counterpart in modern literature might be Calderon's El Principe Constante. Oedipus starts with a plain expression of misery and keeps heightening his lamentations as each of his daughters in Creon and Polynices enter, until finally a sublime sense of consolation comes over him and a preternatural discernment enables him to lead the way. This treatment of the myth is fraught with danger, as Sophocles makes the mythical element give way to general human qualities and consistently accentuates their inner truth. A conflict arises with the raw, old, static theme of the myths. This conflict becomes perceptible in the slaughter of the animals in Ajax, but particularly in the story of Nessus in the Trachiniae, and already in the prologue, where Deianira tells of Achelous, the river god, wooing her in his Baroque transformations. In Antigone, an incongruity exists between the primitive motif of killing a person for performing funeral rites over the body of a brother and the psychological subtlety of the narrative. In Sophocles, fate is so intertwined with character and action that to the spectators it appears as inevitable, not because they know the myth by heart, but because it is a part of the inner nature of things. As indicated above, the only exception is Philoctetes, which psychologically defies the ending prescribed by the myth. Neoptolemus, in contrast to Odysseus, is so touched by the sufferings of Philoctetes that he is ready to take him home. Then Heracles appears as a deus ex machina, the only instance of this device in Sophocles to proclaim the laws of destiny. Sophocles was probably attracted to this subject as to Ajax by its pathological content. He exploited these sufferings to the full, achieving a climax in the breakthrough of compassion in Neoptolemus. Sophocles was more interested in exhausting this aspect than in a harmonious conclusion. Euripides, too, exploited the sufferings of some of his characters almost in a Sophoclean manner. Medea and Hecuba, for example, though Hecuba's gentle pleading and her subsequent shocking vengeance are hard to reconcile, but Iphigenia in Tauris and Iphigenia in Aulis are fine and lovely pieces in which the pure and noble heart of a maiden finds a way out of great difficulties created by the contentious passions of men. The free and firm decision Iphigenia makes to sacrifice herself has rightly been called divinely inspired. Theano in Hecuba is a similar figure. The chaste and saintly Hippolytus is a rather peculiar young man who is perhaps the more intriguing on the stage because so few in Athens were like him. Ion, for that matter, is a similar figure. The counterpart of these good characters are the depraved, the crazed, and atrocious women. Phaedra and Creusa in addition to Medea. Hermione in Andromache has also a monstrous streak in her character, revealed especially in her dialogue with Andromache, where we are not sure, but that she may be right in the Greek view of things. Orestes, an Electra interior of a drinking cup. Euripides liked to let women be the source of passionate deeds and of boldly laid plans for the fulfillment of which men are useful. In his later years he produced the Bacchae with the splendid figure of Dionysus treading the boards in this his last glorious tragedy. In discussing Euripides' treatment of his materials, we saw that he liked to alter them somewhat high-handedly. He also permitted himself considerable freedom in the delineation of character. In itself this would have been all right, however. He did it out of subservience to the Athenian tendency toward realistic variety in preference to the purely mythic view, and out of subservience to popular sentimentality and practical rhetoric. Sophocles characterized the realism of Euripides by observing that, whereas he himself presented human beings as they ought to be, Euripides presented them as they are. Unhappily, Euripides depreciated his characters by making them inwardly worse than their external appearance would suggest. Not only did he make skinflints out of Ixion and Bellerophon, a common wench out of Helen, a silly ass out of Menelaus, a malefactor out of Orestes, etc., but he brought on stage episodes of everyday life that were rather shabby. For example, in Electra he married the heroine to a peasant, and in Hippolytus he had the chorus report in all solemnity that a washerwoman had talked Phaedra out of her passion. Hence Aristophanes perpetually harped on Euripides' failure to respect ideality in general. And, indeed, he does have something akin to German painting of the 15th century, rather repulsively realistic characters drawn against a fairly golden background of tragedy, whereas Sophocles dealt with the character as a whole. Euripides, at times, exploited the feelings of the character to the utmost detail, going even into material aspects, as in the scene of the Phoenicae, where Jocasta welcomes Polynices with a lugubrious catalogue of woes she has endured in exile. Telephus, wounded by Achilles, he brought on stage dressed in rags so as to arouse compassion, and in like manner also a number of kings, a device Aristophanes ridiculed in the Acharnians. He made his women noble and affectionate as often as he made them horrible, and he brought even children on stage to arouse sympathy, having a man behind the scenes chant words for a child on stage. Euripides did not succeed in evoking sympathy out of the inner depths. Otherwise he could hardly have been as crude as he was in Orestes, which is only a chaos of egotistic passions. For Euripides the myth was often only a background against which to present personages of his own time to orate in impassioned situations. At times his plays seem only a rostrum to air contemporary Athenian reflections on matters human and divine. As suggested above, he preferred to forego contemporary events but compensated by discussing political interests of the day. He was especially fond of imitating the rationalistic methods of the sophists, particularly Anaxagoras. Of his philosophical pieces, one was named Sage Melanippe, as distinguished from Melanippe bound and Helen's apology to Menelaus in the Troads, a paradigm of bold sophistry. There is a genuine Euripidean touch in the way Eteocles and Polynices plead at length before Jocasta, and she in turn recapitulates and refutes their arguments. The poet might have been especially proud of this episode, which escaped Aeschylus in his 7 against Thebes. Euripides betrayed his speculative bent even in the criminal Polymestor, who, after describing the gruesome manner in which the Trojan women blinded him and killed his sons, could not resist making a concluding generalization about women, for which Agamemnon takes him to task. Jocasta's tirade in the Phaenace referred to above is full of sententious pronouncements. It is quite likely that it was because of this characteristic that Socrates preferred Euripides to the other poets, for he must have sensed that he had here a potential device for making philosophical thought accessible to the masses. It was precisely this speculative element in Euripides which appealed to later periods, including the Byzantine. When the chorus had disappeared and the dramas were no longer staged but used merely as models of declamations, the sense for the dramatic having been lost, the sententious dramas must necessarily have been regarded as the best. Euripides attached to his characters certain qualities which we must term purely arbitrary. The reconciliation of Ion and Creusa, a woman believing she has the right to do anything, brought about by the discovery and recognition of certain signs, strikes us as rather nugatory, because in the course of time the characters have lost so much interest that we hardly care whether or not they will ever be happy again. One of the worst dramatic violations was to suspend a character by madness, not growing out of his own inner development, but sent by some wrathful divinity. An instance of the legitimate use of madness we find in King Lear, where Lear the madman, Edgar simulating madness, and the court fool are juxtaposed in sharp contrast. If Athena had not crazed Ajax in Sophocles' tragedy, the leaders of the Achaean hosts would have killed him treacherously anyway to get Achilles' weapons. Still, Ajax's madness is meant to show how a vehement heroic character turned into a frightful monster, a transformation necessitated by his whole nature. Conversely, in Hercules' Furens, the madness motif is altogether specious. However grandiose it is to have Iris introduce Lyssa, the spectre of madness. Here, at the very pinnacle of his labors, having fulfilled his duties and even saved the lives of his loved ones, Hercules is changed into a madman at Hera's behest and turns murderously on those he has just saved, only to come to reason again and deepest sorrow. Euripides minutely depicted the pathological symptoms of this action, how Hercules shook his head, rolled his eyes, moaned and bellowed. The obvious exploitation of pathos at the end is somewhat shocking, as when Hercules desires to see his dead children once more and embraces his father Amphitryon, the status of whose fatherhood is very ambivalent throughout the play. Amid all this, Euripides enjoyed a mounting popularity among the Greeks, a result not at all disappointing to his expectations, because he had steadily hoped to achieve it, despite his earlier failures to win prizes. The fascination Euripides exercised on his contemporaries is indicated in a story Plutarch tells of the victorious Siceliots, how they avidly shared small passages of his plays they had learned from captured Athenians, many of whom they supposedly spared for the sake of their knowledge. Plutnicier as 29 ff. Euripides may owe his later reputation chiefly to the splendor of his language, apparently having applied to art the language of the most cultivated circles in Athens, which is more lucid and intelligible to us than that of his forerunners. But it is also most significant that he has safely weathered the attacks Aristophanes made on him in his Acharnians, Thesmophoria Susi, and Frogs. Aristophanes especially satirized the rampant realism of that time, but not sustained by the Attic theatre. He further charged that Euripides did not create his characters out of inspiration, but had pieced them together out of the gossip of the times and the shreds and snippets of the current culture. Aeschylus, as a character in the Frogs, in contrast to Euripides, presented a kind of wild magnificence. He declares that the task of the poet is to ennoble mankind, and that by leaving a generation inspired by heroic sentiments, he fulfilled his task better than Euripides did. In spite of all the apparent respect accorded to Aeschylus, Aristophanes would surely have treated him quite differently if he had been alive. It is hard to believe that comedy, making it its business to ridicule tragedy, was not at least in part responsible for the decline of tragedy. Comedy, with its scorn, also presumed to school the people better than the pathos of tragedy could. This decline and ruin of tragedy is perfectly obvious after the 4th century, and we should profit by examining the reasons for it as far as we can. The practice of staging tetralogies at the Linnaeus and Greater Dionysius continued, and the abiding popularity of plays by the 3 great tragedians is well attested. There were always a goodly number of tragedians of ephemeral fame. Prominent among them were the descendants and relatives of the great tragedians like Sophocles, the grandchild of his illustrious namesake, who first competed in 396, winning 12 prizes in his career, also Astydamas, the great-grandson of Aeschylus' sister, who is said to have composed 240 plays and to have won 15 prizes. However, none of these poets were truly great, hence they were quoted so little that they might as well never have existed. There was probably a good reason why nothing survived after 400 BC. The chief reason may be that this species of drama could be exhausted relatively quickly. Through all its days, ancient drama was subject to the inherent limitations of having to confine itself to universal and public events, because staging a play was such a gigantic undertaking, requiring such a great expenditure of effort, such a sumptuous outlay, and the attending to such a multiplicity of details that the drama had to be relevant to the whole community. It could not convert itself into an exhibition for the wealthy, the highly cultivated, or those with special moods and interests, i.e., it could not resolve itself into a specialized genre more modest in its material demands yet poetically still of exceptional merit. This drama was limited in the type it could produce, and once it began to deteriorate, there was no halting it. For the whole setting of tragedy, with all its requisites, was so grandiose that once the soul no longer fully animated the body, everything threatened to topple. In order to remain universal, tragedy could no more discard the myths than comedy could its buffoonery and shallow intrigues. All historical events would have been too local, too temporal, and somewhat unintelligible in other cities. The Greeks had taken a fling at historical tragedies and rejected them once and for all. The myths themselves were not inexhaustible, and Euripides had already used up a major part of what could be used. An impasse had been growing which could only lead to decline. The opposition on the one hand between psychological and dramatic refinement, beginning with Sophocles and Euripides, and on the other the crude and harsh events in the myths, often hardly amenable to dramatic development. The absence of first-class poets also tended to undermine tragedy. Those who came to the aid of tragedy were mostly ambitious dilettantes. Aristophanes' Frogs suggests that a rapid increase in dilettantism was taking place. When Heracles asks whether after Euripides Athens no longer has any lads composing tragedies, Dionysus replies that she has thousands who can outbabble Euripides by miles. In the Birds, a Philistine boasts in a barber shop that his son has a talent for tragedy as others have for rhetoric. Sometimes parents dedicated their sons to tragedy in their childhood. These plodders probably attached themselves to Euripides as the most recent great influence available, even though he had anticipated them in so much. In their hands, in Plato's judgment, marvelous and sublime tragedy catered merely to the pleasure of the spectators by presenting sensual delights and omitting the useful lessons of hardship. The agonistic character of the drama deteriorated to the point where the true office of the judge ceased. In the old Hellenic view, it was the office of the judge to pronounce impartial judgment as an expert, regardless of the cheers or boos of the spectators. Earlier Greek drama was rated by judges, unswayed by popular applause, but later the Sicilian and Italian custom obtained whereby the spectators pronounced judgment by raising their hands. This practice of awarding prizes by public approval no doubt became increasingly more doubtful and ambiguous. To provide new material, late tragedy must have relied heavily on the exploitation of erotic motifs. Though stylistically it must have been largely given to casuistic sophistry, Euripides had given vogue to casuistic dispute in dialogue or longer speeches. Agathon is said to have been fond of antitheses in the manner of Gorgias, and to have made them the staple of his style. Now the stage was taken over completely by oratory, and the plots of dramas were arranged to provide opportunities for set speeches. In the 4th century, rhetoric paved the way for tragedy on more than one occasion. Severe critics like Plato in his Gorgias found that if melody, rhythm, and the poetic meters were removed, only prose would be left, but this would have sufficed for the masses. In the theatre, the poets played the part of orators. And finally, even among later writers of tragedies, this rhetorical element was not inexhaustible. Anyway, in the mastery of this art, Euripides had no peer. In time, all the world could afford the enjoyment of dramatic art. During the 4th century in Attica, and who knows where else, travelling troupes performed tragedies at the smaller or rustic Dionysia in the Demes. This we learn from the Oration on the Crown, especially in section 262, where Demosthenes chaffs Aeschines for his shabby life as a strolling player. During the 4th and 3rd centuries, the Greeks must have erected numerous theatres, though we have barely an idea what was played in them. At the time of Aristotle's stardom among the actors gave them a higher social standing than that accorded the poets. Polos, during the time of Demosthenes, exemplified the kind of tricks an actor could resort to for effect by bringing on stage, while playing the title role in Sophocles' Electra, not an empty vase purportedly containing the bones of Orestes, but an urn actually containing the bones of his son, who had recently died, and lamenting loudly and earnestly over them. This story speaks for itself. One would like to know whether this whole macabre business was not spread by rumour all over Athens before the performance. In time, a single actor was playing a whole tragedy. When no travelling troupes were available, a single actor had to do this to give outlying cities a notion of tragedy. And of course he had no chorus trained to sing the Attic odes. The single actor was reciting the several dialogue roles consecutively, and almost certainly he sang the monodies, since it is known that audiences were eager for them, especially those by Euripides, and choruses were almost certainly not available. In pantomimes, i.e. in excerpts, giving only the bare outline of a tragedy, an actor was mimicking all possible roles to musical accompaniment. The actor who boasted to Demosthenes that he could earn a talent in 2 days on the stage might have been a mime. 8. The old comedy aping the serious side of life for humorous effect must be as old a practice as the serious moments themselves, and clownishly burlesquing the events of everyday life must have been one of the earliest means the individual had of triumphing over others. The comic element in Greek poetry is genuinely old. Apart from the antics of jesters and burlesquers, it had long been present in epic and lyric poetry as a distinct trait. We need only call to mind Homer's Thersites, Polyphemus, and Iris, and the old custom of parody, as well as the poetry of Archilochus elevating the lampoon to a species of poetry, the form and content of which must have greatly influenced comedy. But neither the antics of jesters and burlesquers, nor the urge of one Polis to mock at another, would have given rise to comedy if the Dionysus cult had not provided the appropriate occasion. Comedy could arise only in competing with tragedy in the same theatres, in performing for the whole polis, and in making use of a ready chorus, and thus only could it develop into the gigantic public buffoonery achieving sublimity, while representing the ignoble and the ludicrous. The smaller or rustic Dionysius, festivals marking the close of the vintage season, were intimately associated with the rise of comedy. The principal part of this comedy was the comus, a lusty revelry devoted to drinking, dancing, and singing. During the carousal period of the comus, men and women were wont to exchange clothes. This festival included a procession in which men masked and crowned with flowers and herbs carried a phallus to the accompaniment of a special song, a custom of which we get a notion from Dicaeopolis in Aristophanes' Acharnians, when he makes a truce with the Spartans and returns home to participate in the rustic Dionysia. After the special song, the crowd of people jeered at the first person they happened to meet. Ancient lyrical comedy of this sort is supposed to have survived later in many places alongside of fully developed comedy. Somehow masked characters carrying on a dialogue and making dramatic gestures developed out of or attached themselves to these mirthful doings. but comedy long remained an obscure pastime of unbridled country folk, not dramatized by any poet or sponsored by any archon. There is a fairly well-confirmed tradition that comedy first took shape in Megara, noted for its wit and passion for drollery, but Aristophanes suggested that this Megarian comedy was content with stringing together coarse, ludicrous episodes. It was more a ribald farce, akin to that of the burlesques, which was vulgar instead of... There was a connection between bawdy farce and the Sicilian comedy of Epicharmus caricaturing the gods and certain social classes, to which we shall return later. Whatever its origin, it is certain that without Athens and the large theatre, the old comedy would not have existed. Their comedy took on a new purpose and significance. The main question for us is, when did the archon make the chorus and the spacious theatre available? Probably around the beginning of the 5th century. It seems it was during this period that the oldest writers of Attic comedy of whom we have any record appeared. In a fragment, Ecphantides boasts that he deviated from the Megarian form, and the course charted by the early comic poets was followed by the illustrious line of comic poets during and after the Periclean age: Cratinus, who died in 410 in extreme old age; Teleclides, Hermippus, whose fine fragment portraying preparation for war Athenians preserved; Eupolis, who began in 429 and continued until toward the end of the war; Aristophanes, who wrote under a pseudonym from 427 to 424, and then under his own name till 388. Phrynicus after 429, Plato 427 to 391, Fericrates, Leucon, and finally by way of transition to middle comedy, Diodes, Phililius, Sanirian, Stratus, and Theopompus. A great deal of information about these poets has come down to us, and the plays of Aristophanes, the only ones that have been preserved, enable us to surmise many details about their works, though the restoration of a lost comedy from a title and a few fragments is not only harder than restoring a tragedy, where the established myth may be of help, but is in most instances absolutely impossible. Comedy, as we know it from Aristophanes, had in common with tragedy the stage and the orchestra, the 3, occasionally 4, masked characters, and finally the practice of competing for prizes. The dress of the actors in comedy differed considerably from the dress in tragedy, the former having been thoroughly Baroque. In place of the cothurnus, the soccus was in vogue, because in comedy the actor had to be nimble. Sometimes the masks were made to resemble recognizable persons, though the mask maker was afraid to make a portrait mask of Cleon for Aristophanes' knights. Comedies were not performed as tetralogies, but as single plays. The chorus contained 24 members, twice as many as the Aeschylean chorus. It danced the wild and indecent Caudax instead of the solemn Amelia of tragedy. This chorus sometimes divided itself into contending halves, and performed so that the spectators could surmise strange adventures and imagine the human figures taking on the shapes of the animals they represented. Aristophanes had choruses of wasps, birds, and clouds, and other poets had choruses composed, according to their titles, of goats, griffins, ants, nightingales, bees, centaurs, sirens, or airy spirits. This art of personifying impersonal objects indicates that the chorus enjoyed a freedom not found in the poesy of any other nation. It was a totally new element. Comedy had an immense wealth of metrical variety. The dialogue was mostly in loose iambic trimeters, but also in longer verses cast in both iambs and trochees, and in the famous anapaestic tetrameters. The parodos and stasima were far less important parts in comedy than in tragedy, serving mostly to demarcate the scenes. On the other hand, during a main intermission in comedy, the chorus came forward once or even twice to deliver a parabasis, a choric element not found in tragedy but implicitly important in comedy. The parabasis accompanied the movement of the chorus, which stood at first before the altar, facing the stage, and then turned about and faced the spectators. The chorus began the parabasis with a song in anapes or trochees, then recited the main body of the parabasis chiefly in anapaests, ending in a coda of shorter verses to be spoken in one breath, presenting the personal views of the poet on poetry, politics, and other matters. This recital constituted the parabasis in the narrower sense. Sometimes we find a second parabasis attaching to the first, giving the main message. The chorus chanted a song, usually in praise of divinity. Then, as a rule, 16 trochaic verses containing a humorous charge against the polis and its people, the eparema, and finally repeated the eparema and lyrical strophe as the antistrophe. The parabasis is unique in the history of poesy, when the poetry of other nations, as in the 13th century or in the Renaissance, discussed literary themes or the relation of the poet to his audience. It did so in a separate poem or at the beginning of a canto, an epic, and the like. Otherwise, a poet would at most indulge in an occasional jibe or witticism. The Greeks went further even in their choral lyrics. The poet spoke from and to the chorus, and was too easily tempted to speak on behalf of himself, though limiting himself to a few phrases or verses, without causing a break in the continuity. But in the parabasis, the poet removed the comic mask to converse leisurely with the spectators, telling about his own personal concerns in the anapastes, and then, after a brief address to the divinity, giving advice on political and other affairs in the lyrical strophes and epiremas. The aesthetic effect can be argued pro and con. Perhaps it served a purpose to interrupt the comedy from time to time by an extravagance. The parabasis included a. Purely personal concerns between the poet and the audience, self-praise and comic, boasting even in connection with the great king, what he as a poet was and wanted to do, and what he in general had accomplished for comedy, reproaches heaped on the public for discarding its aging poets, and harangues addressed to the judges. B. Whole tirades of slander directed at private citizens. C. Exhortations, mostly of a political character, addressed directly to the public without any bearing on the rest of the play. D. The chorus, speaking in the parabasis behind its own mask, while the poet was speaking alternately in his own name. In other words, the comic chorus, being one of the most supple creations poesy ever produced, was everything imaginable and changed its mood and meaning to fit any and all circumstances. Now and then the chorus was made up of members of some social standing, as in the Desmophorazusai, the Ecclesiazusai, and the Lysistrata, 3 plays dominated by women. On the other hand, Aristophanes was pretty hazy as to whom the clouds represented. He himself occasionally asked who they were. In the Frogs he took great liberties with the chorus made up of initiates, who appear to be only part of the population in the grotesquely foreshortened hereafter. They were blessed souls of the dead who were initiated somewhere while on earth, i.e. the natural and inevitable chorus in the hereafter. But then the poet turned the chorus into a jolly host of Bacchic revelers, and finally into whatever he pleased. The festive precedence of the whole Attic drama, the ineluctable ideality of the choric element, of the music and the whole surroundings, and finally the natural reaction to caricature enabled Aristophanes to introduce now and again passages occasioned exclusively by his sense of beauty. This explains how the old comedy of the Greeks could at any moment break into an ideal style, which is a feat beyond the powers of our ordinary stage plays and our comedies. We ask ourselves what impression it made when the chorus comprised only clownish personnel. In the clouds, a magnificent tone sweeps through the beginning of the anapaestic tetrameter, where Socrates invokes the air, the ether, and the venerable goddesses, the clouds, be they on Olympus, at the ocean, or gathering waves of the Nile in golden vases, to hearken to his prayer and accept his offering. Then followed the lovely choral ode of the clouds rising from the sea, moving over Greece, and surveying Attica. Then, after a filthy interruption Strepsiades could not suppress, they proceeded to give a companion piece to the celebrated description of Colonus in Oedipus at Colonus. To be sure, the shapes of the clouds were not comic, but resembled those of mortal women. In the meantime, however, Socrates had defined them as the patronesses of trickery, fraud, boasting, and lies, and even so he had them utter sublime verses. As a matter of fact, Aristophanes may have given vent to his great poetic genius at any point. Very beautiful also is, in his birds, the proclamation of the hoopoe to his wife the nightingale, whose melodies were to press aloft to the throne of Zeus, while Phobos, as well as the rest of the gods, were to join in the lament. Here poetry suddenly soars up to the Olympus that has just been ridiculed, though arraign, opera, and theory, the 3 allegorical figures in piece, are represented by elegant wenches. They are still meant to be ideal. Without doubt, the second half of piece was largely calculated to rest on these lovely mute creatures. We shall just mention in passing that in Aristophanes the gods have to submit to the most impudent treatment. The action in Aristophanes is usually simple and direct and proceeds without a hitch, as does the founding of the city and the birds. Little retarding comic episodes may be found there, but no counterplots, no main and subordinate plots crisscrossing each other. Though Aristophanes slandered Euripides for excesses, he exceeded him in his passion for litigation and forensic proceedings. Not all his speeches for prosecution and defense are as remarkably fair as are the just and unjust speeches in the clouds. The long-winded speeches by the sausage seller and the Paphlagonian, composing a goodly part of the nights, strike us as tedious, as does also the dog trial in the Wasps. The trial between Aeschylus and Euripides in the Frogs is somewhat long, though there is more action in the Frogs, at least in the first part, than in the others. Even without much action, a lot of variety was introduced by having characters in different masks appear successively on the stage and take their cues from the main actors. Thus in the birds, in addition to the heralds, messengers, and slaves, there appeared one after another a priest, a poet, a soothsayer, a geometer, an inspector, a dealer in decrees, and later a parricide, Synesius, a dithyrambic poet, and a sycophant. The Acharnians hinges on a single motif in which Decapolis has 3 samples of peace sent to him, doubtless in bottles of 5, 10, and 30 years' duration, and choosing the last, he enjoys it together with his people. All other action occurs around the marketplace, to which the Megarian, the Baeotian, the informer, the husbandman, and Lamachus repair. The royal ambassadors, Pseudartibus and the Thracian, had already appeared in the opening scene. The Wasps is similarly constructed. Various dramas made use of a soothsayer and a sycophant. Aristophanes played so loose with the unity of time that he had to bridge the lapse of time with a choral ode, or in later works with a dance. In the Acharnians, Lamachus, who had just gone out to war, is brought back wounded after an interval of only 50 verses, and in Plutus the whole action in the temple of Aesculapius, which Cario reports immediately afterward, has to be thought of as taking place during the interlude between verses 626 and 620. On the other hand, there's an appealing turn in the Nights, where the 2 slaves steal the oracle from the sleeping Paphlagonian and learn that he is to be succeeded by a sausage seller, and are able in the next moment to give a fiery welcome to a sausage seller who just happens to walk by. In the piece, the dung beetle which Trageus uses to soar aloft is a parody on Pegasus Bellerophon rides up into the sky in a Euripides drama. For that matter, in one of Aesop's fables, a dung beetle had already flown up to the gods. The mortar in which war personified wants to pound the cities to a pulp, the 2 missing pestles Brasidas and Cleon, recently killed in action, and the goddess of peace tossed into a pit with stones on her, are palpable allegory, proverb, and picturesque folk speech, which however require a firm hand and a sound controlling intelligence. We remember the following quixotic paraphernalia: the gigantic compass and ruler with which the geometrician Meton wants to survey the aerial city in the birds, the 2 ballot boxes, urns the dealer in decrees carries in with him, the parasol Peisteteris is asked to hold over Prometheus, and the thinking hut of Socrates in the clouds. An inexhaustible treasure trove, always available for action and character, was Hades, the setting of the Frogs in his golden race. Eupolis had the shades of Solon, Miltiades, and Aristides discuss Cleon's management of the Peloponnesian War. The passage preserving this information informs us that rhetoricians, in treating of conversation among the shades, called it phantom poetry. As to characterization, the main personages were caricatures in the original sense of being surcharged and exaggerated, just as their costumes, farcically conceived and fantastically concocted, had no resemblance to anything in real life. These characters were not meant to be probable or types like those of the newer comedy, but simply buffoons, often quite individual, at times even ideal buffoons. Only the subordinate figures, merely representing an occupation or function, were presented realistically. The landlady, the sycophant, the soothsayer, and above all the slaves. The Frogs has something quite unique, namely, the personification of poor theatrical taste. A derogatory abstract quality is personified in a concrete person, Dionysus, whose divine attributes are in no way challenged. Aristophanes simply let the god of theatre stand for the disposition of the public to be entranced by its Euripides and to quote him on every occasion. Therefore, with Aristophanes, as with Rabelais, we must beware of too precise identification, as if this or that personality were always the same one. Farce has large prerogatives and glides into all sorts of postures, shapes, and relations. Figures in farce are not only perpetually metamorphosing, but may at any moment speak and act realistically in their ostensible original capacity, Deikipolis and Trigæus as landlords, Cario and Xanthus as slaves, Strepsiades as a wretched Philistine, Dionysus as a god. The poet must be able to treat his characters as he pleases if he is to achieve his artistic goal, to put Athens into a grotesquely comic mood, and at the same time to judge it. The finest and best characterization of the Athenians is supplied by Peisteteris and Euopides of the birds. The former personifies the boastfulness of the Athenians, who are, however, able to deal with any situation and to improvise the most astounding kinds of existence. One need but observe the rabble-rousing harangue in the birds to understand the extent to which demagoguery once dominated and was to dominate again in Nephelococcygia. This harangue exploits every possibility of the situation and shows how self-assured the Greek was in other, more real-life situations. Every clever Athenian could recognize himself and his ilk in this aggressive and shamelessly grotesque insistence on one's legal rights. Eualpides is his good-natured, credulous companion who chatters steadily, recounting his little woes. Though he is completely loyal to Athens, he joins Peisteteris in boasting even against the gods. In all his individual utterances, hyperbole is used as an essential means to achieve comic effect, even when it is a matter of portraying someone absent, like the great king in the Acharnians. It takes 11 years for an embassy to travel to this great king and return. It reaches his residence in the 4th year, but he has gone with his military forces to the mountain range of gold to perform a royal defecation. Parody, i.e. mimicking a serious or tragic passage, in a trivial or comic context, implies literary criticism and turns the speaker into a caricature, as happens to the pawnbroker in The Clouds. The whole caricatured existence of comedy in turn tends to produce comic sallies. Other periods of history have left satiric self-portraits, but none so grandiose and concrete as that of Aristophanes' comedy. Such sublime buffoonery accompanying an inner and outer crisis like that of the Peloponnesian War is unique in history. It was no doubt an unusual period of maddened frenzy. Athens developed gradually its immense riches of political arrangements, civil and judicial forms, culture and customs. Everything was a priori agonistic in concept, arranged for outstripping and surpassing competitors. This agonistic aspect took on an increasingly public form, hence the conflict between superstition and atheism, between the dominion over an empire and the crisis overtaking it, finally ending in a life and death struggle on the high seas, between genius and lunacy interlaced with each other. Still, a great number of significant and even great individuals developed in these circumstances. The greatest artists, poets, philosophers, Thucydides, Alcibiades, all this in the midst of pestilence, hunger, and war. To collect all these myriad facets into the focus of a huge concave mirror was the task of comedy. Poetry had been accustomed to realism, i.e. to seize upon the external details, since the days of Archilochus, and comedy seized upon details large and small, aided by a colossal fantasy which magnified them into grotesque reality. At the same time, comedy possessed a wealth of splendid art modes and ideal components. It was able to mingle rapture and ridicule, and there was an Athens that enjoyed placing its eyes at the focus of this mirror, whereas the French Revolution would have lopped off the head of anyone who cast the slightest doubt on the value of its passionate enthusiasms or dared to portray them as grotesque. Athens lived her mad life, desiring to know how she appeared in the eyes of her great poets and allowing them a high degree of independence in their views, often no doubt minority views. At the same time, these comic poets were also balanced against the tragedians and spurred on by competition with them. During the war, Aristophanes espoused the cause of peace, but whether it was wise to come out so strongly for peace as he did in the Acharnians, in the spring of 425 BC before a favorable peace could have been negotiated, is debatable. The continuation of the war was by no means due to Cleon alone, and in Lamachus, Aristophanes derides one of the most capable and devoted soldiers of Athens, Fundamentally, Decapolis is just a vulgar Philistine, motivated purely by the comforts and enjoyments of peace, without any notion of the higher blessings. In peace, negotiations for peace are carried on and concluded, and peace celebrated. And at the same time, a popular view of the causes and progress of the war is put into the mouth of Mercury. In Lysistrata, the poet fell into his former error, for at that time the Spartans were in Decelium, allied with the Persians, and without the slightest reason to sue for peace as the messenger does in this play. Since only the most unfavorable peace could have been arranged at that time, Lysistrata was politically as inopportune as could possibly be. We need not interpret these views on the part of the poet as a wish to secede. His peace sermons always carried away a majority of the spectators. It must also be noted that in his accounts of events leading up to the war, as in the Acarnanians, he did something no modern playwright could do in wartime, blame his own Athens as sharing in the war guilt. But he cleverly managed to plead for the good Athenians as opposed to the bad ones who sought wealth by trading with the Megarians. Even if the poet's yearnings for peace are of doubtful value, still his sounding the alarm in the nights in 424 BC at the dangers besetting democracy is a truly imposing warning. The Paphlagonian servant who has his lord Demos fully in his power is Cleon, but the sausage seller outwits and outsharps him, a true picture of the democratic process of replacing bad leaders with worse. As long as they could, comic poets like Aristophanes, Eupolis, and others opposed the demagogues, a stand with which the majority of the spectators probably sympathized. The feud Aristophanes waged with Cleon took real courage and also entailed consequences for the poet. Cleon had already complained to the council about the Babylonians, one of Aristophanes' first plays for allegedly exposing Athens to ridicule at the great Dionysia in the presence of foreign ambassadors, though actually for blows dealt him in the play. Then, after his complaints to the council remained fruitless, Cleon had the theatre police give Aristophanes a sound thrashing after the staging of the Knights, admittedly strongly partisan. Though the poet evened the score in the secondary parabasis of the Wasps. The Birds is of the highest beauty. Performed in 415 BC, this play avoids the anxious subjects of the times, the mutilation of the Hermae and the Sicilian expedition, in order to develop in Peisteteris a more general image of the Athenian, especially as a colonizer and empire builder. As to his political views expressed in later plays, particular interest attaches to the compliment which Aeschylus is made to pay Alcibiades in The Frogs. The Achelsiazusae comically portrays Athenian democracy as feeble and feckless, and roundly thwacks the political utopias of the philosophers. We shall not try to determine the degree to which comedy served the welfare of the state, or in what way its massive personal invective tended to turn able minds from public life and state offices, a phenomenon so characteristic of the following century. The Athenians had to choose and wanted their comedy as it was, being entertained by in a wonderfully ingenious manner. Not until the 4th century did the demos forbid personal masks. Since Aristophanes indulged in so much filth, what shall we think of him as a man? It seems well to regard him as neither a pillar of society nor a worker of iniquity, nor will he ever be made into a saint either. Aristophanes levelled the merciless thrusts of his wit particularly at the theatre, the other comic poets and tragedians, and also the dithyrambic poets. Indeed, he condemned their admirers to the central pool of the underworld, individual actors along with the spectators. He frequently quoted from the tragedians with comic transmogrification, without the scholiasts. The point of view of many of these would be lost on us. Even so, we are often left to surmise their topicality. The best instance of this sort of spoofing is in The Birds, where the rhymester indulges in Pindaric solemnity and is finally driven to beg in this style. Precisely this literary criticism, however invaluable in revealing the degree of interest and participation in poetry, is one of the weak aspects of comedy. It is an infallible sign that poesy is beginning to decay when it takes to literary criticism and draws its life from it, for poetry cannot long continue on this fare. It was a stroke of good fortune for Aristophanes that he had such a royal victim as Euripides to pluck limb from limb, but he could no more dethrone him than he could Cleon, that so much clever ridicule could not turn Athens from Euripides attests to the independence of Athenian taste. In the Frogs, the agon between Aeschylus and Euripides remains on a high level as long as they limit their mutual accusations to generalities, but it sinks to bathos, beginning with verse 11:19, where Euripides starts to criticize the individual openings of the tragedies of Aeschylus, who later repays him tit for tat. After they have parodied one another's manner in the choruses and monodies, one is amused by the rather puny conceit of fetching a pair of scales and letting the two tragedians spout their verses into respective pans. Since Dionysus still hesitates to render a decision, Pluto comes in to force him too, and only after the poets have given their opinions on Alcibiades and political questions does Dionysus take Aeschylus and leave Euripides sitting there. Finally, their merit is decided not on their poetic excellence, but on their attitude on partisan political questions. Aeschylus having voted for Alcibiades, Euripides against. When Dionysus summons Euripides to engage in the agon with Aeschylus, Aristophanes gives a very fine reason for leaving Sophocles out of it. In fact, Sophocles, who honors Aeschylus in this play, is treated with dignity, even though in peace he is said to be so stingy he would put to sea on a hurdle for an obolus. Aristophanes attacks Euripides mercilessly from every side, and in addition to the literary criticism he evinces so much venom in slandering Euripides on private affairs that one is tempted to regard Aristophanes as guilty of mean envy. There is no extenuation for this personal abuse of Euripides, and also of Agathon in the Thesmophoriasousae, where parody is compounded with denunciation. Aristophanes' moral indignation at Euripides is simply preposterous. As for the ridicule Aristophanes heaped on Socrates and the clouds, the fact remains that despite the good fellowship between them in Plato's Symposium, Socrates in his apology named the clouds and its writer specifically among the causes of his ruin, and indeed those who accuse him of searching into things above the earth and making the worse appear the better cause constitute the earlier and more dangerous accusers. He says to the judges, "Those who hear a man spoken about in this fashion will believe that he is an atheist. These accusers established your prejudice when you were boys." The last drama of Aristophanes is Plutos, a most graceful piece. Save for a single antiphonal section, it has no choral parts. The Ecclesiazusy already had no parabasis, and hence in its form it is no longer to be counted with the old comedy, though it is not typical therefore of the middle comedy. We have here a masterly dramatization of the conflict between Plutus and Peña, wealth and poverty, with man's complex egotisms. This drama does not deal with Athens, the polis, or with a moment of its development, but with the world at large and with a universal moral problem. 9. The middle comedy, the so-called middle comedy, flourished roughly from 380 to 330 BC, its chief practitioners being Eubulus, Anaxandridas, Alexis, and Antiphanes. It revived the custom of mocking at certain social classes, an ancient comic motif thrust into the background by the overpowering political preoccupations of Athens that had shaped the old comedy. During the middle period, the Megarian element appears to have come to the fore again, ribald farce to have joined with a comic treatment of divinities and amorous episodes so as to form a substratum. Earlier we spoke of Megarian farce. It is supposed to have cultivated the art of ludicrously aping certain occupations and social classes, for instance the occupation of the family cook. Epicharmus, a generation older than Aristophanes and dwelling mostly with Hiero at Syracuse, is supposed to have developed the comic potentialities of this Megarian farce. He poked fun at the foolish and ridiculous behavior of the common people, making his comic characters peasants, drunkards, or social parasites. His comedies included philosophical reflections, not only moral but also metaphysical. Just how these reflective passages fitted into his plays remains an enigma. His plays drew heavily on the myths, moving the whole world of gods and heroes to a rather lower sphere. They pictured the gods from the stolid and priggish point of view of the common man, stressing the most vulgar instincts and urges. They portrayed a gluttonous Heracles, a wedding feast of the gods, a banquet at which Hera and Hephaestus quarrel and are conducted by Dionysus back to Olympus, inebriated. In short, he was as disrespectful to the gods as Aristophanes was in the birds, The transition from Sicilian comedy, with its ridicule of social classes and its jesting at the expense of the gods, to Middle Attic comedy was accomplished much more easily than that from the Old Attic comedy to Middle comedy. Uncongenial developments were sapping the vitality of the Old comedy. Aristophanes scoffing at the state, its representatives and crises had become impossible. The people were too exhausted and wretched to bear up under the caricature, which may be fitly applied only to great subjects. Besides, many able people had grown weary of politics. Although a state decree mentioned at various times was in force against the use of personal masks, it did not stop the practice of venting personal malice by ridiculing people under their own names or of satirizing entire social classes. In addition to these, all sorts of victims of city gossip, chiefly philosophers, orators, tragic and epic poets, also foreign rulers, were made a laughing-stock in comedy, and once a comic poet began satirizing some individual, others chimed in. Middle comedy has no definite trace of the chorus, and consequently no parabasis. In the later plays of Aristophanes, the word chorus, wherever found between the scenes without a choral ode of any sort, merely indicates an interlude by a flute player or a short dance. Comedies were still performed at the Dionysus festivals, but in view of the large output of comedies, in all probability the performances had to take place at intervals in between these festivals. It is likely that the production of comedies was turning into a business. It seems that comedy, in its search for new material, found it in stories of love and seduction. Anaxandridas was allegedly the first to exploit these themes. On the other hand, the assertion persists that Aristophanes in Cocculus, one of his lost late plays, had employed abduction and subsequent recognition and other motifs common in Menander. Middle comedy exploited erotic motifs in plays not dealing farcically with the gods, and even sometimes if they did. It differed from the new comedy by more frequently parodying literature, satirizing social classes, and utilizing mythological themes. To judge by the titles, middle comedy must have indulged heavily in a subject frankly dubious in itself, even without Aristophanes, namely that of burlesquing the gods. The Amphitryon of Plautus is the only play that gives us some adequate idea of this comedy. If this play is really an imitation, then the original may well have had many pleasant comic scenes, like the one where Hermes, by virtue of his omniscience, bemuses Cepheus about his own identity, and then by sharing some of his mysterious knowledge, convinces him that he, Hermes, is Cepheus. The rest is simply offensive, especially the shameless bewildering of Alcmene, in consequence of which she sleeps with two men and sorrowfully protests against having done so. She refuses to admit, she cannot admit that she is guilty of this act, while the howling rabble knows that it is true. Though the titles may suggest more than the plays contain, many piquant titles suggesting considerable Athenian realism indicate that the newer comedy excelled the old in satirizing social classes. Fragments preserve rather charming genre pictures, like the one Athenaeus, preserved from the Olynthians by Alexis, wherein a beggar woman tells that they are five, her husband the beggar, herself the old woman, a daughter, a younger son, and the buxom one, probably a daughter she wants to prostitute, and how they alternately go hungry and grow more and more wretched. The main value of such passages is that they give us insight into cultural history. Silenus with a bacchante interior of a drinking cup. Colourful boasting was also found, as when a fellow describes the perils he and his table companions were exposed to. Our dinners consist of sharpened swords, our salads of burning torches, and for dessert our servant brings us Cretan daggers, etc. Gross exaggeration, however, no longer played the large role it once did in the old comedy. In passing, we may mention that according to the many examples in Athenaeus, a favourite device of these poets was to have their characters pose riddles and answer them without any perceptible connection with the main action of the comedies. It being merely a kind of wit the Athenians fancied, these comic poets enjoyed parodying the tragedians, but above all they enjoyed travestying the philosophers. Epicrates of Ambracia presented a scene in Plato's Academy wherein the whole student body wrangle over the question whether a pumpkin is grass, an herb, or a tree, until a Sicilian physician ridicules them for it. When they become angry, Plato calmly counsels them to meditate further upon the matter. In Antiphanes occurs a taunting tirade at the sophists in the Lyceum. i.e. the peripatetics, for their distinction between being and becoming, which sounds like a parody on the logical expositions of Hegel. Furthermore, various fragments of Antiphonies and of Alexis Gibe at the paltry life of the Pythagoreans who did not enjoy wine or anything animate, but would eat a dog that had been killed and was therefore inanimate. They seem to have left the cynics in peace, perhaps because they feared their viciously sharp tongues. At any rate, the ridicule leveled at philosophy shows how important philosophy had become in Athenian life. Moreover, it no longer paid to satirize the state, and since the philosophers in their treatises railed at each other more witheringly than the comic poets did, we really cannot feel very sorry for them. It is fortunate that the middle comedy, as well as the old and the new, appear never to have attacked the visual arts. Scopas and Praxiteles had the good luck to be ignored by them, perhaps in part because they dwelt permanently in Athens. Over against all these things, the oddly important place occupied by the cook, eating and good living as a whole is exceedingly significant. Because the poets could take this taste preference for granted in their audience, they talked so unconscionably much about eating and drinking. We have numerous quotations of this kind from Eubulus, Alexis, Antiphanes, and Anaxandridas, i.e. from the most respected comic poets of their period. Anaxandridas, for instance, portrays the half-barbarous and grotesque banquet served when Iphicrates married the daughter of Cotys, king of the Thracians. Alexis tells about a glutton who burst like a storm upon the market and bought up all the fish as soon as they were for sale in the stalls. The comic dramatists also made game of Miscolus, whom Aeschines, the orator, described as always having about him youthful harp players, both male and female. In his Aesop, Alexis told a story, perhaps handed down from the past, of a discussion between Aesop and Solon, in which Solon said that innkeepers watered their wine not to make money but to keep their patrons from suffering headaches. Epicharmus, the ancestor of Middle Comedy, also provided the most important precedent for it, namely the parasite who now became a stock figure. Alexis created Chaerephon, a parasite who hunted up free meals at whatever exertion. Whenever a dealer in cooking utensils rented a pot, Chaerephon was right there to inquire who was preparing a banquet, so that he might crowd in first, even going as far as Corinth, to sponge a meal. Antiphanes even wrote a comedy entitled The Parasite. A prestissimo in Menesimachus gives us a spate of words which a cook has his slave deliver to young men taking riding lessons in the Agora, to entice them to his local inn. 60 different foods were enumerated, and this whole speech was to be rattled off in one breath, a task more strenuous than any corresponding tour de force in Aristophanes. From the literary point of view, one must admit that these excerpts contain a lot of good comic material. 10. The New Comedy Middle Comedy gave way to the New Comedy about 330 BC, which next to the bucolic poetry of Theocritus is the final artistic achievement of Greece, and is graced by such illustrious names as Menander, Philemon, Diphilus, Poseidippus, and Apollonius of Carystus. The creator of the New Comedy, or at least the poet who more than any other held the entire later antiquity spellbound, the author of 105 plays, was Menander of Athens, the nephew of Alexis, a student of Theophrastus, and a friend of Epicurus and of Demetrius Phalereus. Though he had won only 8 victories, because Philemon was more popular in tone, he did not succumb to the blandishments of Ptolemy Lagos, who tried to lure him to Alexandria. He died at 52 in Athens, where he had enjoyed gentle and refined pleasures in moderation, as Epicurus had recommended, though these included his living with Heterchaeus, specifically the soulful Glycera and the high-spirited Thais. The magnificent statue of Menander, seated now in the Vatican, portrays him as a somewhat middle-class though exceedingly intelligent person, a man whose external good nature concealed a sly roguishness within. The numerous fragments of Menander, and especially the Roman imitations, give us a much better notion of the New than we have of the Middle Comedy. Plautus and Terence knew this kind of comedy, not as texts perused in a study, but as a living tradition. To be sure, the Romans dealt freely with the originals, not shrinking from combining 2 plays into one. From the Roman imitations we know that, as a rule, the scenery in the New Comedy presented a rather long street lined with houses, where the characters in the play lived, with occasional public buildings, shrines, etc. between them. The costumes corresponded to those worn every day by the various social classes. Though masks could have been discarded to get the advantage of facial expression, they were retained, for in essence the new comedy did not strive for individual characterization, but for the typical. The only step the new comedy took toward individualization was to increase the number of the different types of masks. On the whole, these were comically grotesque, only those for women being at times charming. The chorus was completely eliminated. Flute players and dancers made up the interludes. The lines were probably delivered in a loud and rumbling tone, as in tragedy. The setting of these plays was mostly in Athens of the Diadochi. Even after Cheronea and after the Lamic War, Athens remained rich and politically not impotent, though it no longer displayed the glorious spirit of past generations, having turned in part to the philosophers and rhetoricians, and in part to the enjoyment of private life. Even though its scene was Athens, and the association of ideas evoked thereby is gratefully acknowledged, the new comedy did not concern itself with this specific Athens, but with universal human themes. Athens' national, political, and religious interests were resolved into a philosophy of live and let live. Comedy made use of the various social classes as well as the several professions and trades, especially in drawing the secondary figures of the parasite and above all the cook, who now really came into his own. The new comedy continued to jeer at the philosophers and to parody tragedy, a subject it could gradually have laid aside. Occasionally, by way of reviving a motif of the old comedy, it indulged in personal invective. The central emphasis of this comedy, as it has been among all nations under similar circumstances, was on flirtation and love affairs. The soul of the play consisted now of intrigue and suspense, of tying the knot and unraveling it within the scope of probability. The burden of the play was carried by those members of the play whose characters determined the action and who, through their complete lifelikeness, were meant to arouse the interest of the spectators in relatively even balance for and against the central theme. The satirizing of social classes was now secondary compared with the artistic development of this intrigue. To judge by Plautus and Terence, the stage presented only a limited section of life characters and possible combinations of intrigue appropriate to them. The females were monotonously uniform and quite insipid for want of a more sensitive emotional life. They were merely heterae, now gentle and congenial, now sly, base, and greedy, though these latter qualities were no great drawback. In addition, there was the strumpet, the slave of a procureur. If a lover bought her freedom, such a woman could become a hetera and could also get a husband. To get married, she only had to prove that she was born free, but was carried away into slavery. The ransom covered the moral incongruence, so that the hetera could achieve marriage, probably her goal. Stingy fathers wanted to break up the relations between their sons and the heterae, but succumbed to temptation themselves, and so rivalry between father and son was a fairly common theme. Parents and older people enjoyed little respect in those days, mostly because they did not respect themselves. These characters, as well as the youthful lovers, were rather stereotyped. Profound character analysis, such as found in Theophrastus, would be too much to expect. The main character, and generally the promoter of the intrigue, was a slave who, thanks to the general laxity of morals, had managed to assume a position of no mean importance. He spanned the moral spectrum from the good at one end to the bad at the other, now benevolent and kindly, now selfish and egotistical, always recognizable by two qualities: his wealth of useful information and his effrontery, i.e. vanity, at his being in control of the outcome. The new comedy took over the device of two slaves, of two gentlemen. They carry on intrigues, serve as confidants, and imitate on a vulgar level the doings of their masters. We shall also mention the officer who is not a citizen but a homeless, semi-barbarian mercenary. He is the great warrior with a parasite of vastly superior intelligence and is always gotten the better of by any cunning slave. He also exemplified the continuation of social satire found in the middle comedy. The new comedy tried to outdo the middle comedy in satirizing both the cook, whom we meet in all kinds of variations, and the whole business of cooking and dining. We learn to know the haughty cook who preens himself on his scientific culinary knowledge, and on being a student of Epicurus, declaring that all cooks are ignoramuses except himself and two colleagues who still perpetuate the art as taught by Sicon, the master chef. Sicon was thoroughly versed in nature, and taught his apprentices astrology, architecture, and strategy. A cultivated cook made his culinary art the mother of all culture. Another posed as the cook of the new school whose founder discarded sharp spices which Cronus himself had used in order to spare his guests the embarrassment of tears, sneezing and drooling. He knew how to cook for youthful revelers, toll collectors, aged people, or any others. He had developed practical physiognomy to be able to spot good patrons. Other cooks talked in a purely mythological style, or on the least occasion would spout poetry. A gentleman complained that the cook he had hired talked in Homeric idiom only. That cooks were arrogant toward poor patrons was as natural as that a boastful master chef, whom one hired with his whole kitchen crew, terrified everybody with his insolent conduct. In this new comedy, everything was in the hands of chance. These playwrights rather frequently used the device of recognition between adults who had been lost, kidnapped, or exposed in childhood and sold as slaves or threatened with this fate. They also overworked the theme of mistaken identity and allowed base deception and vulgar subjects to pass as comic. It is an open question whether the principle of ridendo castigat mores, ridicule chastens morals, was operative in these plays. At best they might have taught people to shun folly. Whereas Euripides had members of his cast recite his prologues, Menander had allegorical introductory figures do it. Menander resembled Euripides not so much in his characterizations as in his complication of incidents, sententious expressions, and philosophical reflections. Many of his aphorisms have been preserved because they are among the most elegant general reflections ever made about life. Menander's diction and mode of expression have the graceful, even temper of the cultivated mind without any burlesque. Whenever Plautus indulged in burlesque, he borrowed it from Epicharmus or made it up himself. In antiquity, the elegance of Menander's style was universally recognized, though the Attic spirit and sense of form were further refined in later drama. Still, we must acknowledge that the old comedy and tragedy of Athens are unique, unequaled, and irreplaceable by anything else under the sun, or by anything since created by mankind. The new comedy, on the other hand, could be duplicated in every literature. It is merely a matter of sprightly art, moderate observation of life, and detachment from serious national concerns. 11. Alexandrian comedy and farce. The history of the theatre in Athens is obscure. We know that playwrights there tried to produce every species of drama, including the satiric. All we know about Alexandrian comedy comes from scattered reports, and these tell only about satire cast in dramatic form and about outright farce. The so-called gay tragedy that arose during the time of Ptolemy Lagus belongs in the general category under consideration. It does not seem to have dealt humorously with gods and mythical personages, but to have travestied tragic episodes of the myths. Machon of Sicyon is the only surviving name of comic poets who staged their plays in Alexandria. Otherwise it was Athens that set the tone for comedy, and that remained its principal center. In the time of the Diadochi, Dionysiac drama reigned everywhere, at the courts and army camps as well as in cities. Wherever Greeks went and wherever they could afford it, they built theaters, and their large troops of Dionysiac artists, who had their central headquarters in Teos, performed the plays, even though the choragus and the agonistic element had disappeared from the theater. The Dionysiac artists also helped to perpetuate the new comedy, though, in time only through their most renowned representatives. Farce may have played a big role too. If in the Orient, from the shores of the Nile to the Tigris and the Indus, any one thing held the Greeks together, it was the theatre. Delight in dramatic spectacle was something every Greek was born with, and as drama was the unifying influence among the Greeks, so the Orientals were instinctively fascinated by alluring subject matter such as mythology and art. The unbridled theatrical impulse may well have been the standard and banner of the widely scattered Greeks. During the period of the Roman emperors, when only the iambic parts of the tragedies were still being performed, it seems that full-fledged comedies were staged at least during the first 2 centuries, though from the 3rd century on they were dislodged, mainly by pantomimes. In his description of Paris on Mount Ida, Metamorphoses, Book X, Apuleius gives us the liveliest impression of the splendor these mimes may have had. Part Oivu on Philosophy, Science and Oratory. Chapter 12, Advantages and Obstacles in turning to a discussion of the science and philosophy of the Greeks. We shall not attempt to give a history of these subjects, but to present their relation to the Hellenic spirit, beginning with a look at the Near East. This area was far ahead of the Hellenes in accumulating knowledge. Egypt and Babylon possessed a polymorphic civilization vastly older than that of the Greeks, and when we consider that for ages these countries had been surrounded, threatened, and even invaded by greedy barbarians like the Hyksos, and had to be constantly on the alert for self-protection, we must admit that we are faced with a colossal achievement. Here we are concerned with the earliest massive aggregations of human power, and for the first time in history these nations may have made it their purpose to acquire knowledge. Powerful priestly castes were entrusted with this task, and by consistent and concentrated exertion succeeded in amassing a truly great amount of material. The Phoenician civilization was the first offshoot of the Middle Eastern and nearest or most accessible to the Greeks. Not until relatively late did the Greeks manage to organize a state, and then not one but many. Hence they found it impossible to develop a caste of scholars or scientists. They possessed, however, a strong Hellenism which inhibited all foreign borrowing, and when they did borrow, as from the Phoenicians, they Hellenized their take so that it was hardly recognizable as such. The peculiarity of their language gave the Greeks a tremendous advantage in the development of science as well as poesy. It appears as though the Greek language had already virtually contained the future of philosophy within itself. It is infinitely pliant to thought and thus became its transparent veil, especially so for philosophical thought. Greek as a language is brilliantly capable of detaching itself from the world of particulars, a language correctly designated as a practical dialectic, and for this reason exceedingly creative of philosophical idiom and notations. As to the assumption that the greatest and most decisive ideas may have originated in Egypt, one ought to consider whether the old Egyptian language was capable of expressing a non-pictorial idea or of an unimpeded flow of abstract thought. The Semitic languages are far inferior to Greek. To translate Aristotle into Hebrew would certainly be impossible. Even the Arabs had no philosophy before they had the Greek models. Only the Asiatic Indians and the Germanic peoples had languages intimately suited to philosophical discourse. The earliest Greek philosophers, Empedocles, Heraclitus, and others personified abstractions or gave mythological names to philosophical concepts, but philosophy soon created its own language, partly by defining the meaning of hazy general and intellectual terms abundant in the language, and partly by making copious use of the ease with which Greek can form abstract substantives. The Greek language could easily create a compound word, or get along by combining a verb or a noun with a preposition for expressing a new concept, and could convert neuter adjectives and participles into nouns for designating new elements, principles, etc. Moreover, Greek had gerondives available, and its verbs provided an endless wealth of designations and nuances of all kinds for expressing qualified and unqualified concepts. Further, it had the capacity of nuancing the meaning of verbs by turning infinitives and other language elements into nouns merely by adding an article. This plastic facility entailed the temptation for philosophy to content itself with abstractions and neuter nouns on the supposition that it had thereby already understood the facts and had mastered the principles. The Greek language used the same word kakon for ugly and for evil. It had no definite word for self-confidence. But in spite of these and other shortcomings, one must admit that Greek was not simply a philosophical instrument. One gradually acquired but embodied philosophy as it did conversation capable of the most delicate intellectual shadings. The Greeks were able to distinguish and designate parts and wholes, the particular and the general, without, in the course of the process, sanctifying words or worshipping them as ossified entities. Sharply defined terminology did not bear enslavement as a corollary. Whenever a philosopher and his school developed a technical style, another would set up a school next to him and develop his own new mode of thought and expression. Here too, the agon prevailed. However the Greeks may have analyzed particulars in the world of the intellect, they always managed to find a vivid expression for it. The Greeks could easily change over from particulars to generals and from generals to particulars. Consequently, they could view the whole process of thinking and of thought as detached observers and develop logic and dialectics. In turn, oratory and sophistry gave the Greeks their eloquence. In addition to their language, the Greeks had uncommonly fine philosophical endowments. Not this or that degree of accomplishment marked the Greeks, but their capacity for coming to grips with any and all kinds of intellectual problems. Moreover, the inherent weaknesses of their religion were conducive to their philosophy. This proclivity for rigorous rationalization may arise in the presence of a strong religion as in India and Islam, but then only as a heresy in a limited group. Since no restraining force or organization obtained in Greece, philosophical thought could proliferate at will. The absence of an all-powerful priesthood that might have merged religion and philosophy into a rigid system was of paramount importance and decisive for the Greeks, as was also the fact that religion did not foster a priestly caste which, as the guardian of faith and knowledge, might have preempted the purlieus of thought. The Greek philosopher was neither dependent on any social grouping, nor was he limited to any official class or required to meet any specified standard of education which might have imposed itself upon his thought. From the very beginning, philosophers emerged from the most diverse surroundings, being acknowledged as wise men according to a kind of self-evident consensus. It was really the nation as a whole that determined the philosophical status, and since intellectual activity was accessible to all and sundry, not only to the freeborn but also to the slaves and Hellenized barbarians, the community of thinkers was quite large. In fact, anyone who had access to philosophy could take part in it. Celebrated philosophers were in demand as teachers everywhere, and instead of combining into castes, they set up competing schools. But with all its advantages, philosophy was heavily handicapped from the very outset by the myths. After the Greeks had naively lived through that period which later seemed to them heroic, the myths persisted as the glorification of that age in enduring serenity. This refulgent body of ideas hovered like a vision over the nation, which felt that it was the rightful heir of these past glories as it fancied them. For some time, these romantic ideas supplanted rational philosophy with a strongly pronounced philosophy of living. They supplanted knowledge by assuming its primal form, containing within themselves all nature, the law of the earth and history, as well as religion and cosmogony, in a marvelously symbolic raiment, held and preserved by a stabilizing form which was the most glorious poesy. These myths constituted the romantic youth of the Greeks. They lived on wherever Hellenes dwelt, and even among barbarians, as long as the ancient world endured, even if at the end only as a science, a collection, or a comparative study. Their lasting expression may be found in art and poesy, where they keep on sending up new shoots. Interpreted, allegorized, and intellectually refuted, this body of myths, rival and deadly enemy of philosophy that it was, nevertheless endured, and yet it had to be overthrown if thought and knowledge were to thrive freely. This break with the myths took place only gradually and was never fully accomplished. Chapter 13. The break with the maths. If we look at the personages who first gave rise to a world of thought which was independent of the myths, without, however, setting them aside, we find that before philosophy came into being in Ionia, the garments of wisdom were woven of maxims, pneumic utterances, and 7 famous men were celebrated for their labor at this loom. Thales, Pittacus, Bias, and Solon are included in all the rosters. The other 3 are variously given as Cleobulus of Lindos, the Spartan Chelo, Pherecydes, Anacharsis, even Epimenides, and others. Later, when the Greeks could not stand the idea of a sententious tyrant, they replaced Periander of Corinth, the Greek Solomon, with Myson, an obscure Spartan. The wisdom of these 7 men showed itself predominantly in statesmanship. In the opinion of Herodotus, only Thales went beyond practical considerations. He was likewise the founder of Ionian philosophy. Herodotus said further that Thales had predicted an eclipse of the sun and had divided the Halys River into 2 channels, which made him a sort of wizard. The other 6 were called wise because of their political acumen. The Greeks conceived of these 7 wise men as semi-legendary types. Although their lifespan spread over a period of 100 years, myth-making fancy could assemble all 7 of them at Delphi or at a symposium given by Periander in Corinth. The stature of their reputation is well indicated by the mythical story of the golden tripod fished out of the sea, which, according to a Pythian oracle, was to be given to the wisest man, not the most pious. Beginning with Thales or Bias, it made the round of all 7, though none would retain it. Finally, it was dedicated to the Delphian or Ismenian Apollo. The sayings attributed to these 7 wise men were recorded in gold letters on the walls of the temple at Delphi. We should like to know when, how, and by whom this audacious piece of propaganda was perpetrated. Their surviving aphorisms are contained in several collections. Among them are not only geonomic sayings but also sententious answers, apophthegmata, and anecdotes. There are also short proverbs, mostly of an ethical nature, the most important being a number of laconically brief and obscure ones, not always flattering in tone or content. Here we find the saying, "The majority is evil." The mnemic element is, of course, much older, being plentifully represented in Hesiod's works and days. The Spartans with their laconic expressions remained on the mnemic level. Here the Greeks met with the Orient, which, excepting India, never passed beyond the mnemic level, i.e. beyond individual ethical insight, and at all events not beyond the parable. Out of all this, ethics as a system could not be developed. Parallel with the 7 wise men, and occasionally showing a kindred spirit, marched a line of men difficult to subsume under one predicate, but perhaps eccentric saints will do. As indicated above, the exceptional speculative capacity of the Greeks was preconditioned, among other things, by the slender metaphysical tenability and the countless inconsistencies of the popular religion, which was obviously inadequate to account for the world, too weak to coerce mankind to accept its explanations, and could never lead to any ethical precepts. This Greek religion had not fallen prey, as a number of Oriental ones had, to a subverting priesthood. The processes that produced the system of the Brahmins, of Zarathustra, of Moses, etc., were impossible in Greece, or at least they were never accomplished. Hence any highly endowed individual could evolve religious ideas and clothe them in mythical imagery, so that they could become part and parcel of the popular religion. Indeed, it was more difficult than we suppose to discard the myths, which for a long time had been the sole mode of expressing anything and everything. The men to accomplish this task were the Apollonian men, whom we mythologize on our own and then perceive as rivals of philosophy just coming into existence. They diffuse a marvelous splendor by their rigorous regimen ascesis, their inspired mood, their purification. Ceremonies offering to suffering Hellas the hope of atonement, partly by miraculous deeds and partly by their doctrine of metempsychosis. Tradition turned these men into supernaturally endowed creatures of fantasy, and so into mythical figures able to leave their bodies at will. In addition to individuals like Epimenides of Crete, Aristeas of Proconnesus, and Pherecydes of Syros, who had held the most disparate views, there were not only Apollonian but Dionysian Orphics, forming for the first time a grouping or sect exploiting a mood, as may be inferred from those named above. Along with their vegetarianism, asceticism, and belief in metempsychosis, these Orphics had a literature erroneously joined with the name of Orpheus. They evolved their own cosmogony and assured men a blessed state hereafter through purificatory rites. Their vegetarianism may have derived in part from their belief in reincarnation. They felt that their most important mission was to call the Greeks to repentance, to regard the body as a tomb of the soul, and to strive for liberation from the cycle of births. For them life really began only after the escape from this mortal coil. At any rate, Orphism strove to be a new and special religion. How far its specific content was disseminated is unknown. The shimmer of myth veiling Epimenides and other men like him envelops the great Pythagoras in a haze so thick that it prevents our seeing this historical figure with any degree of accuracy. Marvelous tales about Pythagoras derive from relatively old sources. An ancient writing, allegedly from his own hand, told of a trip he had made into Hades, and asserted likewise that he could remember 4 previous incarnations in which he had borne the names of Ethalides, Euphobus, Hermothemis, and Pyrrhus. He was also credited with the power of bilication, and according to a persistent story was seen on the same day in Metapontum and Crotona. He must have been born at Samos around 570 BC. He appeared in Italy around 532 and died in 497, 3 years, before the revolution in Crotona, which drove out his followers. That he journeyed to Egypt would also seem to be true. Such a journey was not a particularly adventurous undertaking during the time of the 26th dynasty, when Naucratis still existed there as a Greek city. Still gaining the confidence of that most genuine Egyptian, the priest must have been beset with considerable difficulty. The passage in Herodotus telling us that the so-called Orphics and followers of Bacchus were really Egyptians, and Pythagoreans clearly shows that the Pythagorean and Egyptian creeds had somewhat similar elements, just as the Orphic and Pythagorean rites were so similar as to be confused. We shall not try to establish whether he reached Babylon or not. There is no good reason to doubt that he did. He must have had some communication with India too, for his doctrine of metempsychosis is far more suggestive of India than of Egypt. The foremost legacy Pythagoras left to the Greeks was this new religion and the system of ethics based on reincarnation and linked with asceticism. He was less a philosopher than a religious reformer who, at a time when the anguish of existence weighed more heavily on men than before, taught that earthly life was to be endured as a penance for evil deeds committed in previous incarnations, and that after the cessation of this life, man would not lie in the grave like a mute stone, as Theognis had thought, but after purification would be reborn in ever new forms. Only the pious person who was consecrated in secret ceremonies and who throughout his life followed the sacred usages and ascetic practices could finally escape from the cycle of ever-repeated births and deaths. Pythagoras founded a fellowship in order to propagate this hope of immortality. Like the Orphics, he too regarded the body as a tomb or prison house of the spirit, which was of a higher heavenly origin. We are not expressly told whether he taught that the spirit, after its transmigrations through many bodies, would achieve extinction as its reward, or whether, as Plato and Empedocles hoped, the spirit would be absorbed into the divinity. Its immortality, however, suggests that Pythagoras held the latter view. Consistent with the view that the spirit was penned in the body, for punishment was the belief that it had to endure the shades of the prison house until liberated by the divinity, lest it fall into even greater affliction. Hence the Pythagoreans developed a dread of suicide and inculcated an attitude of patient, long suffering while awaiting death in old age. We do not know how the past was mirrored in Pythagoras' mind and what sort of relations and associations beckoned to him there. Hence we should not just dogmatically toss out of court without any hearing the account of his 4 previous lives. The same holds true for the reports of his power over animals. We are told that he had a long conversation with a furry bear, after which it returned to its native woods. A splendid steer with which he had been friendly was cared for at a temple in Tarentum into its extreme old age. An eagle is said to have swooped down out of the sky and let him pet it, etc. Most likely these stories reflect the view that he recognized human souls in animals. It is uncertain whether Pythagoras adopted his doctrine of metempsychosis from the Orphics, as the ancients believed, or they from him. It may be most relevant to say that metempsychosis took its place among the Greek ideas because there was no one to hinder it. At all events, Pythagoras made such a deep impression with it that wherever the belief in immortality took a new or seemingly new upsurge, the Greeks immediately thought of Pythagoras. For instance, the Getae had a rather peculiar belief in a hereafter independent of Greek tradition. The Greeks explained that Zamolxis, really a god, had been a slave of Pythagoras and upon returning to his people had proclaimed to them the belief in a happy state hereafter. Of the philosophers before Plato, Empedocles of Agrigentum firmly and clearly taught that the soul pre-exists and is punished by migrations through men, animals, and plants. Even though he was not a Pythagorean, a sentence of his reads, "I have been a maid and a boy, a lamb, a bird, and a fish in the sea." Of all the things Pythagoras acquired in Egypt, the land of mathematics, and especially geometry, the knowledge of mathematics was of the most far-reaching consequence. Linked intimately as it was with his teachings and mathematical as well as musical research, it largely determined that the nature of Pythagorean philosophy would lead to a mathematical and musical conception of the world, instead of meandering like Orphism into bogs of monstrous theology. Now, the theory of numbers developed by the Pythagoreans is indeed a controversial subject, and how much of it is to be ascribed to the master is uncertain. But the fact that Pythagoras had made mathematics one of the basic disciplines of his teachings is incontrovertibly established by the testimony of Aristotle, who said that the school of Pythagoras antedated Empedocles, Democritus, and others. What was practiced so early must obviously trace its origin to the master himself. It appears that in the world of numbers, Pythagoras purposely mingled different things together. He must have conceived of numbers as analogous to forces and number relations as analogous to thoughts. He must have associated certain thoughts with unity and plurality, with straight and crooked, with the holy number 4 in relation to the holy number 10, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10, and then suddenly drawn his listeners from these numbers into the sublime. His doctrine had not only a moral but also an aesthetic side. The circle was to him the fairest of figures, the sphere the fairest of solids, and hence he maintained that the earth was a globe, which was a remarkable assertion at a time when the earth was variously described as an ellipse or as a round disk. Furthermore, he declared that musical notes were numbers and vice versa, thus making numbers the basis of music. Finally, he ascribed geometrical figures to the elements. Fire was pyramidal, air icosahedral, etc., reducing the moral, intellectual, and material world to numbers wrought havoc in Hellenic life. And yet this attitude of mind passed on to later thinkers, and ever since geometry and mathematics have remained the foundations of all science. But all this served only as the groundwork for his system of the universe, cosmos. Either Pythagoras himself or his school achieved eternal glory by being the first to remove the earth from the center of the universe, though this school devised the incomprehensible notion of a counter-earth and a central fire. At least this system could lead to an earth turning on its own axis. To the Pythagorean school falls also the distinction of having been the first to divide the soul into intellect, affect, and reason, animals possessing the first two, only man having also reason. We cannot tell what part of this insight derives from the master and what from the pupils. Had this system of teaching been pure philosophy, women would have had no part in it and most likely would have been flatly excluded. Instead, we find women too in the movement, like Theano, the master's wife, and Damo, his daughter. These took a lively interest in the profoundest scientific problems. The women who soon flocked to this movement succeeded in keeping out all concubines. Unless all appearances are deceptive, the doctrine of the transmigration of souls accounts for the Pythagorean view of the equality of the sexes in the noblest sense. Likewise, the sage may have honored women as the mothers of the future generations. Insofar as imagination can penetrate the legendary haze surrounding Pythagoras, his personality must have been signally imposing, indeed Apollonian. With his distinguished countenance, wavy locks, and white robe, he would make his appearance a man altogether majestic in bearing. His whole being radiated friendliness without a touch of moroseness. First he taught a few, then gathered a larger number about him, and finally there was a whole city that listened to his words. His method revealed careful reflection. The tradition that for the first 5 years the students did not get to see the master must mean that he employed his more advanced students to instruct the beginners. These students respected the authority of the master above all. If something was introduced with the words, as the master has said, no further proof was needed. Pythagoras did not read his lectures, and was wont to introduce his discourses with the formula, "By the air that I breathe and the water that I drink, I will permit no one to dispute my words." Thereby he wished to indicate that his followers should first of all keep silent, reflect, and strive for inward composure. The statement that he did not divulge his doctrines we have to take in a relative sense. The Pythagorean ethic and doctrine of metempsychosis were taught openly, whereas his scientific system was kept secret, not because Pythagoras regarded knowledge as unfit for mankind, but because he thought it was better to exercise caution and to try to spread knowledge gradually, lest willful reaction retard its growth. On this account, the Pythagorean school used a method of instruction necessarily symbolic and solemn. The teachings of Pythagoras did not deny the existence of the gods. Being to that extent orthodox, still, the traditional religion did not suffice for him, because it could not explain the mysteries of the universe, and the gods had difficulty unburdening themselves of the disgrace heaped on them by Poesy, especially Homer's Iliad. His only recourse was a protest of aversion. He said he had seen Homer and Hesiod among those suffering the direst punishments in Hades. That he held the gods in sincerest esteem is shown by his reverent attitude toward prayer. He said he would never presume to ask the gods for any gifts, leaving such matters completely to their discretion. A lavish worship of the dead associated with necromancy, superstition, and spook stories had hitherto been prevailing at Crotona and Megapontum. Pythagoras, with his doctrine of metempsychosis, might well have come into conflict with this cult, and in order to exercise a purifying influence introduced one of his own, which was far more dignified than much divine worship in Greece at that time. It may be said that his cult and comprehensive teaching were conducive to metempsychosis. It would be most important to learn what his new and lofty ethics linked with metempsychosis consisted of. The prohibition of eating flesh does not necessarily imply that he believed a man's soul had to work its way up through animal stages in previous existences, even though in ancient times the practice of vegetarianism had rested on this notion. The Pythagoreans of the 4th century observed a number of abstinences and other usages with a view to a happier lot after death. They also wore a distinctive dress. The asceticism enjoined on them was far brighter and more cheerful than that of the Orphics. It was to keep the members of the fellowship pure, and not to sweeten a tainted conscience as in Orphism. Its purpose was really to promote and preserve a frame of mind that would make man worthy of a higher humanity. Hence those of the inner circle were to refrain from wine, to spare their souls crippling agitation. The keystone of Pythagorean living was to keep one's words so inviolably as to render the taking of oaths superfluous, a remarkable rule of life at a time when perjury cavited about on every street. When Pythagoras travelled about, reports tell us significantly, he was announced as coming to a city not to teach but to heal. He must have radiated widely about him a mystic feeling of inspiration. Living as he did in the Greek society of southern Italy, where wealth and luxurious living were the ideal and the high-born gentleman lived for war and militarism, for the athletic arena and the state, i.e., for the agonistic way of life in the broadest sense, he despised wealth and warned people against inordinate ambition, for those who pursued glory were destined for enslavement. His followers took his teachings so to heart that they pooled their possessions and formed a communal group, as men usually do only under the impact of an overpowering religious enthusiasm or some other elated mood. He was not cast into the role of a political reformer until relatively late, a fact reflecting upon the political engagement of a branch of later, more worldly-minded Pythagoreans. The other branch joined the Orphics to form a group of superstitious ascetics. Plato, the oldest witness, states that Pythagoras brought about a peculiar mode of living, thus distinguishing himself specifically from statesmen and lawgivers like Solon and Charundus. In the meantime, the Pythagoreans became a group deviating in vitally important respects from the rest of the Greeks. One may ask whether a group dedicating itself to such a strange mode of living within a polis would not in time become a political issue itself, even though the leader wanted the group to stay completely apolitical. Everything had belonged to the polis. Then this man Pythagoras came from Samos and through his activity challenged the sole authority of the state. This would seem to explain the political crisis attending his transfer from Crotona to Megapontum and the bloody persecution of his followers after his apparently peaceful death. Eternal glory redounds to the school of Pythagoras for being the first free association that engaged at once in religious, ethical, and scientific activities. As a body held together by bonds of loyalty, the Pythagoreans were something different from the Ionians and the Eleatics. We know with what a spirit of self-sacrifice they helped one another, how they undertook long journeys to attend the burial rites of a brother whom they had hardly known personally. We are astonished that the effects of the Master's teachings were still fresh 200 years after his death. Such influence could be exerted only by a personality reflecting a strong religious force. But now that time had come for Greek thinking to work its way to full independence, the time of philosophy proper in its three epochs named for physics, ethics, and dialectics, although the last two had to carry along and nurse the first. With physics, i.e. the theory of the universe, philosophy introduced itself in spite of all resistance. This is the break with myth. Everybody was curious to know. Gradually, however, the nation discovered within itself too the power of general reasoning, and this is where ethics and dialectics came in. But the possibility of philosophy was entirely the result of physics, which, as said before, marked the beginning. Whereas for nearly all other nations, religion settled the questions of how and whence the world came into being. The Greeks, as soon as they had discarded their myths and gotten over their cosmogonic stammerings, were free to search for first principles. For Thales, the first principle of all things was water. For Anaximander, a Pyrrhon, the limitless substance, in the center of which the earth hovered like a sphere, and for Anaximenes, air in which the stars move not over the earth, but around it. Heraclitus of Ephesus belongs with these three Milesians, and is by far the most important of the group. Antiquity agreed on his intellectual stature, however obscure it may have found his writings, fragments of which continue to offer new insights. He conceived of the universe as a process of becoming an employed fire, as the symbol of eternal self-renewal. He regarded everything as in constant flux, Pandarei and strife as the father of all things. He logically assumed a periodic universal conflagration. Indeed, he originated a number of bold and penetrating thoughts, among them that the senses unaided by reason are untrustworthy. He expressed a profound distaste for Homer and his gods, and was the first to turn his back squarely on the polis. He concerned himself with problems of universal knowledge, and was a citizen of the world. With their doctrine that all is one and one is God, and with their definition of being, the Eleatic Xenophanes, Parmenides and Zeno opposed the native Ionians. They were fledgling pantheists and, like Heraclitus, in revolt against traditional religion because they sought to grasp the divine essence in its purity. The Eleatic school, like the Ionic, was completely untrammeled in its intellectual endeavors and research. Indeed, unimpeded thought became the indispensable condition of their intellectual activity. Their private wealth and the simplicity of their way of life made teacher and disciple independent, so that they could devote themselves wholeheartedly to their study and research. Already in those early times a universal agon among the philosophers prevailed. Whether philosophers discoursed on movement, a material principle, or unity and plurality, or number, as the Pythagoreans did, or atoms, as Democritus did, all these systems were independent creations, and not one was a mere commentary on religion. These physical discoveries and intuitions were the first stirrings of thought and research ever made by free individuals, without any priestly coercion or religious interference. It was no longer necessary to clothe this knowledge in myth or ritual, even though Empedocles' abstract personifications like hate and love still had a mythical hue. The Ionians, however, spoke about nature because the time was ripe for such ideas. As the mother of many colonies, rich in knowledge of the world and pulsating with cosmopolitan life and the mode of colonial thought, their native Ionia, freed of all religious constraints, must have spurred the philosophers on to reflect as they did, and matters were much the same wherever the Greeks dwelt. The earliest Ionians, who according to Aristotle did not at all distinguish any prime mover from what they called primal matter, Anaxagoras with his nous, reason being a great innovation, proceeded without any preconceptions. How independent they were in their assumptions is shown, for instance, by the explanation Anaximander gave for the development of individuals in teaching, among other theories, a gradual transformation from fish to man. Indeed, the magnitude of the differences in their results marks the independence of these Ionian minds. This holds true for the three Myalgians, whereas Heraclitus cast doubt on the testimony of the senses, because both the perceiving object and the perceived were caught in a stream of perpetual flux. To be sure, if for some political or social reason one wished to ruin a philosopher, one had merely to lodge against him an accusation of impiety, in reality only a pretext for some other animosity, nearly always stemming from the influence the philosopher wielded over the statesman of the particular polis. Thus, the enemies of Pericles proceeded first against Anaxagoras because he taught that the sun was a glowing mass of metal, that the moon was like the earth, that sacrificial portents had natural explanations, and because he interpreted the Homeric myths morally and the names of the gods allegorically. Anaxagoras was imprisoned and sentenced to die, but instead was banished from Athens and went to Lampsacus, where he died. Still, he introduced the idea of mind, nous, into philosophic thought, even if only as a kind of primal impulse, leaving the rest to natural history. Protagoras, who had begun his discourse on the gods with the words, "It is due to the gods that I cannot know whether the gods exist," was banished from Athens in 411 BC, and his books that he had read in the Lyceum and private homes were gathered and burned. Diogenes fared somewhat worse, partly because he had divulged the Eleusinian mysteries. He fled with a reward of a talent on his head, but apparently died in Corinth unmolested. Diogenes of Apollonia, who taught that some day the sea would dry up, had to flee for his life. We shall return to Socrates later on. Generally, there was in Athenian democracy a highly conservative insistence that philosophy must not touch the gods, whereas comedy was allowed to make game of them. After the proposal of Diopetes was enacted in 432 BC, making it a criminal offense to disbelieve in the gods or to attempt to explain the universe. Investigation into nature could be carried on only in secret. By and large, however, nothing could prevail against philosophy. Xenophanes had already defended his new conception of divinity, his all is one, against the popular anthropomorphic and polytheistic religion with this statement: if lions could paint and make images as men do, they would fashion their gods in the shape of lions. Democritus denied the traditional gods and deduced all events out of necessity, which was essentially no worse than the fate of popular belief. He asserted that the goal of life should be a serene soul unshaken by fears and superstition. The atomistic school deriving from him paved the way for the skeptics and Epicureans. However much people might fill the air of Athens with frivolous babble about scientific matters, as Aristophanes' clouds shows to excess, they could not hurt philosophy. The sycophants were continually endangering the life and property of the upper classes anyway, and since men at that time feared death less than they do today, one did not worry excessively about the accusation of impiety. Moreover, most of the accused ducked the charges of godlessness as well as they could, as Epicurus is well known to have done most charmingly by admitting the existence of the gods but denying their rule of the universe. With all its independence from the ties of traditional religion, philosophy first brought about monotheism, not atheism, and finally attained to religion in Neoplatonism. The polemics against Homer and Hesiod were almost more telling than those against traditional religion, for these poets were the basic presupposition of all Greek life and culture. Beginning with Pythagoras, the philosophers opposed those two poets in the name of a deeper reverence for the gods, whom the Pythagoreans served with punctilious devotion. Moreover, the Pythagoreans built their ethics on religious foundations, quite as if one could retain the many gods after having abandoned the individual myths, whereas Pythagoras was supposed to have seen the torments the poets suffered in Hades. Heraclitus said that Homer as well as Archilochus deserved to be thrust and whipped out of poetry contests, and Xenophanes, who combated the myths with an almost pantheistic notion, composed elegies and iambic verses against Homer and Hesiod, wherein he reproached them for what they had said about the gods. The treatment Plato accords the poets in the Republic is well known. Later scholars purported to detect envy of Homer in Plato, who may have looked askance at the myths because he himself had given up composing tragedies as Socrates had given up carving sculpture. Thinking Greeks everywhere might have begun to outgrow the myths and could have philosophized ethics and dialectics out of physics nature, but just then sophistry appeared on the scene. This subject merits study by historians of ancient civilization as a social phenomenon. Here we shall merely allude to its position in Hellenic thought and knowledge. The sophists offered stiff competition for the philosophers, for wherever they held forth philosophers were in a bad way. We must, however, venture to oppose the usual preconceptions. The sophists came to Athens from abroad, Protagoras from Abdera, Gorgias from Leontini, Hippias from Elis, and Prodicus from Chios. They were exceedingly imposing as they spoke at banquets and festivals, delighting the nation and garnering wealth from their fees. The philosophers could not understand why men who taught for hire should have met with such acclaim. We might explain the phenomenon by noting that the ordinary man prizes more highly something he has to pay for than something he gets free. They settled in Athens, and most illustrious people, men like Pericles and Thucydides, attended their schools and imbibed their learning, an effect presupposing a cause which can hardly have consisted merely of moral indifference. The sophists are supposed to have taught that in and of itself nothing is either good or bad, that these qualities depend upon opinion and social agreement, and that about every subject one may assert a pro and a contra. In religion, they were allegedly not skeptics, but outright deniers, corrupting the Athenians with all sorts of But we doubt that people like the sophists could have brought about such a widespread change of opinion. At most they merely gave formal expression to a mode of thought long since prevailing. On the other hand, they strove hard and methodically to perfect the art of oratory, to be sure in connection with their doctrine of the subjectivity of all knowledge, hence making one's views about everything depend on persuasion. Moreover, they were up on current philosophical problems, even though they recognized no real objective knowledge, but only subjective conception. Their dialectics, in which paradoxical propositions borrowed from the Eleatics played a significant role, might well have been intellectual gymnastics, and though their formal education lacked depth, and though they could lay no claim to making men better, they nevertheless enlarged mental skills and understanding for which people were handsomely grateful. Hippias could pose as a man of encyclopedic ability inasmuch as he appeared at Olympia in an outfit which he had made himself, including the cutting and polishing of the stone in his signet ring. Their most important service was to bring a mass of positive knowledge to bear on an age possessing few books but craving to learn. If we transport ourselves back into their period, we shall more readily comprehend that they probably exerted an influence similar to that of the Italian humanists. They had their astronomy and their system of the universe. They had a knowledge of geometry sufficient to enable them to project maps. They explicated poets, taught music, and mastered grammar. They applied themselves to history, archaeology, and the comparative constitutions of the polis, which laid the groundwork for Aristotle's politics. They delved into jurisprudence and studied household management, state government, and colonial organization. Hippias dealt with the science of mnemonics. In short, even if the famous challenge of Gorgias, to put to him whatever questions one wished, really implied that he would attempt to answer them by logic, rather than by drawing on a fund of all-embracing knowledge, nevertheless the sophists collected a wealth of information which distinctly benefited Hellas. The sophists were an integral part of Hellenic life and are not to be underrated as they have been. Chapter 14, The Art of Oratory. Oratory is an offshoot of sophistic teachings, a phenomenon we shall examine briefly before turning to the philosophers again. Here too we must bear in mind above all the power and pliancy of the Greek language in expressing anything one may wish to tell and convey to others, in sharp contrast, for instance, to the Hebrew of that time, and also the great advantage oratory could derive from the many occasions Greek life provided for speaking in private, in public, and at military gatherings. We have no corresponding parallels today. To our good fortune, Homer has survived. The speeches of his gods and men have an utterly natural power and beauty, and yet they are conceivable only amid an advanced culture deliberately fostered in a polis. This means that already in Homer's time effective means had been evolved for attaining ends or resolving issues by arguing for or against them, and that such speeches were made under severely agonistic conditions, forcing people to consider what it was that made for persuasive eloquence. It is important to observe that the art of oratory, having its arena in the popular assembly, was a competition in thinking, knowledge, and inventiveness. Philosophers may also have been aware from the very beginning that they were in competition with each other, and that they would be well advised to study the art of persuasion, as did Aristotle, who devoted much of his precious time to oratory and contributed more than anyone else to the comprehension and interpretation of it. The best sources available for studying this tremendous field are first of all the extant orations. The most important authorities on the history of the development of ancient oratory are Brutus and De Oratione by Cicero, who had excellent sources and precise knowledge deriving from his own Greek education of the hundreds of systems of instruction Aristotle's Rhetoric and Rhetorica ad Alexandrum fortunately survive. The Rhetores Graeci, edited by Walls and Spengel, and the exhaustive treatment by F. Blas in Die Attische Beredsamkeit, Attic Eloquence, are to be recommended. The goal of this artistically elaborated oratory, which had an audience relatively unaccustomed to reading but eager to listen because of frequent participation in the popular assembly and the courts, was to make the plausible appear valid. A precious sentiment of Aristophanes acknowledges that speech lifts a man and gives his spirit wings. An anecdote taken from the life of Antiphon gives the most telling example of the power of speech. He had been banished and was living in Corinth, where he set up a consolation booth with a sign that he could heal the sad and distressed just by talking to them. When people came to him, he listened to their tales of grief and affliction, and by his soothing eloquence healed their souls. The systematic and theoretical art of oratory could arise only in connection with the development of the democratic courts, affording recurrent opportunities for practicing this art. Ancient reports reliably inform us that this timely posture of events first occurred in Sicily when, after the overthrow of the tyrants, many civil claims which had long been forcibly repressed were reactivated in the courts. We shall not investigate to what extent the philosopher Empedocles may be regarded as the pioneer of oratory. It is, however, certain that Corax, who had been influential under the tyrant Hero, was a popular orator and attorney at law before tribunals. In 427 BC, Gorgias, the sophist of Leontini, went with an embassy to Athens, and there introduced the Sicilian art of oratory based on his philosophy, which, as noted above, was negative. Starting with Gorgias, for whom Protagoras with his dialectics had done preliminary work, eloquence for a long period of time was the chief study of the sophists. Gorgias already called himself a rhetor. Oratory in Athens must have made rapid progress, though only in Athens, where the statesman had prepared the soil. It was opportune for oratory that since the Persian Wars, tremendous political activity had taken place and two powerful hegemonies had developed. Furthermore, the orator Thrasymachus evolved a style suitable for practical speeches by replacing the florid pomposity of Gorgias and the stiff dignity of Antiphon with solid periods and more refined expressions. In the midst of this movement, we find men like Critias and Andocides who were neither sophists nor creators of a new style, but merely practitioners of techniques evolved by others. Finally, Lysias, the second great professional speechwriter, went even beyond Thrasymachus and deliberately made use of expressions of everyday life, although he was fully conversant with the periodic style and figurative language. In addition to all these developments, Isocrates managed to evolve a style of his own. The language of politics soon took on a different character. In contrast to the measured demeanor of Pericles or Antiphon, Cleon raved up and down the rostrum, throwing aside his mantle and clapping himself on the hips. Soon professional orators were active in the popular assembly, readily lending their eloquence to introduction or support of whatever proposals anyone might put forward. In addition to political oratory, the Attic tribunals contributed in large measure to the development of oratory, as already mentioned. It was decisive for forensic oratory that judgments in Athens were passed not as in oligarchies by an official or a small jury impervious to eloquent persuasion, but by a large body of jurors selected from among the people and apt to be swayed by an intellectually superior individual, just as in the popular assembly. Since the parties involved in private lawsuits had to speak for themselves, and any Athenian could speak as a plaintiff in public court proceedings, and since, moreover, the defendant had to speak in his own defense, any litigant lacking competence could hire a professional speechwriter to compose a speech for him and then memorize and deliver it before the court. This may have been the primary motive for writing down speeches. It can be shown that Antiphon was the first such professional who, though he himself delivered no public addresses and never initiated a lawsuit, was one of the ablest advisers of litigants presenting their cases in court or before the popular assembly. It is distinctly significant that forensic speeches of some city in Greece could be of interest and were collected by the hundreds, whereas all the court proceedings of the ancient Orient are of no moment to us. Here, too, a specific way of life is addressing itself to us. In addition to speeches made before the tribunals and the popular assembly, there was a third category of the so-called epideictic orations. This name derives from epideixis, which means a display of ability applied not to a prescribed, but to any subject one may choose. This epideictic category, extremely popular and widespread, had various distinct uses. The sophists cultivated it as a propaedeutic to practical oratory. Sometimes, as in Lucian's praise of a fly, a harmless theme without political or forensic bearing was developed so as to exemplify the art of narration, but more often a worthier subject drawn from the sophist's rich store of knowledge was developed as beautifully as possible. Gorgias Palamedes, a fine example of Greek forensic oration, belongs in this category. At the outset, Palamedes demonstrates the improbability of his having committed an act of treason by showing that it would have been useless, imbecile, and impossible without complicity. Then he gives an orderly account of his past life and the honors he has received. Finally, he appeals to the nobility of the heroes who are his judges and proposes that the state keep him in prison until the truth has been ascertained. In conclusion, he refrains from giving a recapitulation as being appropriate only before lesser judges, saying grandly that no one may suppose that the foremost among the foremost Greeks had not paid attention to him and hence did not bear in mind already the plea addressed to them. Our first kind of epidictic oratory is a kind of speech actually delivered, particularly the panegyric given at festivals. Among its ardent practitioners were the sophists. Prodicus, a contemporary of Gorgias, recited his well-known choice of Heracles, charging an admission fee. Besides the panegyrics, funeral orations were quite common. In 352 BC, a great agon of eulogistic lamentations was held in honor of Mausolus. For the sake of acclaim or personal advancement, teachers of rhetoric, often posing as philosophers of some sect or other, found it expedient to deliver their orations in public. But already in the 4th century, epidictic orations, though on occasion valuable and important, were commonly regarded as literary products designed for reading. To this category belongs the lost speech on Concord composed by Antiphon, a statesman and namesake of the Sophist, and the Olympiacus by Lysias, although he never recited it at Olympia, and also his funeral oration on the Athenians fallen in the Corinthian War after 394, which may be genuine even though it does not resemble the rest of his speeches. In addition, occasional speeches actually delivered belong in this epidictic genre. The handbook, Techni of Dionysius of Halicarnassus, originating at a later date, establishes rules and principles for this sort of epidictic composition. If there were many who did follow these precepts, one cannot help wondering whether the public in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire did not burst out laughing every time it recognized and saw through these commonplaces in a public address. One may be in doubt whether the fictional speeches composed by the historians belong to the political or epidictic category. Much of the suppressed and late political oratory took refuge in historical writings. Two capital examples, and these must suffice, are the two speeches made by Nicolaus and Gylippus respectively after the Sicilian victory over the Athenians, as recorded by Diodorus Siculus. It is irrelevant to the issue whether he made them up or stole them. Rhetoric schools, like that of Isocrates, flourished, offering excellent pay to the teachers. These men steadily received astoundingly large incomes and were rewarded with personal fame to boot, as is evidenced by numerous commemorative statues, the earliest of which was that of Gorgias. The multitude of handbooks proves, at all events, that people took a sustained interest in oratory. For the purpose at hand, we shall deal mainly with the principles as formulated in Aristotle's Rhetoric. This masterpiece, near perfect in execution, presents the art of oratory down to the minutest particulars. It lists and defines the various categories, explaining what they all have in common. It proceeds to treat arguments, drawing heavily on logic and dialectic. Then it takes up the what and the how of a discourse, thereupon the structure of speeches and their various parts, and finally the diction, including the subtlest details of beauty, propriety of language, rhythm of the words, employment of metaphors, figures of speech, etc. In our brief look at the 10 Attic orators included in the canon conceivably established by Pergamum scholars in 127 BC, we shall begin with Antiphon, already introduced as the earliest professional speechwriter. In addition to the speeches already mentioned, which served as exercises in school, 3 are in defense of men on trial for their lives. Among them, the speech on the murder of Herodes is especially interesting, probably delivered around 415. It is the oration that reveals the full range of Antiphon's power. His style shows kinship with that of Thucydides, who, according to Plutarch, had studied under Antiphon, as also had Critias and Alcibiades. The most important work of Andocides is on the mysteries. Here we get to know the individual present at and deeply implicated in the events under consideration. He is actually supposed to have denounced his own father in a mystery trial in connection with the mutilation of the Hermae, but also to have saved him by stating that he could produce the names of many who had embezzled public funds. In this oration, which is quite an exceptional document, he makes some revealing statements on the crime itself. Lysias was the greatest of the forensic orators. Though born in Athens, his father was a medic from Syracuse, and so the son remained one in Athens. At 15 he went to Thurii, a move that turned out to be decisive for his calling as an orator, for there his teacher was Theseus, a former disciple of Corax. After the Athenian debacle at Syracuse and the defeat of the pro-Athenian Democratic Party at Thurii in 412, he returned to Athens, and as a wealthy dilettante and sophist of the Sicilian school, he devoted himself to the cultivation of epidictic oratory. As a matic, he could not himself appear in the popular assembly. Under the 30 tyrants, his brother was sentenced to drink hemlock, while Lysias himself barely escaped with his life. This catastrophe forced him to earn his livelihood as a speechwriter, producing an astonishing number of speeches. Isocrates studied under Gorgias and Tisias. Being particularly influenced by Gorgias, he was also an associate of Socrates. His frail body, weak voice, and especially his timidity kept him from the speaker's rostrum in the Pnyx, obliging him to make his living by writing orations for his disciples and for other readers. As a professional speechwriter, he thought himself far superior to his rivals. Even though he composed a few forensic speeches he later scorned. In his eyes, his rivals compared to him as doll-makers might to Phidias. He was the most accomplished teacher of oratory. His school was the most successful in Hellas, soon having 100 pupils from all parts of Greece, each of whom paid 1,000 drachmas tuition fee. In his Panathinaikos, published in his 24th year, he expressly declared that he had forgone all other categories of oratory in order to devote all his speeches to the advancement of Athens and Hellas. No doubt he took this patriotic oratory, in which Gorgias was his predecessor, very seriously. Taking Isocrates at his word, he was not only an orator but also a philosopher, an eclectic, appropriating items from various schools. To what extent he followed Plato it is hard to determine. In time he began to deviate considerably from all contemporary philosophical modes of thought. His supreme skill in oratory will keep his name alive for ages to come, for as the flowing spell of his words enraptured his contemporaries, so will future generations, moved in heart and mind by a power hitherto unknown in oratory. Without his creative transformation of Attic style, neither Demosthenes nor Cicero would have been possible. Isocrates lacked the thrust of Demosthenes, nor did he strive for it, yet his was the fairest Hellenic diction one can imagine. Aeschines, the rival of Demosthenes, occupied a uniquely important position among the Attic orators. In his younger years he was an athlete and an actor. Later he fell in with Eubulus and was drawn into politics. As an orator he was essentially self-taught, but highly talented, singularly personable, and possessed of a clear voice. Allegedly he was the inventor of impromptu speaking. He set down only the 3 speeches still extant, one against Timarchus, who is said to have thereupon hanged himself, or in any case was imprisoned and dishonored, one in his own defense against impeachment proceedings initiated by Demosthenes, and one against Ctesiphon, to which Demosthenes replied victoriously with an oration of his own. Since all 3 of these orations are intertwined with the life and career of Demosthenes, the 2 rivals share a sort of common fame. At any rate, Aeschines enjoys the immense advantage of having left to posterity in his orations materially important historical testimony to one of the most critical periods in the history of Athens. He was a master of creative composition, fascinating the reader with its charm. And now Demosthenes, whose achievements reach the apex of sublimity in ancient oratory. In his youth he had to contend with crooked guardians, and so developed an early interest in jurisprudence and rhetoric. Subsequently he became a student of Esaias, who instructed him in court procedure, civil law, and the art of oratory. He had extraordinary talent but also congenital debilities, inability to pronounce the letter R, a twitching of the shoulders, and the like, most of which he overcame by strenuous and sustained exertion. Anecdotes about his self-discipline are probably legendary, like those that proliferate over the centuries about any famous personality. Demosthenes studied the writings of Isocrates, although he never attended his school, nor did he attend the academy of Plato, probably because the schools of rhetoric and philosophy had nothing to do with each other, being bitterly antagonistic. Among the older masters, he is supposed to have applied himself most assiduously to Thucydides. He began his career as a speechwriter for the law courts. As such, he developed remarkable skill in adapting a speech to the character of the litigant and the circumstances, somewhat like Lysias, although he never swept the listeners along with him as Lysias had done. He displayed his full powers in speeches affecting policies of state, either before the popular assembly or in a state trial. Demosthenes made artistic oratory not an end in itself, as Isocrates did, but a means to an end, as no less a man than King Philip discovered, who compared the speeches of Demosthenes to soldiers because of their martial force, and the speeches of Isocrates to athletes because they merely put on a spectacular show. After he had slaved and slogged his way to the fore, momentum carried him on ahead of all others, and he became mightier and mightier as time went on, and Athens faced the great crisis of having Philip of Macedonia interfere in her affairs. Demosthenes put forth strenuous efforts to resist Philip in every way possible, and for that lofty pursuit he was well prepared by his unexcelled mastery of the situation based on his insight and his vast knowledge of the laws and the affairs of state. He developed the thrust and power of his style most marvelously in his Philippics and Olympiacs, which felicitously combine a factual approach with cogent expression. His thesis was that if the Athenians did not fight abroad to ward off the war, it would march up to their own doorsteps. This message he repeated in ever more striking form. Perhaps he was wrong to arouse the Athenians, weak as they were, against Philip, and surely he would have been well advised to fight to the death at Chaeronea. The aged Isocrates, never so vehement against Philip as Demosthenes was, took his own life there, whereas Demosthenes saved his skin, hardly, one might say, to his honor. It is enough to say that in later antiquity Demosthenes was by common consent regarded as the first orator among the Greeks, as Cicero was the first among the Romans. In his encomium on Demosthenes, Lucian says that the Attic orators were babbling babes in comparison to the musical words, the ringing rhythms, the clear exposition of thoughts, the interlocking proofs, and the hard-hitting delivery of Demosthenes. We shall mention only the last three orators in this canon. Lycurgus died after 326, Hypasides executed 322, and Dinarchus died after 299. This magnificent roster of Greek orators is supplemented by an impressive list of Roman orators: the elder Seneca, Quintilian, Rutilius Lupus, Aquila, Rufinianus, and others. In the Roman half of the oratorical empire, the Latins put forth endless effort to achieve effect. But we have as little time to tarry on this matter as on the grand polar complement which all oratory found in the art of the listener, as discussed in Plutarch's On the Right Way of Listening. The time and effort we in our age devote to the acquisition of knowledge, the men of antiquity, among them men of the highest ability too, put into a study of form. There have come down to us a great number of speeches which had once served the Greeks and Romans as study models. These demonstrate the deep chasm between the ideals of that age and ours. Even if we ask whether our age can really afford to do without eloquence, the fact is we simply lack the time the Greeks had to devote to this art. We should also bear in mind the historical influence of oratory on Christianity. During the 3rd and 4th centuries, oratory invaded the church, and oratory and dialectic zeal became the masters of dogmatics and shaped the form of the momentous struggles, especially over the second person of the Trinity, which determined the destinies of whole nations. As a matter of fact, oratory and the epigram are the two facets of antique civilization that have survived. After the Greek state, art, gymnastics, even the remnants of their philosophy either perished or were completely subverted, the Greek tongue still wagged. This brief look at speechcraft in an era in which it held undisputed sway must suffice. Chapter 15, The Free Personality During its Flourishing Period. What did the Greek state do for science and research? The answer is, it ignored or harried them. As already said, Greece never had a scholarly caste. The polis demanded of its citizens other things than knowledge, and of all ideas the remotest was that the state should institute a school system. The state left the education of the young entirely in private hands. Children learned whatever was regarded as useful at home and in private schools. The state was already powerful enough and could forgo exercising tyranny through the schools. The polis banished from time to time or put to death the thinkers and searchers who, together with the poets and artists, were produced by the great natural endowment of the people. As mentioned before, the danger was especially acute for those attempting to investigate nature and to explain the world as a system of forces and the heavenly bodies as astronomical objects. Men could be haled into court and tried for impiety, and such accusations were frequent and dangerous. Though the masses were but little given to fanaticism, they could easily be moved to condemn a doubter in order to ward off the rancor of the gods. The denunciation in Aristophanes' Clouds helped to bring about the ruin of Socrates 24 years later. It was dangerous for the inquiring mind of a philosopher to carry on his private quest, for if he withdrew from the polis, it would pursue him as Abdera pursued Democritus, demanding to know what he had spent his wealth on. He is reported to have justified himself by reading to the authorities his Diacosmus and concerning the things in Hades. Important developments like the break with the myth and glorious discoveries of nature were due to men in whose intellection, philosophic inquiry, and scientific research could not be separated. For a long time, the only scholars and men of learning were the philosophers. Even the sophists called themselves philosophers. Aristotle was the greatest scholar and the greatest systematizer. Every kind of truth, including material and scientific truth, rested on philosophy. All intellectual activity owes an absolute debt to philosophy. Untrammeled freedom of thought won by philosophy benefited not only all fields of scientific inquiry, but even in external life it aided greatly in developing the free personality which adorns the researcher. Never again have free intellectual pursuits, detached from all official schools and institutions, and from all obligatory contacts with state and religion, been able to gain so much respect and power. The rise of these pursuits is an important event in world history, carried on and propagated as they were by the sheer drive of men hardly aided by books. Here we see manifesting itself an unusual speculative bent and an altogether new dimension in Greek life. In the rise of Greek philosophy, it was crucial that individuals could propound any kind of doctrine or revelation, and even though there lurked in the background the threat of being accused of impiety, they were not hampered by any sacrosanct union of religion and the state. Furthermore, it was significant that listeners and disciples were at hand who made it worth a philosopher's while to devote his life to intellectual pursuits, with the hope that a student would be sufficiently influenced by the philosopher's personality to carry on his teachings. That it became customary in Athens after Pericles for philosophers to live with their followers, we learn from the caricature given of it by Aristophanes in the thinking hut of the clouds. Sparta naturally kept out the philosophers along with the orators, but was an exception. On the other hand, the philosophers to whom Athens largely owed her primacy were not all Athenians. Some, like the sophists, came from elsewhere, Anaxagoras from Clazomenae and Aristotle from Stagira. In the cities were places where one could appear and talk with individuals or groups, the stoes, the agoras, the periboloi of temples, gardens and wooded areas with extrae, etc. Zeno, for instance, taught in the Stoa Poikile, famed for its frescoes by Polygnotus, hence his followers were called Stoics. Other conditions propitious for philosophy were the leisure the polis granted its citizens, the relative ease of life in the southern climate, and the custom of talking and listening inculcated to a high degree by court procedure. Fluency in speech can be taken for granted since the art of oratory and philosophy sprang up together. If in addition to all this we consider the variety of the competing philosophers and their doctrines and the constant agony obtaining among them, of which the levy in the house of Callias at the beginning of Plato's Protagoras gives us a good notion, then we shall understand that fortunately for the free personality no philosopher was able to impose his views on the rest, but that all existed side by side. In this fashion, despite the esotericism of Pythagoras, philosophy became a part of public life. Along with the rather extensive body of knowledge associated with it, we need not think of Democritus' philosophy was almost wholly available to the public, and Greece had an abnormally large quota of people interested in philosophic thought and expression, i.e. craving for a world of the intellect beyond myth and religion. This receptive society was challenged to think its way step by step through the following: the ancient cosmogonies, the ionic explanation of the world by principles and elements, forces and atoms, in addition ethical and political philosophies, the Pythagorean reduction of reality to numbers, the metamorphic identity of God in the universe, the Heraclitean criticism of sense perception, the doctrine of being, the nous, mind of Anaxagoras, the Platonic concept of ideas, and the beginning of dialectics. Not only did the philosophers represent the whole higher order of thought, but also the free, non-priestly, many-sided, and unlimited field and mode of knowledge. In the midst of all this, athwart the path of philosophy, sophistry made its appearance, recognizing only subjective knowledge and giving free play to opposite assertions and dubious applications to justice and morals. The sophists left everything to the art of persuasion. They cultivated rhetoric and logic, including paradoxical conclusions. They also took active part in various branches of learning, teaching individual skills and disciplines of knowledge. They disseminated knowledge and formal culture, though of a shallow kind. Everywhere at that time, and also later in the schools of these sophists, we find not merely writers, but personalities. And one can imagine the pressure on a man to distinguish himself in a system where he is constantly thrown on the need to achieve effect by his speech. These Hellenic philosophers also developed a capacity for enduring poverty. The question whether they could in honor accept pay for teaching agitated them considerably. In the older period, the genuine philosophers were generally distinguished from the sophists by their teaching gratis, but the split over mercenary philosophy continued down into Roman times, and likewise the doubt whether a wise man may gather wealth. This voluntary poverty was naturally greatly alleviated by the predominance of celibacy, practiced already by Thales and later taken for granted, except by Socrates and by Aristotle, who wanted to be buried by the side of his Pythias. Only later Stoicism proclaimed marriage incumbent on philosophers. How completely detached philosophers were from wealth and luxury we learn from the great number of those who voluntarily relinquished or gave away their possessions or otherwise chose poverty. In one of his poems, Xenophanes says that at 25 he set out and spent his time wandering about for 67 years in Hellenic countries. Though he was driven from Colophon, he must have adapted himself to voluntary homelessness. Heraclitus contemptuously isolated himself from the public affairs of Ephesus, to the disgust of the best citizens. As he himself noted, he threw away his possessions. In explanation he said, "I was searching for myself, reminiscent of the Delphic Know Thyself." Empedocles of Agrigentum, who was rich, noble, generous, and a public benefactor, scorned all worldly dignity and power. Anaxagoras, of a similar background, withdrew from the public affairs of Clazomenae and from the enjoyment of his great wealth. When asked why one should prefer to live rather than to die, he replied, "To contemplate the heavens and the order of the universe." It may well be that he was referring to the heavens as his home, since he felt himself to be in a very special sense not only a citizen of the earth, but of the universe. Soon after the Persian Wars he settled in Athens, thus transplanting philosophy there, after which Athens remained the seat and center of this discipline. While sitting in prison following an accusation of impiety, he wrote about the squaring of the circle. The earlier philosophers and scholars, with the exception of Heraclitus, were citizens and counselors of specific polis, just as the 7 wise men were. The later ones were little concerned with the polis they lived in, treated of the state as an abstract entity, wrote about theoretical politics, and composed abstract thought made for inward happiness, just like Christianity later providing a refuge from the riddled state. These later sages found the world an alien land, life a temporary shelter, the body a tomb, hence their resigned attitude toward poverty, exile, and other adversities. These philosophers expressed their emancipation from their homeland by their extensive wanderings abroad, undertaken in part for learning purposes and in part for teaching opportunities. Socrates alone felt no need to travel. They were all bent upon being original. Socrates, for instance, has long been known as such. Each one of them conducted his life in his own fashion, declaring himself to be intellectually sovereign. Each one desired to make his audience or the people as a whole intellectually dependent on him, and the ethical philosophers after Socrates even desired to make them better or admirable, something no temple priest at that time aspired to. Moreover, the philosophers indicated that they were indifferent to the opinions of the world. Democritus is reported to have been self-reliant, desiring to spend his days unnoticed in contemplative solitude. He went to Athens, but since he scorned worldly honors, he took pains to remain obscure. He saw Socrates, who was a year younger than himself, but was not recognized. As is well known, Epicurus counseled his friends to pass their time in quietude, but upon occasion it may not have been easy to live in quiet obscurity. For some philosophers exerted great influence from the very beginning. The Athenians hated Anaxagoras and some others with an enduring passion, impelled to it not so much by religious fanaticism as by envy of the social prominence these men enjoyed and the influence they wielded. Plato and Aristotle were so greatly admired that students imitated the stoop of the former and a speech defect of the latter. But with the accelerated decline of the polis after Alexander, there came a time when the Diadochi, the Heterae, and the philosophers comprised the predominant personalities of their age. And in the 2nd century, the philosophers, in addition to their research and reflection, were meddling in politics, appearing in the agora, and engaging overtly in publicity seeking. Modern historic research had to pay considerable attention to the origin and elucidation of Greek philosophy, and hence may have lent the subject a greater importance than it actually deserves. For not much can be gotten from some of these Greek philosophers if a modern thinker had no more to offer than some of the Greeks. No one would pay any attention to him. Moreover, Greek philosophy has one inherent limitation, which might justify a more modest evaluation of it. It never really came to grips with the question of freedom and necessity in human behavior. It brushed the question now and then, as when Aristotle, reporting that Socrates spoke of the will as not free, proceeded at once to assert that it was. On the whole, though, the question was pretty much left to the fluctuations of popular opinion. Atavistic fatalism with its mora may be the reason why philosophy never expressed itself definitely on this matter. We must acknowledge, however, that the unique, unattainable greatness of the Greeks lies in their body of myths. Later people might have evolved something like Greek philosophy, but never their myths. The remarkable and decisive contribution of Greek philosophy is that it fostered a free and independent class of people in the midst of the despotic polis. The philosophers never became hirelings or officials of this polis. As we have seen, they withdrew from it by means of self-imposed poverty and self-denial, and despite all solicitations of the polis, of trade, and of oratory, these free personalities redeemed strength and opportunity for contemplation. In this connection, we shall leave aside all references to the content of Greek philosophy and turn instead to a discussion of the free personality as found during the ethical and dialectic period, beginning with the singularly outstanding figure of Socrates. Besides the mythical Odysseus, Socrates is the most widely known Hellene and, seen in broad daylight, the foremost personality in the whole history of the world about whose character and being we are well informed, though not about the details of his life, especially those of his early years. This remarkable figure, rooted in Athens and radiating the most profound influence in the world, was not only a model of piety, self-control, generosity and steadfastness, but also signally individualistic in his character and activities. Plato says there never was any other man like him. Every other great man of his day could be compared with someone of the past, but not Socrates. The contrast between his outward and his inner life was striking. Poor, needy, sustained by friends, yet spending his time from dawn to dusk in the agora, the gymnasiums and workshops, but also at festivals and banquets, teaching, educating, engaging in maeutics, counseling, ironic, taunting, admonishing, reconciling, and discussing everything imaginable. Socrates did not set out benches or seat himself in an armchair or observe fixed hours, but philosophized jestingly whenever and wherever opportunity presented itself. In contrast to other philosophers, he associated with everybody and carried his wisdom not as a system but as a mode of thinking out into the streets. More than anyone else ever did, he popularized the art of thinking about everything and anything. Even though he took no active part in state affairs, he was a dutiful citizen and soldier because he expected the state to be the main educative influence in the lives of the young people. His only official position was that of a counselor in 406, when he insisted upon giving the 10 generals a fair trial, according to law. Otherwise he and his followers took a critical stand as regards the state, taking no part in its administration. He attempted neither to collect nor to impart substantive knowledge as the sophists did. Indeed, his famous claim of knowing nothing was essentially a gibe at them. In the Apology, he vehemently deprecated being mistaken for Anaxagoras, calling his views that the sun is of stone and the moon and earth absurd. It was rank injustice for Aristophanes in his Clouds to have saddled him with Anaxagorian unbelief and evil sophistry, an act explicable only on the grounds that at that time already the Athenians were viciously ill-disposed toward Socrates. Giving up his study of mathematics and his investigation of nature, he sought to arouse an ethical consciousness in man, a difficult enough task which he undertook with his characteristic originality. On his concept of awareness, he based his doctrine of virtue, his notion of divinity, his belief in immortality, and his sense of responsibility. Thus knowledge, volition, and belief were brought into conjunction as never before. His views were fundamentally optimistic. He believed that the creating and sustaining gods were beneficent, and pursued this thought teleologically to the point where monotheism plainly showed through the thin veil of polytheism. The sophists may have pioneered the method of dialectic and logic Socrates used, and given this method an impulsion from which he profited, but he alone used it without any ulterior motive. In his Athens, which he rarely left, he would buttonhole people in the streets or in the marketplace, seeking to make them better in the ethical sense. He stopped people he met to question them, to refute them, and to clarify their ideas. The Platonic Socrates, no doubt, reproduces the procedure of the historical Socrates fairly accurately. If his collocutor stubbornly defended his improvident views, Socrates would shift the issue, showing it in a different light by a more penetrating approach, in order to baffle him, after which he would leave him to reflect further upon the matter. How this sophist serving the good filled his friends with enthusiasm is well portrayed by the talk of Alcibiades in Plato's Symposium, which along with Xenophon's Memorabilia and Plato's Apology is the most illuminating sketch we have of Socrates. On the other hand, we need not marvel in the least that in time all sorts of individuals and factions came to loathe him. Men do not always respond cheerfully to a challenge to improve themselves, since nearly everyone thinks he is already good enough for his station in life. Because of his habit of bewildering people with questions and then walking away to let them think through the problems he had posed, many a man must have taken Socrates for a quibbler and blood brother of the lesser sophists. It seems to us that he attached an absurdly foolish importance to the answer Chaerephon received from the sadly tarnished oracle at Delphi, which had so cunningly expressed itself in a negation, saying that no one was wiser than Socrates. To be sure, he himself interpreted the oracle of the god modestly enough. Apollo meant that only he is wise who, like Socrates, realizes that human wisdom is worthless. Apart from the fact that no one who talks incessantly, not even a Socrates, can spout wisdom all the time, and that he bored people with his everlasting analogies, he did attempt to change their convictions by recourse to irony, which is never in good odor since it savors of arrogance. In his defense, Socrates stressed most vigorously his divine calling in regard to the Athenians by bringing home to them that his neglect of his own household could not be explained in human terms. He also appealed to his own personal daimonion, i.e., divine voice, which time and again had blocked his path with a warning. We fear that with his appeal to divine inspiration he would, in the eyes of his fellow citizens, have had to yield to every soothsayer. As it happened, Socrates did in fact become the butt of insults, and in the end was done away with, for there was nobody around to treat him with the same irony he had so liberally bestowed on others. Socrates' irony had indeed the power to leave any and all speechless and baffled. It was unfortunate for him, though, that he went about vexing others at a time when the honorable men around him lived in perpetual fear of sycophants and other organs of the polis, and hence were not too receptive to his irony. His vexing ways may have antagonized people so that in time when they saw him coming around a corner, they would try to avoid him. In the end, everybody was against him. The priests, the old established patriots, veteran enemies of the sophists, and all the hangers-on of the newly restored democracy who would not forgive him that some of the oligarchs had formerly been his disciples. And when these three groups had joined forces to bring charges against Socrates, nobody save a handful of his followers would say a word in his defense. No popular movement arose in his behalf. This shows that the Athenians, including the upper castes, had simply become disgusted with him. Moreover, the terrible years after Egospotami made the people somewhat indifferent to the fate of individuals. They had trouble enough just trying to survive and making ends meet. And even though in his Phaedo Socrates condemned suicide, it seems he actually wanted to die. His whole Apologia presents the image of loftiest personal sovereignty over fate, sustained by a sense of complete rectitude. The conclusion of his defense is truly magnificent. We may well believe him when he says he would find it intolerable to be banished, an exile driven from city to city. The life and fate of Socrates are easiest to grasp if we imagine him transferred to our own times. First, all who are working to get ahead would hate him. Then all who are faithful to their jobs out of a sense of duty would barely tolerate him. The common folk would admire him to the extent that he got on the nerves of their betters. The powerful and influential would ridicule him. The religious ones would be genuinely anxious to help him atone for his guilt, while the criminals would have nothing to do with him at all. Only a handful of friends would side with him, but no one would put up with his self-praise, so conspicuous in Xenophon's Apology and Symposium. In any case, he was an incomparably original figure for the Athens of his day, leaving an indelible impression and becoming an ideal of Hellenic life. He will remain for all times a cardinal figure of the Attic world, sublimely symbolic of the free personality. The Cynics stood for the highest degree of freedom for the individual. Antisthenes, a follower of Socrates, founded the Cynic school on athletic grounds outside the walls of Athens called Cynosarges, whence the school derived its name. The Cynics did not go in for making man better, and so did not incur popular wrath, as Socrates did by thrusting himself upon all and sundry in impenitent Athens. Whether the Cynics constituted a genuine philosophical school or only a way of life is open to question. At any rate, they scorned logic and physics and limited themselves to ethics. Their central ethical proposition was that virtue was teachable and lasting, and that the foremost virtues were frugality, disdain of pleasures, and inuredness to discomfort. The good is hardship, said Antisthenes. To everything else he was indifferent. Their freedom from want enabled the Cynics to scorn the polis. They were its living reproach. One may hold with Schwegler that this emancipation from duties and obligations constituted an inverted egoism. In any event, those who put themselves beyond the pale of society should not set up social theories. Withdrawal from public affairs was a general trait of the philosophers and the natural reaction against the despotism of the polis. Bruno Bauer says that the decline of the polis enabled the philosophers to breathe freely again, removing an Alp, as it were, that was pressing on them. No coherent doctrine has been handed down from the Cynics, only a mass of anecdotes and some individual traits. Though the details of these may be mostly invention, still, they no doubt give a fairly reliable impression of this school. This holds true especially for the main figure, Diogenes of Sinope, the mad Socrates, as Plato called him. He is supposed to have been banished from his native city because he or his father had engaged in debasing coin. One need not believe much of this, but it appears not improbable that his development involved a sharp break with his past. He sojourned a while in Athens, in Corinth, and in Thebes. In Athens, a shattered military power when he arrived, he soon became a favorite and nestled into his famous cask in the Metrum. Diogenes called himself a citizen of the world. He could boast with great complacency that all the curses of tragedy afflicted him, for he was without a city, without a house, deprived of a homeland, a beggar and a vagabond, living from hand to mouth. Antisthenes, his forerunner, had already uttered all manner of sarcasm at democracy and pride in parochial citizenship. Everybody laughed when he roundly abused the whole world. It almost looks as if, in the absence of the old comedy, people delighted in his daringly currish mouth. A strange period of his later life was that following his capture by the pirate Sertolus, who sold him as a slave to a certain Xeniades in Corinth. To this Xeniades he presented himself as an independent person and remained with him. When members of his household and friends wanted to ransom him, he refused, probably because he enjoyed his mode of living. Xeniades said that in Diogenes the gods had sent a good genius demon to his house. He made him tutor of his children, and Diogenes trained them in gymnastics and taught them literature. In contradistinction to the other Cynics, he appears to have prized literature, though he declared music, geometry, and astronomy to be useless and sneered at plastic art because the statues cost so much. That in the meantime he got to Olympia is possible. At all events people supposed he had, and that he there indulged in his characteristically unrestrained comments. On the day Alexander died in Babylon, Diogenes is said to have died from holding his breath. Those who found him in the Cranium Gymnasium outside Corinth surmised that he had died to escape from the remainder of his life. It is to be noted that Cynic asceticism, on the whole, was not meant to mortify one's body or wreck one's health. This asceticism was based on no religious motive and was in no way associated with transmigration of souls, something unheard of in all other cults practicing asceticism. It was not meant to subdue the will or to be an end in itself. It was really only a means to free man from fortune or fate, and was to that extent a product of Greek pessimism. Lucian has much to say about the later unworthy cynics down to Peregrinus Proteus. In Demonax, an eclectic philosopher living as a cynic, he portrayed the only man whom he honored, and that on the basis of a close personal friendship. Born in 90 BC on Cyprus, Demonax became a well-known figure in Athens, not only as a philosopher, but also as an adjudicator, arbitrator, intermediator, and wit-cracker. He lived without sickness or worry, a burden to none with his modest begging, a boon to his friends, and without a single enemy. When Demonax entered, the chief magistrate's archons stood up, and everybody fell silent. In extreme old age he was wont to enter homes as he liked, either to eat or to sleep, and was made welcome as a good spirit. When he passed by women selling bread, vied to give him some of theirs, and she whom he obliged by accepting regarded him as a good daemon. Even children brought him fruit and called him father. Once, when dissension arose at a popular assembly, his mere appearance was enough to silence the disputants. When he saw that they had composed their minds, he left again without saying a word. When nearly 100 years old and no longer able to help himself, he recited a beautiful verse and abstained from all nourishment until he died as cheerful as he had been all through his life. The Athenians accorded him a state funeral and mourned him long. Men honored and hung with wreaths the stone seat where he had been accustomed to rest. Cynic philosophy survived into Roman times, showing that it filled an inner need. It would never have lasted as long as it did had it not answered to something definite in the Hellenic mind and soul. If we ask where else in Greek philosophy asceticism was found, then the later Pythagoreans come to mind first. Their asceticism was more genuine than that of the Cynics to the extent that it was linked with religious ideas. They regarded the soul as imprisoned in the body, and held that one should not let this prison house enjoy any favors. They had a political purpose in view, namely to promote the welfare of the state by rearing Panhellenes virtuous, in the sense of an Epaminondas. Though they were not sharp-fanged like the Cynics, they must have lived very much as the Cynics did. While the earlier Pythagoreans bathed, cut their hair, anointed themselves, and wore white clothes, a certain Diodorus of Aspendus was described as going about dirty, barefoot, and with long, unkempt hair. The Stoics were moderately ascetic. Zeno, who was said to be too refined for ascetic uncouthness, had ascetic traits nevertheless. A writer of comedies said of him, "He teaches men to go hungry, but he still finds disciples." There was also Cleans, who at the beginning had to be frugal, but later must have cultivated this quality deliberately. The hedonism of Aristippus contrasts sharply with the asceticism of the Cynics, for he found the highest good in pleasure and in the enjoyment of the passing moment. The hedonist concerned himself no more with the affairs of state than the Cynic did. Aristippus told Socrates that he would not become a part of any community, but would remain unattached wherever he was. Socrates tried to get him to see that he was courting greater dangers by wandering around, but he would not listen. Aristippus drifted a bit too readily to the courts of tyrants and to their sumptuous banquets. Hedonism without money was impracticable. The philosophers consistently evaded public responsibility in the polis. Plato is as well known for his indifference to public affairs as for his utopias, the Laws, the Republic. The Theaetetus, composed by Plato during his middle period, expressed quite bluntly his withdrawal not only from the state but from the whole world around him. In this dialogue, Socrates, speaking about philosophers in general, said, "Not since the days of their youth have philosophers known their way to the agora, nor do they know where the courthouse is, or the council chamber, or where the popular assembly is held. Neither do they hear or read the laws or care for the results of popular voting." The struggle of the political factions for power in the state, the meetings, the banquets, the revels with flute-playing girls, such things they do not think about even in their dreams. As for the gossip of the city, they do not even know that they know nothing of it. Really, only the body of the philosopher is in the city, his mind esteeming the world lightly, soars about freely, measuring the deeps of the earth and the expanses of the heavens, and inquiring into the nature of things, without ever condescending to the world of particulars about them. How many mental metamorphoses did Plato have to undergo until he could expound the view just given and arrive at that towering philosophical self-assurance which enabled him to demand that in the perfect state philosophers alone and without restraint should rule over an automatically obedient citizenry, and which led him to suppose that his ideal state was attainable. The total picture shows that Plato, as far as his Athens was concerned, kept aloof from matters political and became a utopian visionary with regard to Hellas. We have earlier observed that the urge to take a hand in practical politics took Plato out of his visionary role and plunged him into Sicilian intrigue, where he tried to impose his services as a political and governmental healer, with the result that some of his disciples following his example became tyrannical heads of state. In passing, we shall merely mention that perhaps the ultimate homage a philosopher paid to an oracle is to be found in the Laws, where in various passages Plato counselled recourse to Delphi at a time when the Parthian priestess was or soon would be pro-Macedonian. The Stoa likewise preached that man should care little about the necessities of life and the solicitations of the state. We have already seen that Zeno and Cleanthes to a certain degree lived ascetic lives. Zeno was born at Citium, a Hellenized Phoenician city in Cyprus, where he was a dealer in purple. It is reported that he congratulated himself on the loss of his goods in a shipwreck, for that calamity drove him to philosophy. He studied with Crates, a Cynic philosopher, and also associated with Megarians and Platonists. After having exercised his skill as a Phoenician merchant for 20 years and provided for his modest needs, he set up his own school at the Stoa Poikile. Though he lived a strict and simple life, he charged fees so as to eliminate the press of crowds, it was said. The chief postulate of the Stoa is that man can and should make himself happy by his own inner resources. Pursuant to this view, the Stoa sketched an ideal portrait of the wise man and kept dabbing on colours. However, the Stoa overemphasized the capacity of men, and when challenged to name a wise man was unable to do so. A comic poet taunted, "The Stoics run around looking for a wise man as if one had slipped away from them." And when we ask what the wise man should do in relation to the state, the answer is that theoretically he should ignore it. His concern is rather with the world as a whole. Human beings should not be separated into states and cities with their different laws, for all men should be regarded as compatriots and fellow citizens. Only in this sense did Zeno and Chrysippus leave Stoic politics to posterity. They both evolved utopian schemes, which, among other things, provided for having wives in common, apparently an arrangement that forces itself on all those who settle the complexities of life so simply and briefly. In actual practice later, Stoics now and then played a very definite role in relation to the state. Some helped to overthrow tyrants, and the opposition of the Roman Stoa to the emperors is well known. Epicurus strove extremely hard to be a man genuinely free. His philosophy had a purely utilitarian purpose, i.e., to serve as a guide to happiness. He called theoretical science useless. Natural science was only to free men from terrifying notions, such as evil portents, fear of divine punishment, etc. Indeed, the purpose of all knowledge was only to free man from delusions. The highest goal of life was pleasure, though not physical pleasure, but rather a spirit of delight, as well as freedom from mental distress and from physical burdens, whence it follows that the wise man will exert himself more to avoid the unpleasant than to pursue the pleasant. It is to be feared that few people would be content with Epicurean pleasure properly understood. Epicurus does not deny the gods, but relegates them to a lofty interstellar sphere, where they live in aeonian blessedness, because they do not trouble themselves about mankind. Suicide is justified when a man is suffering unbearably. Fear of death and the underworld is futile. The soul is extinguished at death, and death itself is no evil. As for the state, Epicurus esteemed and vindicated it as a contract of mutual protection. He expressed his lack of political ambition in the famous admonition to live in obscurity and to abstain from public affairs, though always permitting those who could not be happy without praise and honor to participate freely in politics. A distinct mark of his serious and independent mind is his rejection of rhetoric in favor of simplicity. His style was one that called things by their proper names, without pompous circumlocution and lordly devices of oratory. In his treatise on rhetoric he demanded absolute clarity. Epicurus signified a swing of the pendulum back from some extravagant mannerisms. For this he will always deserve respect. Pyrrho of Elis sought happiness in a radical suspense of judgment. He who remains non-committal lives in peace without worry, without passion, and without craving, fully indifferent to external good and evil. This imperturbability of mind constitutes happiness. If we consider the Greek philosophers and their followers, we shall see that not only was a goodly quota of free Greek minds found everywhere, but they also transcended the boundaries of nationality, race, and social status. And Anacharsis the Sistian was the prototype of the barbarian philosopher. Tradition reports that he wrote to Croesus, "I have no need of money. It is enough for me to return to the Sistians a better man." He is said to have been killed by his brother with an arrow when on a hunt, after his return from Greece at the behest of the king, because he tried to introduce in Scythia the Eleusinian mysteries and Greek education in general. Later, Mithridates, the son of Rhodobates, and hence a Persian prince, belonged to the circle that greatly admired Plato. He commissioned Silanion to make a statue of Plato and had it set up in the academy. Zeno of Citium had to submit to being called this little Phoenician by Crates. Menippus, the Cynic, was also of Phoenician descent. A Babylonian called Diogenes was attracted to philosophy by Zeno, and in the 4th century Dionysius the Megarian, Herillus, a disciple of Zeno and Cleitomachus, the disciple of Carneades, were genuine Hamitic Carthaginians who merely assumed Hellenic names. The name of the last one was Hasdrubal. At first he philosophized in his mother tongue in Carthage, going to Athens only when he was 40 years old, where he became the successor of his teacher and a diligent author. While philosophers of Greece were themselves of mixed national origin, the Hellenic nation was represented in time by Greek philosophers in remote oriental countries. So Archidamus the Athenian went to the kingdom of the Parthians and founded a Stoic school in Babylon. The recollection of the journeys the earliest Greek philosophers made to Egypt and Asia may have prompted the Greeks themselves to imagine that philosophy had its roots among the barbarians. Many slaves of the most varied origin became philosophers, presumably because a philosopher could easily teach a talented slave, whereas a freeman, however superb his natural endowments, often did not take to philosophy, or gave it up when the whim took him. The slave, who may have been bought because he was obviously gifted, was obliged to stay and submit to the training. His emancipation and the inheritance left him by his master did the rest. Thus Diagoras was a slave of Democritus, who reportedly paid him 10,000 drachmas because of his outstanding talents. Bion of Borysthenes in Scythia was reared by a sophist and made his heir. Pompilus, the slave of Theophrastus and Perseus, the slave of Zeno, later became renowned philosophers. Menippus, the Cynic, is supposed to have come as a slave from Phoenicia to Greece. The situation was different with Phaedo, who, coming from a respectable Elean family, fell into slavery through the mishaps of war and was ransomed by Alcibiades or Crito at the urging of Socrates, and thus saved from a menial life. The most celebrated late instance of a philosophizing slave was Epictetus. As to women in philosophy, we have already mentioned those in the Pythagorean school. Two of Plato's pupils were women, Axiothea of Phlius and Lastanea the Arcadian. Arete, the daughter of Aristippus, was also his pupil and the teacher of her son, who was therefore called the mother-instructed Metrodidactus. There is something special about Greek philosophy contrasting sharply with Greek culture and its preconceptions. It embraces the whole of mankind as its field of inquiry. The slander philosophers vented against each other is one of the more repulsive traits of the Greek character, and cannot be reconciled with the perpetual preoccupation of philosophers with ethics and virtue. Defamation, being a fettered limb of the free personality, as it were, reduced the agon to vulgar strife. Fanaticism, as a rule exceedingly rare among the Greeks, infested their philosophers, and, however unpleasant it is, it should not be overlooked. This malicious quality of the philosophers may have furnished the occasion or pretext for the contempt later visited on philosophy. In the early days of the Roman Empire, several schools of philosophy were still extant. At least some sophisticated orators still paraded the colours of philosophy. Students memorized the several systems, but came to see that many of the postulates and conclusions were mutually exclusive, and that all the labour bestowed on this field apparently yielded only husks. People began to learn about the animosities philosophers harbored toward each other's way of life, and especially about the intense hatred of the later Stoics for the Epicureans, whom they portrayed as dangerous to the state, claiming they denied the gods, or at least their providential care. This violent feuding destroyed what little respect people still had for philosophy, and so in his Icaro-Menippus, a carousal, or the Lapiths, and elsewhere, Lucian, personally satisfied with cynicism or only certain aspects of it, could deride the catchphrases and conclusions of all the philosophical schools as well as their exponents. But without the accumulation of satire following Timon Salloi, there could have been no sustained mockery as found in Lucian. The philosophy that followed, namely Neoplatonism, was already theosophy, i.e., essentially religion. During the 2nd century AD, the sentiment in the Roman Empire was no longer that a man could live in poverty and freedom because he was a philosopher, but that if a man was too poor and incompetent to help himself, he posed as a philosopher. We shall touch briefly on the external aspects of life among the philosophers. Above all, a place to forgather was necessary, a place to teach, and to house libraries and collections. As is well known, Plato used the academy, i.e. a gymnasium outside Athens, not far from Colonos Hippias, or rather the adjacent property which he had acquired. Here he built a house, and that shrine of the Muses, where Speusippus later set up the statues of the Graces. The structure called the Exedra was also there. Henceforth the philosophical schools in Athens became formally recognized institutions. They had their scholarchs who regularly succeeded one another, and they had their own meeting places retained from generation to generation, and an endowment or foundation which might be increased by donations. The income of this endowment went to the scholarchs, but one is well advised to imagine all these things, and especially the locality, on a rather modest scale. It sufficed to have a place where to meet regularly and to store the books and collections. An anecdote tells about the simplicity of life obtaining at Plato's academy. According to one variant, Plato had said, "You are eating for tomorrow rather than for today." The most frequented of all schools was the Lyceum, founded by Aristotle during his 2nd stay in Athens, at a gymnasium surrounded by groves traversed by footpaths. We do not know whether or not he had to get permission from the city of Athens to whom the gymnasiums belonged. Since he was a matik, he could not own any real estate. Theophrastus, supposedly with the help of Demetrius Phalerius, purchased a grove at the Lyceum. But it was in the gymnasium itself that, according to report, Aristotle held rigorously scholarly achromatic lectures for a limited circle of disciples in the morning, and popular exoteric lectures in the evening dealing especially with rhetoric and political science for a more general audience. We are told that Theophrastus had 2,000 students, perhaps an overstatement when we consider the many philosophers teaching in Athens and the length of time the students were attached to these schools, even though hardly 1/10 of them became professional philosophers. A place often mentioned later was the garden where Epicurus, after 306 BC, taught and cultivated friendship, which for him was a genuine experience. A famous story tells that when Aristotle was near death, he asked for some wine of Rhodes and of Lesbos, and having tasted each, said, "The Lesbian is better," and so appointed Theophrastus of Lesbos instead of Eudemus of Rhodes as his successor. His school continued for a long time in Athens, even though he left it lest the Athenians commit a second crime against philosophy. Under the Diadochi, the Peripatetics achieved fame mainly by their commentaries on the works of the master. After Alexander, the schools and systems were fairly numerous. In addition to those of the academics and peripatetics, which continued to flourish, there were the Stoa, the Epicureans, and the Skeptics, each sharply contrasting with all the others. In every one of these philosophical schools, the succession of leaders was carefully recorded until quite late. The testaments of the philosophers themselves provided the means necessary for continuing the management of their institutions. Thus, Theophrastus willed his gardens, the tree-lined walks, and all the houses on his property to 10 students specifically named, provided they would assemble there to study and philosophize as a group. They were to hold this estate as a sacred precinct and be buried there as he was, with simple ceremonies. The peripatetic Lycon willed his garden to his disciples. Particularly noteworthy is the truly classic testament of Epicurus, whereby he bequeathed his garden acquired for only 80 minae and all that pertained to it in perpetuity to his school. His house he willed to his pupil Hermarchus, who had grown old with him in the study of philosophy and succeeded him as the head of the school, and to those who would study philosophy with Hermarchus as long as he lived. Furthermore, he left revenues to provide funeral offerings for his family, for commemorating his birthday, for the whole school to hold a celebration on the 20th of each month in memory of Metrodorus and himself, for commemorating his brothers on a set day in the month of Poseidon, and for commemorating Polyaenus in the month of Metageiton. Finally, he stipulated that some slaves should be freed, and some money set aside to help provide the necessities of life for all the needy among those who had studied with him. The state interfered in the affairs of these schools only once. In 305 BC, a certain Sophocles proposed an enactment providing that the heads of all philosophic schools had to be approved by the city council and the popular assembly, threatening with death all who refused to comply. Thereupon all philosophers left Athens, but returned when a certain Philion accused Sophocles of illegality, and the Athenians revoked the law and fined Sophocles 5 talents. This was done especially so that Theophrastus would return with his numerous students. Thus it was that Athens once tried to coerce the philosophers. We should note this most remarkable incident carefully, for it was the one and only moment in its history when Athens suddenly became excessively and impertinently modern in attitude. Philosophical literature had the immense advantage that the philosophers wrote to express their inmost convictions, and not with a view to sales, even though their writings might sell. From its earliest days, philosophic writing was voluminous. A comprehensive corpus of philosophic writings has survived, and the titles preserved in Diogenes Laertius and elsewhere number many thousands. The Stoic Chrysippus alone is supposed to have written 705 books. Many of these works were probably little more than pamphlets, and some were probably extensive excerpts copied from previous authors, as was common practice everywhere before the invention of printing. We must also bear in mind that philosophy embraced nearly the whole field of knowledge, including mathematics, natural science, history, and political science, in addition to philosophy in the more precise sense. But in spite of all these considerations, the wealth of genuine and original philosophic writing is astounding. It is true, these works have been preserved very unevenly. We have almost nothing, for instance, from the voluminous Polyhistas before Aristotle, from men like Democritus, that great thinker and searcher whose works would answer many questions if only they had survived. Indeed, his works seem to have suffered systematic destruction, obviously at the hands of his philosophical opponents. On the other hand, we have all the works of Plato and most of the important works of Aristotle. But here a certain discrimination has to be applied, for the material bearing Aristotle's name, apart from fully worked out items, include also first collections and preliminary studies, second lecture notes taken by students, and third excerpts from important works made by others. The later Stoa and Neoplatonism are represented by whole libraries of significant original compositions. But none of the original writings of Epicurus, who was more prolific than Aristotle, have survived. Maybe the later Stoics deliberately burned his works, a misguided endeavor, because the many refutations of his works and the enthusiasm of Lucretius have kept his doctrines very much alive. Antiquity was zealous in recording the achievements of the past. In a series of works, Aristotle condensed the treatises of earlier philosophers and from time to time referred to his predecessors. The Alexandrines continued this practice, and apart from Diogenes Laertius, who probably wrote his compendium of the history of philosophy at the time of Septimus Severus, Cicero, Seneca, Plutarch, and also the Church Fathers, contain a wealth of historical information. We should say a word about the dialogue form in which so many of these works are written. Zeno the Eleatic used the dialogue even before Plato. It maintained itself alongside the systematic form with surprising tenacity, passing to the Romans, among whom not only Cicero, but much later even Gregory the Great made use of it, reaching into the Middle Ages and far into the Renaissance. For the Greeks, the dialogue form was especially congenial, and as a practical teaching device, it is perhaps as old as the achromatic lecture. For the formal dialogue develops thoughts more sharply than any other kind of discussion, and hence, as mentioned earlier, philosophy was primarily an oral discipline. Socrates, who wrote nothing himself, may well have stimulated his listeners to write down whatever they could remember of his conversations. This may explain the next step philosophers took in composing well-wrought dialogues, That Plato and other Socratics worked very hard on the form of their compositions is certain. To master the conversational tone, Plato is said to have studied Sophron's mimes, i.e., prose conversations taken from the life of the common people. A tradition reports that throughout his long life, Plato kept polishing and filing at his dialogues. Even the impious parody of Lucian, as seen in the Carousel or the Lapiths, is above all lucid and dramatic. Plutarch, on the other hand, arranged his speeches and arguments in a Amatorius somewhat awkwardly, permitting irrelevant matter to intervene, and has, by and large, an uneven style. Then all of a sudden he displayed all his artfulness in De Genio Socratis, the contents of which are most interesting. After the preliminary dialogue forming the introduction, he presented the Theban conspiracy against Sparta, altogether in dialogues carried on by the main characters, interrupted by philosophical discussions, and indeed by a circumstantial account of a theory of the transmigration of souls in the form of a vision which Timarchus of Charonea is supposed to have had at the oracle of Lebadia, all of which is reminiscent of Tieck and the Romanticists, who have their characters indulge in literary conversations between elopements and other adventures. In any event, the Greeks took pleasure in the dialogue. Even though the dialogue was still assiduously cultivated in the Renaissance, today it has fallen out of favor, perhaps because we no longer take delight in listening to others as men once did. Plutarch once wrote a special essay on Directa Ratione Audiendi, the right way of listening, Chapter 16, Scientific Investigation. The general education of the Greeks consisted of mastering a common body of accomplishments in reading and writing, and in gymnastics and music, i.e. liberal arts. The high value attributed to this education is evidenced by the fact that the severest punishment imposed on recalcitrant subjects was to forbid them to educate their children. The names of teachers who instructed famous men, like those of the three teachers of Plato, were preserved. We have no evidence that the state exercised any control over the qualifications of these teachers. On the whole, for the education of its citizens, the polis relied on the experiences that life itself provided. The more ambitious individuals craved something more and found it in philosophy, which, having shattered the myths, provided the means to all kinds of knowledge. The propedeutic to philosophy was above all geometry, but also music and astronomy. Philosophy created the sciences in that it systematized the broad fields of knowledge and skills and subsumed them under its own universal principles. By inquiring into functions of the state, it created political science. By analyzing poetry, which many philosophers studied in minute detail, it created poetics. And by recording its own development, it originated the history of philosophy. Contributions of philosophy also included historical, mythological, and antiquarian treatises of all kinds, so that one can never be sure where philosophy ended and specialized knowledge began. As observed before, the one subject philosophy hardly touched was that of the visual arts, and seen in the proper light. This was all to the advantage of the arts. In this respect, Democritus is an exception. This profoundly learned man was born in Abdera in 460 BC, and is supposed to have lived over 100 years, until 357. We shall not try to determine to what extent he was influenced by his journeys, real or only alleged, to Egypt, Persia, the Red Sea, and even to the Indian gymnosophists. He certainly studied with the most diverse teachers, including the Pythagoreans. Deeply immersed in his studies, he applied his marvelous talents to grasping intuitively the nature of physical occurrences and to making challenging predictions. In consequence, he impressed his fellow citizens as possessing superhuman wisdom. He was a genuine polyhistor, and of all the Greeks living around 400 BC, he was probably the man with the most penetrating mind and the widest intellectual range. His writings included, among others, the Great Diacosmus and the Lesser Diacosmus, a special study of Pythagoras, an account of the world, a description of the heavens, works on planets, on anthropology, on physiology, on mathematics, on clepsydras and sundials, on magnets, on medicine and dietetics, on rhythms and harmony, on poetic beauty and the arts of poetry, on agriculture, a treatise on military tactics and strategy, essays on research, on the sacred writings in Babylon and those in Meroe, and in addition to all that a work on painting, and apparently one on the vaulting of arches. Of course, we may grant that the Greeks excelled not in factual knowledge, but in poesy and art, with which we would be quite content even if they had left us nothing else. but when we consider the obstacles they had to contend with, their scientific merits and achievements, even from a negative perspective, appear remarkably great. We must never lose sight of the competition offered to science by the all-pervading myths by oratory and by speculative philosophy. The sacrifices Greek scientists had to make were huge and presupposed an extraordinarily firm determination. The Diadochi countries were the first to provide financial support and security for scientific endeavors. Before that time, every scientist had to collect his own specimens and materials as best he could by prodigious self-denial. These men worked uncommonly hard and were poor. There were no royalties, no consultants' fees, and no regular sources of income for them. We must also remember that they undertook journeys despite poverty and exposed themselves to grave dangers. Yet they ventured to travel the length and breadth of the Greek world in order to acquire information and new ideas and to meet with other scientists and learn from them. There is no doubt that Pythagoras traveled extensively. Xenophanes, speaking of himself, said that he had roamed about for 67 years, and Democritus reported that of all men in his day he had wandered about the most, seeing the most countries and skies, hearing the greatest number of scholars lecture, and tarried 5 years with the sages in Egypt. It is certain that Plato left Athens after the death of Socrates and did not return until he was 40. He too spent some time in Egypt, as later did Eudoxus of Cnidos. These men were receptive and willing to learn, not being handicapped by the haughty ignorance of the Orientals which would have prevented the latter, had they ever traveled from associating with anybody and everybody. For a long time there were no libraries, and so for hundreds of years individual researchers had to collect the books they needed themselves, often having to copy them, until finally the schools of philosophy and the Diadochi princes offered help. As a result, science did not develop uniformly. It had been assumed that such philosophers as Plato and Aristotle employed teams of disciples to collect materials, work on problems, and investigate the various fields of knowledge according to a unified overall plan, that they knew how to muster the requisite means, that Plato attracted mathematicians and Aristotle bequeathed the continued research in the Lyceum to Theophrastus and Dicaearchus. It would be nice to believe this. But in general, each man proceeded on his own, and students and teachers came together pretty much by happenstance. The lack of communication among the investigators occasioned much needless duplication of effort. Some discoveries were repeated, a waste of energy according to modern notions. One may reply that there was probably a larger percentage of happy people then than now, for no citizen was required to demonstrate mastery of any set body of knowledge, since official careers in the modern sense did not exist. High offices for the execution of the essential business of the state were of short tenure, and offices requiring long-term incumbency were more or less despised as Benausic. As for knowledge of nature and the order of the universe, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, as already indicated, had unquestionably been engaged at it longer than the Greeks, and had consequently accumulated many more facts and more extensive knowledge. For this purpose they had privileged castes and well-endowed priesthoods. Being able to calculate the relation of the moon cycles to the apparent revolutions of the sun, they could set up a fairly accurate calendar, and they had a sufficient grasp of geometry to make maps. By the wonderfully ingenious Babylonian system, whereby a cube of a cubit in the various dimensions is, at the same time, the basis for weight, they could establish a mathematical relation between linear and cubic measures and weights. The practice of mummifying corpses gave the Egyptians a substantial lead in anatomy. They also evolved a system of medicine based on essentially correct principles. Besides, those ancients must have had considerable knowledge of practical mechanics, metallurgy, statics, chemistry, and other fields of knowledge. We shall not deny that the Greeks, directly or indirectly, learned many things from these other peoples. To admit this is no derogation to the Greeks, but let us inquire a little more closely. Does an Egyptian papyrus or stone tablet of Babylon proclaim any truth such as that in the statement by Anaximander? The earth is a body floating freely in infinite space, or in this one by Anaximenes. The stars do not move over the earth but around it, or this by Diogenes of Apollonia. Many earths have arisen through condensation and rarefaction of air. The principles on which these Ionians based their world conceptions may have been only rather vague surmises, but even so it is significant and distinctive that they ventured to state such principles at all. Medical students at a lecture measuring cup in the 5th century, the Pythagoreans gained the grand insight that led scientists to substitute the heliocentric for the geocentric planetary system. The Earth is not located in the center of the universe. It is a heavenly body like many others, and not even one of the favored ones. The central position is occupied by a celestial fire, which is turned toward the sun and moon, but away from the inhabited portion of the earth. Heraclides of Pontus, a disciple of Plato, did, it is true, move the earth back again to the center, but he explained the apparent motion of the stars as due to the earth's turning on its axis. He is also supposed to have recognized that Venus revolves around the sun. Then circa 260 BC, Aristarchus of Samos taught at least hypothetically that the sun was at rest, and that the earth coursed around it by means of rotation on its axis. And Seleucus the Babylonian maintained outright that the heliocentric system was demonstrably true. Thus the discovery, later known as the Copernican system, was established in its main outlines by ordinary everyday observations. It appears that Hycedas the Syracusan and Ecphantus, a Pythagorean of undetermined date, were the first to teach that the earth turns on its axis. The Pythagoreans were the first to teach that the earth is a globe on the abstract principle that a sphere is the most perfect shape, and that hence the earth has to have this form. The Stoic in Cicero's De Natura Deorum 2, 1847, praised the form of the circle and sphere. Parmenides was the first to demonstrate mathematically that the earth is a sphere. Aristotle was the first to adduce the eclipsing of the moon as proving that the earth is a sphere. He also taught the uniform attraction of gravitation toward the center of the earth. Archimedes taught the curvature of the sea, and Ptolemy confirmed it. But no power protected this unique knowledge. Alongside all this, the geocentric system, essentially the system later known as the Ptolemaic, won out chiefly because of the authority of Aristotle. According to this system, the earth hovers at the center of concentric orbits of the sun, moon, planets, and fixed stars that are moving around the earth. This Ptolemaic system dominated the Middle Ages. But the saying that a truth once discovered cannot be permanently lost is vindicated here, for at the beginning of the 16th century, Copernicus, taking his clue from the scattered Pythagorean hints, managed to propound his heliocentric system in defiance of the views of the church hierarchy. Since we have found Aristotle siding with the reactionaries in science, we may address ourselves to the complaints moderns have raised against him. One can only say that if Aristotle had to cover all branches of knowledge with the empirical thoroughness he applied to rhetoric and zoology, he would have had to live many lives, but having been granted only one, he filled that one abundantly. He investigated the facts of nature and history more thoroughly and comprehensively than any philosopher had done before him. He was thoroughly familiar with the accomplishments of his predecessors, the sophists and philosophers, as well as the poets. His famous library served him well in these studies. King Philip and Alexander the Great provided him royally with means and materials, thus making possible his comprehensive zoological studies containing an incomparable wealth of positive knowledge. Thus he came to be the established authority on zoology and botany, and was the father of comparative anatomy. In addition, he had a tremendous knowledge of politics and history, as evidenced by his Politics. Furthermore, he was the father of logic, and as such made mankind aware of the pure forms of thinking and of abstract reasoning. In his Poetics, he created the theory of poetry, and by his rhetoric he became a teacher of public oratory. To all this must be added his knowledge and criticism of earlier philosophical systems, and his laying the foundations of metaphysics, which, though limited in achievement, was at least the first attempt to elaborate such a system. The structure he set up is gigantic, however one may look at it. Despite his reactionary attitude in the sciences, Aristotle is and will remain in respect to knowledge of the universe, as Dante said, the father of those that know. The Greeks were capable of the most comprehensive empirical investigation once they set their minds to it, but because no polis required either the pupils in a school or the employees of the administration to give proof in public examinations of a certain level of standardized book learning, and since no priesthood sought to protect the minds of the people against superstition and delusion, the Greeks in their system of education were never called upon to master an official quota of facts or to be acquainted with the results of advanced research. These conditions, similar to those obtaining later in the Italian Renaissance, remained unchanged during the Diadochi period and at the Alexandrian school. The museum in Alexandria was not an institution of learning that required formal examinations, nor did Rome have any resemblance to a China. Rome, like Greece, did not make a point of the trappings of erudition in contrast to China, where pedantic examinations were required of civil servants. The Greeks enjoyed spinning yarns, and like the hunters today, they swapped lies amiably. It is a question whether, for all our reading, education, and emancipation from chimeras and monsters of nature, we are by and large more sensible, or whether we possibly are prone to even more dangerous delusions than were the Greeks. The more satisfied the Greeks were with their traditional views and myths, the greater appears the stature of Greek philosophers and scholars who were able to transcend common delusions. What a dedicated spirit these investigators must have had, a Eudoxus of Cnidos, for example, who wished to go near the sun to determine its shape, size, and appearance, giving his life like another Phaethon if need be. With such devotion they managed, in spite of all obstacles, to accumulate and record a rather massive body of knowledge in mathematics, astronomy, mechanics, and medicine. Even the Stoics, holding a fairly low opinion of investigation into geometry and physical science as a whole, founded the traditional system of grammar which, via the Latin grammarians, has come down to our day. Chrysippus invented most of the technical grammatical terms for the inflections and parts of speech. In the end, this one nation with its open mind was to become the eye of all mankind for whatever is worth knowing in the world of appearances. Chapter 17, History and Ethnology in the Field of History. The ancient Orientals were markedly inadequate as compared to the Greeks. The Hindus were deliberately indifferent to history because they held that the whole external world could be tucked into a fold of Brahma's robe. Though the royal dynasties of Egypt and Assyria had their chronicles, the common people figured therein only incidentally and then as inanimate objects, and alien peoples only as potential slaves and objects to plunder or wreak vengeance upon. Instead of an objective history of their kings, the Persians left a typically transfigured image wherein they rearranged all persons and events in a one-sided way to conform to the Zoroastrian view of the two contending world principles, good and evil. Among the Jews, we find history viewed as a great antithesis, i.e. a theocracy composed of the true Yahweh worshippers on the one hand and all their enemies ranged against it on the other. Their history is a series of indictments, argumentations, and testimonies in a long drawn-out lawsuit. Only the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians might be regarded not as the models, but as predecessors of the Greeks, not only in ethnography and cosmography, but also in objective political observations, for they too had many palais and could carry on comparative studies. They could evolve and apply their objective sense of political and commercial realities and progress to a scientific description of these realities, except, of course, as the powers that be saw fit to interfere for reasons of state, which is a thing we find it easiest to assume in the case of Carthage. The Greeks had a panoramic eye and an objective mind, and accordingly wrote the history of their own people and of other peoples as well. They were the first to observe something with detachment, without possessing it or even craving its possession. Since they lived only in palais, which in turn split into factions, they were able to know and portray each other. Their ability to observe foreign lands and the events of the past impartially contributed to the everlasting glory of the Greeks. For since then, and because of them all civilized nations have had to take notice of all countries and ages, this universal interest we owe to them, we cannot imagine how we might have come to it if the Greeks had not transmitted their mode of thinking to the Romans. The greatest handicap to careful historical scholarship among the Greeks was not their body of myths, for this they could overcome, but their innate carelessness of precise detail. On the whole, their objectivity was not applied to carefully established facts, but to the inner significance of the facts, their general human or national substance, and to making this significance and value as vividly clear as possible. We have noted earlier what liberties the tragedians took with the destinies and characters of mythical personages. It is important for the historian to bear in mind that the events and traditional conceptions associated with personalities from the Dorian migration on were transmitted by word of mouth for a very long time. Thus, the tendency to see things from a mythical point of view unwittingly turned historical events into myths. One of the chief differences between Herodotus and Thucydides was that the former drew heavily on hearsay at third and tenth hand, while the latter relied on documentary sources and eyewitness reports. whereas we, thanks to our education, are bent upon exactitude, recognizing as valid no other basis in our procedures. The Greeks saw and perceived types, and the type is expressed in the anecdote, which is always true for the whole, although it has never been true in an individual event. In this sense, the first book of Herodotus is eternally true, even though not much would remain if the typical was stripped away. Modern criticism has been able to eliminate some of the anecdotes rather easily by pointing out anachronisms, inaccurate reporting, etc. And yet one would never be able to straighten out everything, as for example in Plutarch, and would not want to either. In addition to the characteristically typical stories that developed spontaneously, criticism is also faced with literary creations and deliberate inventions, a vice demonstrably found in whole schools. All sorts of people and events are wrenched out of place and made to fit in with Pythagoras, Numa as well as Zaleucus, who is supposed to have been his pupil. Indeed, when the Democrats of Sybaris threatened to make war on Croton unless the fugitives from Sybaris were returned, Pythagoras is supposed to have moved the people of Croton to give asylum to the supplicating fugitives. If anyone fell into the hands of the comic poets like Euripides, he was turned into a fable, as were also his parents and grandparents. Plato's life is filled with anecdotal elements in Diogenes Laertius as well as in other biographers. Even the facts of his life are embellished with tales, pomp, and witticisms, arousing the most lively suspicions, so that finally nearly every assertion about the philosopher is in dispute. The same holds true for Hippocrates and for the accounts of the different tyrants, how they ruled and were overthrown, and in general for all the stories of conspiracies. As a matter of fact, the Vulgate of the Persian Wars, as Herodotus found it, especially in regard to the Odyssean wiles of the mysticals and his alleged collaboration with Aristides, appears to be doctored up considerably. The story that the three accusers of Socrates hanged themselves because the Athenians treated them with merciless contempt no doubt reflects what they wished had happened. The traveler with his tall tales should also be mentioned. He trafficked in two directions, bringing tales of exaggerated and contrived marvels from the Orient to the West, and transferring and transplanting Greek myths to the East. Followers of Alexander pretended to find these myths native to the Orient in order to flatter him. They transferred the Caucasus from the north to the eastern Indian Ocean by the simple expedient of naming certain mountains in India Caucasus, and showed him in the Paropamisus, a ridge of mountains to the north of India, a cave serving as a prison from which Heracles freed Prometheus. They flatteringly compared Alexander himself with Heracles by demonstrating that he had reached as far in his campaigns as Heracles had traveled. The Greeks reveal a falsifying trait by their forgeries and interpolations. It is highly characteristic that the very first epistle in the later Trojan legend is a forgery. Genealogies and documents were often unreliable. The works of Akusilaos, the ancient Ionic historian, were in their later form a notorious forgery. He supposedly derived them from bronze tablets his father had dug up. Laws and enactments of popular assemblies were casually forged. The latter are betrayed by the garrulous motivations adduced like those of the Athenian resolution to honor Hippocrates. If we also consider the opposite of forgery, namely the suppression of authentic dates and documents, we shall get an idea of the difficulties besetting the critical researcher everywhere. Whoever, like Thucydides, sought what is true, first had to discriminate truth from poesy, second, truth from falsification, at every step of the way. And finally, Greek historiography was weak in dealing with events long past, but acquired fame in presenting contemporary or recent events. History inquiry, in the Greek sense, includes, in addition to history, also local and general geography. The Greeks took up the writing of history rather late, but the way they went about it was the soundest imaginable. They based it on the topography of the individual locality or country, its local myths and antiquities, recollections of all sorts, and the necessary skeleton of their chronology they based on a register notoriously supplemented by memory of the Olympic victors, the chief magistrates praetanes of Corinth, the archons of Athens, the priestesses of Argos, and similar items. One began with one's native city, the single little state whose records, if any, must have appeared more like antiquities than history. Then one proceeded with the geography and history of other countries, and finally one interrelated the histories of several countries, but one hesitated long to record the history of the recent past. Only the Persian Wars brought forth events which in their total significance for the Greek nation were comparable to the myths, hitherto the all-absorbing interest of the people. Hellenic historiography had its beginning in Ionia and indeed in Miletus, which would have become the teacher of the nations instead of Athens, if the enslavement by Persia had not violently cut short Milesian intellectual development. Already in 540 BC there existed a prose history of the founding of Miletus, ascribed to a certain Cadmus. This work also dealt with the rest of Ionia. Then in 502, at the beginning of the Ionian revolt, Hecataeus, a man of some prestige, began his historical work called Now Histories, Now Genealogies. With this sentence, Hecataeus of Miletus says, "I am writing this as it appears true to me, for the Hellenes recount many traditional tales which I consider to be mostly twaddle." Thereupon he studied the tribal sagas of the Greeks, and especially their tribal genealogies, and must have captured many historical events in his narratives. In addition to the genealogies, Hecataeus wrote Travel Around the World, in which he treated of Europe and Asia in 2 volumes, drawing on his extensive travels and telling about all the countries Greeks came into contact with. His range of information extended from the Pillars of Hercules to the Indus, and his descriptions of countries were more detailed than those of Herodotus, for they also covered some he did not touch upon. Charon of Lampsacus pursued the method of Hecataeus. He also wrote annals of his native city, and in addition occupied himself with Oriental ethnology. He wrote individual works on Persia, Libya, and Ethiopia, and as a historian of the Persian Wars was a predecessor of Herodotus. Earlier Dionysius of Miletus had dealt with Persian history in his works, and Hippias of Rhegium was the first to write a history of Sicily, which also traced the settlement of Italy. Xanthus the Lydian, who apparently lived until about the Peloponnesian War, wrote an important book on the geography and ethnology of Lydia, which, to judge by fragments, must have contained excellent material. His contemporary Hellanicus of Mytilene, still living at the beginning of the Peloponnesian War and the first historical scholar, represented all species of historical composition. Besides writing about his native Lesbos and Aeolia and about Attica, he also composed a work on the Persian Empire and a contemporary history, even though brief, dealing with the events between the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War. These predecessors of Herodotus are usually called the logographers, to whom one could add Democritus, even though somewhat younger, because of his studies in ethnography, as well as others among the early philosophers. While the celebrated tragedians treated the myths in their own fashion, the historians collected and ordered them into some system or larger relationship according to some genealogy or chronology. In connection with all this, they also narrated the local history or traditions of their polis, recorded contemporary history, and discovered the geography and history of the Orient. In other words, this pre-eminently talented race began to balance the historical accounts of the world as a whole, having only interest as its guiding principle. The merit of these historical writings must not be judged solely by their absolute value, their depth and content, and their relative ability to satisfy our curiosity, but also and primarily in view of their having been voluntary creations. We should like to know whether the cities ever paid their logographers a fee or appointed them as municipal historians, whether they ever commissioned them to travel and supported them, and whether they bought books to put at their disposal, or whether the researchers, like most of the philosophers, lived in voluntary poverty. Our impression is that these historians managed almost wholly on their own, and that their work required much self-sacrifice. The same no doubt holds for the cosmographers of the 4th century, the successors in research of Anaximander, Hecataeus, and Democritus. They also had to struggle against the most idiotic conceptions that had gradually become established. Systematic geography owes a great debt to Eudoxus, Dicarchus, and Pythias of Massilia, whose personality and experiences we should like to know more about, interests us especially. He traveled after 340, i.e., roughly at the time when Alexander, also a great discoverer, conquered the world. Hence we may suppose that Greeks first arrived at Thule and the Indus during the same years. His journey took him from Gades around Spain, along the coast of France to Britain, where he appears to have visited the Tin Country, and then sailed for 6 days north of Britain to the aforesaid Thule, probably one of the Shetland Islands. he established a locality where amber is found and was the first and only witness to distinguish between Celts and Scythians on the North Sea, though he knew nothing of the Germanic tribes. In his work, A Discovery of the Ocean, he was the first to relate the moon to the ebb and flow of the tide. He also measured high tides. In the meantime, the people had become literary and inaugurated the age of reading aloud to audiences. Herodotus came and held public readings in Athens and perhaps also in Olympia. As to Herodotus, we learn that he was born in 484 at Halicarnassus, and in his younger years removed for a time to Samos. Later he helped to drive Lygdamus out of his native city, but experienced great vexation and left Samos probably for Athens. He is said to have joined a colony the Athenians sent to Thurium in southern Italy, where he appears to have written the main part of his histories and to have died in the first half of the Peloponnesian War before having completed his work, for it ends rather casually, as if unfinished. Handwriting sample of Herodotus, Laurentian Library, Florence. He acquired his wealth of knowledge about the world by traveling to Egypt, Cyrene, Babylon, the Cimmerian Bosporus to Colchis, and the land of the Scythians. Whether he got to Persia is questionable. An ancient report tells us that Herodotus read his histories at the Panathenæan festival and that the Athenians awarded him 10 talents. With an energy that could only derive from a basic urge to know, Herodotus set about his great task of presenting the antagonism between Greece and Asia eventuating in the Persian Wars. To us it hardly seems probable that his histories were designed also to preach a philosophical view, such as that earthly things are transitory, the gods jealous, that contempt for hybris brings disaster, etc. We think his only purpose in presenting the colossal conflict which drew the most disparate nations into its vortex was, as announced in his introduction, to set forth the great and marvelous deeds performed alike by Hellenes and barbarians, lest they be obliterated by the lapse of time. Such an idea would not have occurred to an Egyptian or a Hebrew. The composition is episodic through the first 6 books, but after, or soon after, the Battle of Marathon events follow one another in an unbroken series. He tells the story now circumstantially, Egypt now in essentials of each country as it enters his historical narrative. His vivid freshness derives largely from his having taken down word-of-mouth stories. Indeed, most of his narration is so thoroughly conversational in tone that it would be jeshune and tedious if he had added borrowings from written sources. Naturally, much of his material is not rigorously accurate, most of it having been so conceived as to represent the typical. The first book teems with stories which, though adduced as credible, have all the earmarks of fiction, yet we are inwardly grateful to him for every one of them. The section from the death of Cambyses to the fake Smerdis, with his ears lopped off, is genuinely oriental, but the following parts are Hellenized tales perhaps reworked 10 times by the Greeks. Some of the most charming parts of the histories are found in Book 1, which has altogether the ring of an oral epic. Herodotus ascribed to the speakers in his fictitious dialogues a multitude of reasons and motives, not as they actually had, but as they could have had them, and put his own thoughts into them, though failing to give any reports of public speeches. This obtains from most of the reported conversations and discussions of Xerxes with his noblemen, Vi 8ff, 45ff, though not for those of Solon with Croesus. The account of the Ionian revolt at the end of the 5th and beginning of the 6th book is a masterpiece in conception and execution. Herodotus does not thrust upon the reader, but skillfully adumbrates how the Ionians and their characters shaped the turn of events. Aristagoras with his map of the world is a striking Ionic figure, but still a swindler, even an obtrusive one. And the insubordination of the Greeks, as exhibited before the Battle of Lade, makes the moral causality plain as a pikestaff. If presenting the causal interconnections of events makes an account pragmatic, then the histories of Herodotus prove him to have been a genius of pragmatism. Regarding his objectivity, we have his own characteristic statement about his method. It is my duty to report whatever people say, but I am under no obligation to believe it, and this principle applies to my whole book. He also carefully distinguished what he saw from what he only heard, and indicated the degree of credibility by saying, "So far I have given my own views, my own opinions, and my own inquiries. Now I shall report the Egyptian histories as I have heard them, although there will be in this as well an element of my own views. If we examine the historians of other countries and see how they are either unable to state things or able to state them only apodictically, we observe the tremendous advance the Greeks made. Herodotus was vividly aware of his worth as a Greek, as is plainly shown in his histories. Still, he was in no way supercilious in his attitude toward the barbarians. He respected not only their might and ancient culture, thereby adding to the glory of the Greek victory over Persia, but was also delighted at finding permanent institutions, nomoi, whether they were praiseworthy or not. His sympathetic understanding of foreign religions is highly significant. No doubt experience with the syncretism of divinities and contact with foreign cults in the colonies had broadened the Greek mentality. Nevertheless, since Herodotus was the first to treat religion with relative objectivity, he became the founder of the comparative history of religions and dogmas. Even though he went about it somewhat uncritically, he sought and surmised affinities and identities of foreign gods with his own, hunting them out one by one in foreign religions. He felt no aversion to foreign cultures as such, and was glad to learn that the temples of celestial Aphrodite on Cyprus and Cythera were transplants of the ancient Syrian temple at Ascalon and other facts of that nature. Such data gave him a notion of the temporal origin, development, and changes in religion. He supposed he knew that Hellenic names of divinities were really of foreign derivation, and that the Pelasgians at first worshipped anonymous gods, only gradually giving them names, Dionysus being the latest. He said that Homer and Hesiod made the genealogy of the gods and gave them surnames, arranged the worship due them, assigned them their offices, and described their appearances. He was also of the opinion that the poets who allegedly preceded Homer and Hesiod really came after them. As he derived the names of the Hellenic gods, so he also derived the Greek cult ceremonies, solemn assemblies, processions, petitionary rites from the Egyptians, perhaps in the main correctly, for they were of great antiquity in Egypt and introduced into Greece much later. But none of this detracts in the least from his great piety for the gods and for native as well as foreign rites and cults, for those of Samothrace as well as those of Egypt, and he wanted to divulge only what was commonly known about these cults and what the context of his account demanded. But even though the results of his studies might be pretty inaccurate in detail, he would still deserve high acclaim for having founded the objective study of religion. Although the Ionians did noteworthy work in this before him, Herodotus more than any other typifies for us the Greeks in their attitude toward the world at large. The Greeks might regard themselves as different from the barbarians, still they felt themselves related to the whole world and having a common bond in the myths, as the barbarians also had heroes and gods that journeyed in foreign lands. The belief of Herodotus that the peripheral regions were the world's best part, and that Hellas, with its wonderfully temperate seasons, and India and Ethiopia too, with their abundant fauna and tremendous fertility, belonged to those regions was not so unpardonable in view of the aridity of Persia and Arabia. Others excelled Herodotus, especially the source whence Thucydides drew his astonishing ethnography of Sicily, the most accurate analysis of racial stratification produced in antiquity. We do not know when Thucydides was born, only that he died after the restoration of Athens. A scion of a distinguished family and married to a wealthy woman, he employed his means, as his biographer Marcellinus reports, in studying the history of the Great War he undertook to narrate, the significance of which he had foreseen before it broke out. He went to great expense to get necessary information not only from Athenian, but also from Spartan and other soldiers, ascertaining the truth by the agreement of the majority of the witnesses on both sides. His culture identifies him as a member of the most elite circles of Athens. He was a follower of Anaxagoras in philosophy and a student of Antiphon in oratory. Gorgias and Prodicus are likewise supposed to have influenced him considerably. As a general on the Thracian front, he was given the assignment to relieve Amphipolis in 423, but he had the bad luck to let Brasidas steal a march on him, and even though he managed to save Aean, he was banished from Athens on a charge of treason. Thereupon he resided at various places, but mostly at Scaptile, where through marriage he became the owner of some gold mines. Recalled after the war, he went back to Athens, where he died a few years later without finishing his project, composed probably during the last decade of his life. Thucydides limited himself almost exclusively to giving a chronological account of those contemporary events which touched on the gigantic struggle between Athens and Sparta. He knew that this war was the most crucial event in the memory of man and set out to describe it with a dedicated love of truth, not just in terms of apparent findings, but going to the root of matters with unbending objectivity. For this task he had the most thorough grasp of motives, occasions, course of events, and results. One perceives how the clash builds up and becomes inevitable. Avoiding all sensationalism, he calmly portrayed the fatal unrolling of events. While for this purpose he marshaled facts and developed motives in great detail, he rarely expressed a personal opinion and almost never passed a moral judgment. This he reserved for the frightful general chapters 3082f, where for once he renders a true assessment of the moral degeneration of the Hellenes. Although he had the different personages talk and act in character, he was content to describe them with few words. He discussed only the political implications of Pericles' death, treating them from the loftiest point of view, so that his short passage has remained the basis of all subsequent evaluations of Pericles. He severely excluded all personal references to Pericles and was similarly frugal in style throughout his book. Whether his excellent praise of Brasidas is purely objective or reflects his pleasure in having faced a great man in connection with his military assignments is a legitimate question. The great original contributions of Thucydides, raising him above Herodotus and all the earlier Greeks and all other nations, is that he subsumed events or phenomena under a universal perspective. At any rate, he expressed the general political maturity of Athens, and for us he is the father of judgment on cultural history, i.e. that mode of observing things from which the world simply cannot retreat. Though he may have erred in particulars, he nevertheless blazed new paths for all time to come. The account of the early history of the Hellenes, which comprises the introduction of Book 1, is a great innovation in that it has all the characteristics of a construct, and as such it is most significant for the subsumptive method of Thucydides. He began by asking why the frequent migrations from one place of residence to another, and found the answer in the need to withdraw from overpopulated areas, and in the ease with which groups could pull up stakes thanks to the scanty agriculture, lack of trade, absence of fortified settlements, and ease of satisfying daily needs. He recognized that the regions having the best soil, Thessaly, Boeotia, the Peloponnesus besides Arcadia, had to endure the most numerous migrations because as certain individuals attained to larger possessions and influence, destructive inner dissensions arose, and that these regions were at the same time more subject to attack by people from other areas. Attica, on the other hand, owing to its poor soil, was left relatively undisturbed and so retained a stable population. Thus the more rapid and powerful growth of Athens served to prove that the unequal development of Greek communities was largely due to the migrations. He observed that the recent cities founded after the rise of navigation were built on shores or isthmuses, whereas the older ones were situated somewhat inland because of piracy. He related the developments accurately. New poleis were founded by groups driven out of other poleis and by dissemination from smaller groups having grown into large and powerful aggregates in new territories, as happened in the case of the Boeotians who had been driven out of Arne in Thessaly. He also had a marvelous insight into the developments following the Dorian migration, as when he pointed out that with the increase of wealth and revenues, the hereditary kingships turned into tyrannies, and that this wealth enabled the development of naval power, beginning with the construction of triremes at Corinth, or how difficult it is to get people to cooperate in a large common enterprise. And not just a war between Chalcis and Eretria sufficed to split Hellas into two great factions. Thucydides was the great historian of his period, even though he omitted much we should like to know and which would be very important for us, but was perfectly obvious to him and his contemporaries. We shall allude once more to the ethnography of Sicily, based on exemplary sources and found at the beginning of Book 6. The personality and determination of Thucydides were clearly exceptional. With Herodotus he raised the general standard of excellence, and we can state that these two famous historians are in themselves two great facts of cultural history. In comparison with them, subsequent Greek historians appear as historians of literature rather than of culture. Still, one would have to accept Xenophon, if only for the first two books of the Hellenica, portraying the last years of the Peloponnesian War and the period of the 30 tyrants, so vividly and richly that one could suspect he used notes and materials left by Thucydides. These powerful and glorious sections contrast sharply with the later part. From the third book on Xenophon gives us a mere chronicle of Spartan power or a journal of Spartan military headquarters. He has so little grasp of the rise of Thebes that he does not even mention the two great Thebans until the end, and then it positively pains him to do so, and he takes no notice whatever of the restoration of Messenia and Arcadia. We shall just mention, in passing, that in our opinion the memorabilia and other Socratic writings of Xenophon give, apart from some passages in Plato, the most faithful picture we have of the real Socrates. In his Cyropaedia, the author strays from the historical facts, using them for propaganda purposes. He depicts Cyrus as an ideal monarch educated on Socratic principles and representing the Xenophontian Hellene, antagonistic to Athenian democracy and inclining toward the Spartan way of life as exemplified in the army commander Agesilaus. His straight-faced naivete apparently betrays no crafty design. The Anabasis, that great prototype of Caesar's commentaries, will always have to be included among Xenophon's distinguished achievements. This work, written in the third person, was composed perhaps 20 years after the campaign, obviously from careful notes taken on the spot. In the spirit of Herodotus, it unfolds an incomparable series of descriptions and scenes. It is completely artless and stripped of all exquisite eloquence, deriving its effects purely from the events described. Among other passages, the assassination of the army commanders is celebrated for its perfect objectivity. One may ask whether anything of equal value in subject matter and presentation alike was found before Xenophon. We shall give brief summaries of the following authors. Ephorus and Theopompus, disciples of Isocrates, wrote voluminously, the former 30 books covering the period from the return of the Heraclidae to Philip's siege of Perinthus, the latter a Hellenica in 12 books paralleling Xenophon's first books and continuing Thucydides to the battle at Knidos, and a Philippica in 58 books recording the history of Greece in the period of Philip of Macedonia. Callisthenes, in addition to a history of Greece from the peace of Antalcidas to the Holy War, wrote an account of the Asiatic campaigns of Alexander, whom he accompanied to his own misfortune, and likewise Duris of Samos wrote a history of Macedonia down to the death of Lysimachus. Among many other historians, 3 of Sicily should be singled out: Philistus, who wrote a history of Sicily and one of Dionysius the Elder; Athenes, who continued the work of his predecessor down to Dion; and Timaeus, who presented a history of Sicily from the ancient period down to the First Punic War. Even though all those foregoing works have perished, notices about them and fragments of them preserved in other authors show what tremendous labors men expended on the study of history. This historical literature must have contained some perfectly splendid works. We need but recall, for example, the high regard Diodorus Siculus had for the above-mentioned historians of Sicily, to whom he owed his information about the painful fortunes of his lovely island. Polybius, the great historian of the 2nd century, so far from being purely Hellenic in his labors, would be inconceivable apart from the rise of Rome. But in spite of all, the reports we get of the historical achievements during this period are very impressive and show that the Greeks were keenly aware of their history and never lost sight of it. We should also take cognizance of monographs on cities and districts, writings frequently referred to by grammarians and lexicographers. We call attention to this, a history of Athens, written in the 3rd century by Philochorus, whose activities must have been astonishingly varied. Marcius of Pella, a brother of Antigonus and a contemporary of Alexander the Great, wrote a Macedonica, a history of Macedonia, in 10 books extending from the first Macedonian kings to Alexander's withdrawal from Egypt. A certain Crito of Pieria authored a Palenica, giving the founding of Syracuse, a Sesselica, a description of Syracuse, a Persica, and a work on the dominion of the Macedonians. The monograph was also beginning to play a role in geography. Polemon and others in the 2nd century achieved names for themselves by giving descriptions of Hellenic localities and landscapes. In contrast to the writers of these specialized studies, we find the synoptic historians. Polybius contrasted these local histories, scattered hither and yon, with the systematic histories of his times, and in the Augustan age Diodorus Siculus, no great historian, but one who had access to excellent sources, composed his historical library, and Nicolaus of Damascus wrote a universal history. These were the first universal histories ever compiled. As soon as nations sloughed off barbarism, they had to make permanent connections with the historians of Greece. While we pay heed to the other scientific accomplishments of the Greeks only out of pious respect, since the data of science do not come from the Greeks, we are dependent on Greek historical investigations and on their results and contributions. In general, though, the historical investigations of the Greeks impress us with their youthful, refreshing qualities, as do their other scientific activities. These historical labors are thoroughly independent of foreign models and derive from the joy of self-accomplishment, the Hellenes' ever-embodied free will, and hence have become the standard of excellence for ages to come.